It's
That's the
away.
handshake. Ooh, Nathan making the 2020 Maruglash for the win. Lance moves on to 1-0 in the 6th-round tournament here in the Spanish Legacy Nationals. Lance a deck I always love to see. It's always interesting. I feel like Lance is kind of like this tricky puzzle that we as the commentators get to much less competently solve along with the player, of course, who's played this deck many times over. And it always makes for interesting games, right? It makes you think about like how your resource management works. And I feel like if you are good with lands, you are probably a very good Magic player in the first place, which is not something I would say about every single deck in the format. Vroom, vroom. If you know what I
Guess
mean.
what? You have to be good at Magic. Haha.
Turns out, yeah, especially if you want to win the Spanish Legacy Nationals. That's one of the hardest tournaments in Europe that we have available.
Right.
And for those wondering, if you want to sign up, I'm not even sure if you need to be Spanish, but you need to play in Spain and earn enough points or win
Exactly.
tournaments during the cycle that they got all around the year. So if you want to play in this, come here next year, make your rounds, hit a couple of tournaments, and win. Otherwise, of course, stay tuned because we got 5 more rounds in the Swiss ready for you, followed by 3 more rounds in the top 8. I'm Julian, this is Kai, and we're going to be back in just 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes, promise.
Cool.
And then we got 2 more amazing matchups lined up for you. One of them is actually going to be a deck that I haven't seen in Legacy in a long time. So, see you
Spoiler
soon.
alert! Okay.
Get your
let's
friends in
go.
here in the meantime. Hello and welcome back to the Spanish Legacy Nationals here in beautiful Narón, Galicia. This has been one of the smartest decisions you've been making all week, staying tuned. There's 30 more rounds coming your way over the entire weekend. We got the Legacy main event tomorrow. We got the Modern main event on Sunday. So, Kai, there's going to be so much Legacy, Modern, and all the other Eternal formats be played on this weekend. And this is just the beginning.
Yeah,
so I would say,
absolutely.
have you already called your friends? Did you WhatsApp them to watch the stream?
I
Oh, sorry, you got my friends. Yeah, I forgot.
I already did before the show started, but yeah, even if you have plans this weekend, you have no excuse to skip, because there's so many events, right? Like it doesn't matter if it's today, on Saturday or Sunday. We will be broadcasting the entire weekend. For some people, especially for the guys in Spain, it's the weekend of the year because you get to play so much Magic, and this is. The thing you see on camera right here is only the main event. Like there's so many side events too. You can play like pre-modern and commander and drafts and seals and whatnot. There's like we've been there in person a few times, and it's a very cool and hot experience. Literally kind of hot because it's in Spain. But yeah,
hot Magic, hot climate. Actually, probably much better than what it was like in Germany earlier this week. But that's a different story. So yeah, Kai already mentioned it. Like all the players, they're coming together here. If you go to your store this weekend and you're like, where are all the good players? Like, you know where they are. They are here in Narón playing the Spanish Legacy Nationals. So, Kai, this is going to be round 2 of 6 today. We got something like 64 players duking it out to find the next Spanish Legacy champion. And of course, here we got Jorge Allen playing against Alex Samaniego. We already saw it in the preview, courtesy of the broadcast Impact Live stream team. And let's see what those guys are here with at the tournament. We got on Jorge's side, of course, the black-red Reanimator deck. This deck somehow just won't die, will it?
yeah, it's a classic, really. Like it's been around for as long as the format exists because the main engine cards are very old. It's Reanimate, Animate. The Animate deck literally got printed in alpha, I think. Unmask as a discard outlet. Coal Therapy too, so you have a lot of hand disruption and Thoughtseize, which has double duty. You can disrupt your opponent, but you can also target yourself to get a fatty in the graveyard. Obviously, there's also Faithless Looting, which is the only reason to splash red in the main deck, and then we have a bunch of fatties. I'm very excited to see like very old stuff like Grizzlebrand, which has been around for so long, but also Ruff and Mickey, which are from the Spider-Man set. I think they're a 7-drop, and I've only seen them as commanders so far. I've never seen them in a legacy deck. So we will see how they will end up. But I think because they have a...
I don't know what to do. You just called this a Spider-Man card.
Oh no, shit! Yeah, not Spider-Man. The other thing.
You
Ninja
never
Turtles.
Yeah, dude, that's the cool stuff. I watched Ruff and Mikey, man. I love those guys growing up. Not so much as a Magic card anymore because I've been on the receiving end of these guys many times over. But yeah, this is basically everything this kind of deck wants, right? They have haste by themselves. They bring in friends. They hit for 7, tramples, another kind of evasion. That card is the stuff of nightmares. Like, I don't even know what to say. I used to like them as characters in the Ninja Turtles. Mikey especially is my favorite one. But playing against them, I don't know. By the way, chat, let us know. Let us know who is the best Ninja Turtle. There are 4 of them. If you don't know all 4 of them, then your vote doesn't count. But let us know in chat which one is the best Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, you gotta name all of them.
Yeah, that's cheap. Let's move over to Alex. Let's see what's Alex got going on there. What is he gonna try to stop the turtle assault? Well,
he has a skateboard for the turtles.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like the turtles, he already have haste, so I don't know what to do about that.
Exactly. Yeah, Lance, a very classic. This is another like core legacy deck from the very old days. It has evolved. Obviously, like, Usasaga is like a semi-new card. The skateboard is probably the newest addition to this deck, but like in general, as we saw in the previous round, this deck wants to make as many land traps as possible, and most lands kind of act like spells because they have so much like effects that don't produce mana, like stopping opponent creatures with like Maze of Ith. You can tax stuff with like a Wasteland, but also with Tabernacle of Pendria Veil. You can make giant monsters such as like Merit Lage or big Usasaga constructs. And this is all backed up by Life from the Loam, prison pieces like Sphere of Resistance, and crop rotation to find all the pieces you need. So
You know what I just looked
yeah.
up? I looked
Mhm.
up whether Ruff and Mikey are actually legendary, and of course they are.
Dude, yeah, I mean,
Um,
dude, you can play them as commanders, yeah.
yeah, of course,
Caracas
that's
looks very nice here.
exactly right. That's one way to actually stop that kind of combo.
Yeah.
But let's see. Of course, Kroche also got some non-legendary creatures that he's going to be able to leverage. But overall, this is going to be fireworks from the very beginning. I don't expect this match to go too long, honestly. Okay, looks like we're actually starting with the backup feature match here. That's, of course, Hogak against Blue-Black Reanimator. Yeah, sure, switching it up. I like that.
Okay.
This is the second round of the main event here. We got Ricardo Sanchez on the left side of the board playing Hogak, and that's actually the deck that I teased. That's the deck that I talked about that I haven't seen in Legacy in many, many years. He's gonna... That's actually one of the new cards. That's the one that grows as additional permanents are gonna hit the graveyard. That's the Moon Shadow.
I think it's called Moon Shadow, yeah.
Yeah, that one's really good. But I've been on the receiving end of the mono black deck, which run, of course, also 2 weeks ago we saw it 4 seasons. Dominate people, move all the way into the top 8 with it.
Cool. Yeah, 1 mana, 7/7 manas. This creature enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. That's why you see a dice on it. And then 1 or more permanence cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere while this creature has a -1/-1 counter on it. Remove a counter from this creature. So it grows kind of quickly.
Yeah, and has menace, right? It's really annoying to block. It's the kind of card you don't really want to face if you want to play a long game and have no removal. Unfortunately, of course, for Ignacio, he's not in it for the long game all that much. He's playing a very big Legacy Classic deck, and that is, of course, Blue-Black Reanimator. He's going to try to just get some big fatty into play and ride it to victory. Trying to clear the way with Cable Therapy on what's probably Ricardo. I'm not even sure what you name here in the first. Oh, and he targets himself. Yeah, see, that makes a lot of sense. Puts the Archon of Cruelty into the graveyard. We were able to not really see the other cards, but doesn't really matter. There's a Reanimate put in the Archon to play, of course, killing the Moon Shadow, making Ricardo discard a card, which is not the worst for his kind of deck, really. Ooh, look at that.
Okay. And an Orcish Bowmaster. In response to the trigger, I would assume.
Yeah, that allows him to sacrifice the Orc army, right?
Yeah, that kind of played like kind of nicely for Ricardo. He probably has a card he already wants to discard. He can sack the Orc army token, which doesn't matter too much because he's gonna get an Orc army token back soon.
Oh, because of the draw from the
Exactly.
Archon?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's cute.
I think so.
Und he discards Hogak. Yeah,
Damn it.
we promised you fireworks, even though now we're actually watching a different matchup than originally planned, but this still is very much fireworks. So we are now checking, does the token, oh, we are calling for the judge here. If we put the token into the graveyard, does that still grow the Moon Shadow? So the Moon Shadow says whenever 1 or more permanent cards are put into your graveyard. So I would assume that is a permanent. Actually, it says card. Tricky.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely triggers for the Hogak, right? Because Hogak as a permanent card, and it was put in the graveyard from hand, which counts. I don't think it... I mean, I used to be a very terrible level 1 judge back in the day, like 10 years ago.
Dude, especially in Japan, right? That's a different story for a different break. But yeah, go on.
So, yeah, my potato head would say that it won't trigger for the token, but that's just me.
Yeah, you know, like tokens are not cards in the sense that the game treats them. That's why tokens, for example, if they go to the graveyard, they do not trigger, let's say, Bridge from Below, right? Of the opponent's graveyard. It stays.
You know what I did when I was a judge? Like, I asked other players what they think.
You asked the 2 players involved in the decision how they would decide it. And then, which is like in a very like a biblical way of resolving a conflict.
But the one person, like, if he's so confident, then I kind of just buy his story. It's like, yeah, I think that's cool. Yeah, let's do that.
Perfect. They probably surely called you back from the store and wanted you to judge many more events, right?
Okay.
That's how it works.
So we didn't take the counter off.
That's
right, because it has 4 counters. Yeah, the fetchland Hogak went to the graveyard, so there are only 4 -1/-1 counters on it.
Yeah, on the face of it, that Archon actually almost helped Ricardo when you think about it.
It's not bad, right?
I mean, it's still a problem, right? It hangs out in the air, it gains you life, but overall, not too shabby. And
Yeah.
okay, now we got the Stitches. What's it called? Stitches supplier.
It's just, yeah, Stitches supplier. Oh my goodness, dude. This is if Ricardo gets Hogak out this turn somehow, that would be so good for him, because then like we are in this weird spot where it's not clear if Archon of Cruelty is supposed to attack, because Ignacio might lose on a backswing, maybe.
Yeah, in a funny
Like
way,
Hogak is an 8/8, right? Yeah, it's a big dude.
in a funny way, like the sacrifice ability doesn't really matter because you immediately produce the next token. The live swing, of course, does matter, but then again, Ignacio is down to 10 after the reanimate. We find the Wasteland. That's another way to
True.
grow the Moonshadow. And the Moonshadow gets in there. We Wasteland, of course, growing it even bigger. So that's like a 5/5 now. Is that it? 6/6?
Yeah, should be a 5/5 now. 5/5 menace.
Menace, yeah.
Okay.
Can attack past the
Yeah, I
big
mean
dragon.
down to 5. Like he has to attack, right? Because like he can't sit there and take another 5 next turn. I mean, that's not an option.
Good point.
So,
Look him in the eye, pass the turn, die to the attacks. Like, yeah, wanted to intimidate you.
yeah.
Okay, Ricardo, once again, calling over the judge. Maybe it's about the order that things are resolved on the Archon. Of course, you read it top to bottom and resolve things in that exact order. So he's going to sacrifice. Most likely the Orc token. By the way, beautiful Savatarix token there. I got many of those at home as well.
Yeah. How did those tokens get into the show? Huh.
Maybe there's
Anyway.
a shop. Okay, so we discard the Buchuka Bog here, growing the Moonshadow even further. Dude, that's such an amazing card against the Reanimator deck.
Yeah. It's particularly good against an Archon of Cruelty.
Okay, then we take
This is
the
so
7
dude, like
damage.
this might be one of the worst Archon of Cruelties we've seen in a very long time.
That's actually very much true.
Right? Like it does its thing. It's just like the Hogak deck is so well tuned against Archon of Cruelty.
Hogak is such a cool deck in the first place because you
Yeah.
can always like win out of like these crazy situations. Like sometimes you pass over, they flash an Orcish Bowmaster at the end of turn, then untap into a Hogak, and then they have the Altar of Dementia, and the game is over. And you're like, I just passed into 2 lands and nothing, and now I'm dead against like a not really combo deck, but a deck that has a combo finish, kinda. This is beautiful. Always be prepared.
This is wild.
Both players sitting there at 7 life. Big creatures all along. So what happens if Ignacio just attacks in there? Oh, well, he already did. Okay, well, that's too late then. And we're gonna reanimate not the Hogak, but the Stitcher's Supplier, which is turn means we get to put some stuff into our own graveyard.
This is the real juice. You know something is up if you reanimate your opponent's Stitcher's Supplier.
Well, we got that giant dinosaur there chilling out. I'm not sure that one's gonna be able to do something for now. Well, but at least we got a blocker.
Dude, I feel like Ricardo has lethal already, no? Like he has a 6/6 Menace, and only one of the other 2 1/1s has to connect. So...
Dude, I'm so happy we actually got to watch this match. This is amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Like,
guys, if you're watching this, like you have to drag your friends in here, because this is like peak magic to me. Like
I say skip your friends, like get your parents in there, make your mother watch.
Like, oh man, you survived 2 Archon of Cruelty. Now, actually, was it 1 attack? Yeah, it was 1 attack and 1 ETB trigger. But you survive all of that, and you have enough power for the backswing.
Yeah, which is usually good enough, right, to win any kind of game, but here, not good enough. Oh, by the way, look at that sideboard too. Like, look at what we got here. We got 4 Ancient Tombs, 4 Stronghold Gambits, which, by the way, is a card that I've seen pop up a lot more lately again. That's the kind of sideboard card that people always wanted to make work. I don't think this one is going to work against Hogak, though. Hogak has like a lot of cheap creatures.
Yeah, but hey, you can transform into Sneak and Show. How cool is that?
Yeah, there's a good chance that we bring in like, I don't know, 4 copies of Sneak Attack and then 4 copies of Show and Tell, taking out
Yep.
all of the graveyard angle. Maybe, I have no idea where exactly they want to be using that. Sometimes it's also like good against like more mid-range controller decks, so you just want to stick the Sneak Attack and then have this permanent source of cheating things
Yeah.
into play. I don't know whether Hogak is the matchup for it, because Hogak is like so blistering fast. So
Yeah,
we will see.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Like also like because Hogak is is kind of like a graveyard deck itself. Those reanimates and animate decks are gonna be exceptionally powerful because you can also just like randomly take a Hogak from their graveyard, right?
I want to see
So
that in action. By the
yeah,
way, I also noticed we're actually playing Shallow Grave, so in a way, this is like half of a Tinfin stack. Of course, we're not playing Goryo's Vengeance, but we're slightly, ever so slightly faster than your traditional Black Red Reanimator deck, which usually plays Exhume in that spot, which of course would also help out Alex on the other side of the board. So let's see what Alex has here. What did Alex bring from the sideboard to try to fight this graveyard deck? Usually they have like 4 copies of Leyline of the Void. What is he gonna be up to?
oh wow, dude, I like the Hullbreaker horror.
That's cool,
Kind of,
right?
yeah, kind of like yeah, it's like very cool. It's like one of my favorite like fatties, so to speak, because it's so hard to deal with. But like Ignacio has to kind of like do his thing, but like also like kind of control Ricardo. It just sounds so weird, but like Hogak becomes so big, and the card reanimate also costs you a bunch of life. So it's unclear to me if you are the beatdown.
It's actually kind of tricky to figure out in the first place, because it's gonna be so context dependent. Well, we will see. I would honestly like to be the Hogak deck in this position, kinda, especially after finding the endurance to control the graveyard a little
God
bit
damn
more.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Endurance also works really well with the Hogak deck, of course. We got the Hatchery, which is gonna accumulate
Sure.
counters, eventually turning into like a bunch of flying insects, a swarm of locusts, kinda.
Yeah.
With the Hatchery, I've seen people like literally just tap it for the additional counter, even though it deals 1 damage to you or makes you lose 1 life, I believe.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Which actually looks like might actually be happening here. If we're just passing turn. No. Oh, and we even get the Thoughtseize. Okay. Ignacio, show us your true colors. Are you gonna be a graveyard deck, or are you gonna be a show and tell deck? Or are you gonna try to make both of those work? No more Entomb to cast here on response, of course. So now I'm actually curious what that could be. Maybe a Brainstorm? Classic Brainstorm to hide your best card from the Thoughtseize. I always hate when that happens. Like, when they show me an amazing hand. Oh, well, okay. Looks like Justice of Bale. But you know that feeling, right? You Thoughtseize your opponent, they cast Brainstorm in response, and then they show you the best hand in the world, and you know the top of the deck is going to be even better.
Even better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Let's see. Honestly, like what Ignacio does here, kind of would tell me that he has counter magic in hand, because if he found a creature to put into a graveyard and then he had a reanimate, he would consider, dazing. But
Oh,
here he's
sweet.
just
Sweet.
dazing for value, which of course makes a lot
Okay.
of sense as well. Passes on a beautiful swamp, and now tries his own version of Thoughtseize.
The question is, like, who's the target?
Think Ricardo. I
Ricardo.
don't know
Okay.
why.
Okay.
You already know about the endurance. That could be a target. Oh, the Moon
Oh, wow.
Shadow is there as well.
Yeah.
Very macabre. Additional piece of attacking the graveyard. Kai, what do you pick here?
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of hate already. So, like, it kind of depends on what Ignacio has in his hand, right? But like, it's ultimately he wants to do like it's definitely not Hogak, obviously. Like I would assume it's probably the Fairy Macabre because it's very difficult to beat Fairy Macabre on the stack. It can't be countered. And there's also no like pitching endurance also comes with a cost, right? Like you have to get rid of your Hogak, which is not ideal for a Hogak deck.
I guess it also depends on like how fast your hand is. Like if you feel like you're fast enough to not worry about the Moon Shadow, that's usually the kind of position you want to be in with these reanimator decks.
Mhm.
But if you feel like you have to go the long route, which might be the case, considering that Ricardo has two pieces of interaction, you
Yeah.
might want to take out the card that puts you under the most physical pressure, and that's of course the Moonshadow.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like maybe it's not crazy to take Moonshadow, right? And be like, okay, so you got like you got 3 uncastable cards in your hand.
Wait, we just took Hogak? Really? If he takes Hogak, then he definitely wants. Well, he can't really reanimate it because Fairy and. But okay, hear me out. If he actually takes Hogak there, he probably has another discard spell for the Fairy. And then, of course, Ricardo can't use the Endurance without another green pitch card. So Ignacio might want to reanimate the Hogak next turn. That's my idea. Of
Wow,
course,
that would be nuts. Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of things that could go wrong with that. First of all, Ricardo could draw a green card, or Ignacio might not have what he needs.
Right.
But that's what I'm thinking right now.
Okay. So Moonshadow becoming a 2/2 immediately.
Yeah, that card doesn't stay small for long, usually. Picking up that Bayou. Stitcher Supplier would be sick. That would grow the Moonshadow really very far. You know, Stitcher Supplier, hit a Cable Therapy. Oh, dude, it's happening.
No way. No way, bro. No.
He's like,
no.
yeah, sure.
Did we just? Oh my goodness, dude. And we grow the Moonshadow to like a. Oh my goodness, dude. No. Someone call an ambulance.
But not for me.
Oh
yeah, that's what I meant with like there are so many things that could go wrong for Ricardo there. Like Ricardo's super happy. Well, you let me put Hogak into the graveyard? Sure, sign me up. I want my 8/8.
This is not what you sign up for. This is not what you sign up for.
All of a sudden, that's like I don't know, over 10 points of damage there on Ricardo's side of the board. Ignacio, you gotta do something, my friend. We need something like, I don't know, Blazing Archon or something. Oh, and he actually did have the second piece of discard. In response, of course, we're gonna take out the Atraxa. Probably gonna name Endurance, which is gonna grow the Moonshadow even further. Sweet. Ignacio is doing the work for Ricardo there. Unfortunately, he has to, right? That's just like the way his deck works. It's pretty close to dealing 17 damage here. It's like 14 or something. Dropping Ignacio to, I believe, 3.
So 8 plus 1 plus what's this? Like minus
5? Yeah.
Yeah, 5, 6, 14, down to 3 life.
Yeah. Blazing Archon on a buff, but I don't think that one's in the deck. And Ignacio extends the hand. Ricardo moves on to 2-0 here. Moving ever closer to the top 8 of the Spanish Legacy Nationals, of course. That was an amazing display.
Hogak for the win. See, like you don't need counter spells to beat this deck. You can just like, you know, play a Moonshadow.
Didn't really line up all that well for Ignacio, of course, here matchup-wise. He had like 2 pieces of interaction and still couldn't really stop Ricardo from assembling what was basically like a turn 3 kill, kinda. Like he got the turn to Hogak, right? And then we attacked for almost lethal on the 3rd turn. Hogak is an amazing deck. I love that deck so much. I remember
Hogak is sick.
There was a GP where like some kind of like pro came to me and he was asking for like a good deck to play, and I recommended Hogak. And then like in round 13 or something, when I only had like 2 losses or so, I played against him and he destroyed me with Hogak. And the worst part was I didn't even remember him. And he was like, "You recommended I play this deck." I was like, "Did I?" Well, yeah, good choice. Okay, now we're gonna move over to the deck to the matchup we already talked about earlier. Here we got Jorge Allen against Alex Samaniego, Black Red Reanimator against Lance. This is the other kind of Reanimator deck. So, in what ways would you say Black Red is different from Blue Red as a Reanimator deck?
So this is the like all-in reanimate, like the faster, more consistent, but less protected version of Reanimator. Is that fair to say?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, like so you have a lot more rituals, you have less cantrips, and less control over your like general game flow. But you have like 100% dedicated to the one thing your deck wants to do, which is putting a fatty onto the battlefield. And you also get to do this faster because you have a lot more like accelerants, such as Lotus Petal, sometimes Dark Ritual, stuff like that.
Sounds good. Sounds
Cool.
good.
Yeah.
Of course, both of these players, no strangers to success. Jorge already was runner-up in Impact Returns 2022, playing Dragon Stompy back then. And Alex Samaniego also has a semifinals exit on Eternal Weekend 2019. So both of them came pretty close to glory, trying to go all the way today and at the very least tomorrow as well, I would assume. Dude, look at this. Alex just drops his entire hand on the board in the first turn.
Yeah. How about like 1, 2, 3 lands on my first turn?
You
Ooh,
know what's better than
and
3 lands, 1 Shine Creature, but Jorge, no way to actually reanimate Ref and Mikey Troublemakers. Looking to top deck something to get there, as Alex also is sitting. Well, I think he's got a crop rotation. Maybe I'm wrong about that. The Tabernacle usually not that great against Reanimator, especially with all these haste effects happening on the other side of the board. Alex is probably thinking about whether he wants to do something proactively with the crop rotation, but doesn't. And Jorge, that's going to be a Survey land. Those Survey lands, they've been so good for Legacy. Who would have thought that dual lands that come into play tapped actually become
yeah.
a mainstay in one of the most powerful Magic formats ever created?
Yeah, Chad, let us know. Like, who of you was kind of skeptical about these surveillance? Because I was. I thought that a land in Legacy which comes into play tap is not playable at all. Like, doesn't matter what the text says, doesn't matter what the effects are, and I was very wrong. I was very
Yeah.
wrong. I gotta say, like, I'm very happy though that that those surveillance are a part of the Legacy mana bases, because it also means that you don't have to buy many dual lands.
That's true.
Right?
Well,
Like
at
one of
least
the
a little fewer.
yeah, like one of your duel can be a surveil land, so you saved up, I don't know, a couple of $100 maybe.
It's kind of funny because like a lot of Legacy decks, they don't even play the full 4 copies of every dual land unless they're like a dedicated 2-colored deck. Like I would guess Protector or Reanimator probably plays 4 Badlands. But I remember like many years ago, I was actually talking to Mark Rosewater when people were suggesting snow dual lands as a way to get around the reserved list. And he said he was concerned that decks would get too good because all of a sudden people could play like 8 of the same dual land. And I was like, no, dude, like people are not even playing 4. Back then, the only deck who played like Temple Garden to play the 5th one was Maverick, and even that was like borderline questionable. Oh, well. In the meantime, Alex just decides, okay, the crop rotation that we already knew about, I don't want to use it proactively on my turn. I'm just going to wait for what Jorge is going to do. Of course, keeping up the option of going for a Buchuka Bog. And as Jorge was not presenting any kind of threat, Alex was like, you know what? Then let me be the big fatty deck, and makes a 2020. And that took the first game for him immediately.
Yeah. Wow.
That's just how it happens with lands at times, right?
Why not? Why not? I thought that lands would go like much slower about all this. But yeah, dude, like with double exploration, dude, like you kind of do your thing very, very quickly.
Oh my god, look at this. Oh god, this is disgusting. Turn 1 at Thoughtseize, taking our own Atraxa. I think we still have to reveal the rest of our hand. Thoughtseizes, does it say reveal your hand? Or
Probably.
look
Yeah.
at? I think on Magic Online, when you Thoughtseize yourself, you see the rest of them. Anyways, maybe you
Yeah.
already showed it to Alex. Atraxa comes into play courtesy of Lotus Petal, and then Jorge is gonna fill his hand up again. There's a good chance he's gonna pick up that Unmask. That looks pretty good, right? What's better than Unmask on turn 1? Well, Unmask with a 7/7 flying Vigilance, Lifelinker, Death Touch, what have you on the battlefield.
Well, yeah. Ideal start for Reanimator. So with the Atraxa trigger, you get to choose a card from every type. This, I gotta say, this Reanimator deck is not the best Atraxa deck though. Like I get that you get a 7/7, but like you only have very few different card types. Like you don't have many like enchantments, artifacts, planeswalkers, any of that. So we might see probably 1 instant, a sorcery, creature, or land, and I think that's it.
Yeah, I think Jorge is gonna lose a lot of sleep over not being able to pick up an artifact there.
Yeah,
Well,
it'd be crazy if like one of the creatures was like also an artifact creature, because that'd be like an extra card you could put in your hand. But
Kai, have you ever heard about winning more?
yeah,
That
see,
would be
like
my
I mean, if you see a deck like this, like man, dude, I don't know.
Let's see where this is gonna go.
Is 1 Atraxa enough to win this game? Question mark.
This is why people play Leyline of the Void. They don't want that. Of course, easier said than done. But yeah, we already talked about this. Almas coming down, pitching the Archon. And Alex, what do you have here? We got crop rotations. That's a good start. We got Soul Guide Lantern stopping further graveyard shenanigans. What about we crop rotate next turn, which we are going to be able to, and then find Caracas, and then honestly, Jorge is like in a world of hurt.
Oh yeah, that's so bad for him. Yeah.
Yeah, Jorge had like an insane opening, and it
Like
looks like just
yeah,
because Alex has 2 crop rotations, he doesn't care.
Alex. Yeah. Maybe not even that impressed by Atroxa. It's
Like,
like yeah,
sweet,
you
you
can
did
draw
all of
3
this, and
cards.
it's for nothing. Dude, Legacy,
And
Legacy can be weird at times. Seriously.
yeah, and like and now and this is like what's kind of fortunate about this configuration of the reanimator deck, like because this build pushes like its game plan so much, you have to give up on something, and that something is counter magic. Imagine if this deck had like Dazes and Force Wills, like this
Yeah.
crop rotation would have not have resolved.
Call me crazy. I would almost consider just taking the 7 damage of the Atraxa and then only going for Caracas at the end of turn. On the very off chance that Jorge has like a Faithless looting into my Rough and Mikey Troublemakers and reanimating them and then getting like a Crystal Brand out of it. Like, part of me just wants to
Sure.
take the 7 damage. But I mean, it's a very niche thing, and it requires Jorge to really like top deck like crazy.
Yeah, not crazy at all. Not crazy at all. Like it's definitely the more patient play.
Okay, so we got that. I think it's called the Rocco's Theater. I'm getting better, I'm learning the
Yeah.
names of all the surveillance. Do
Yeah,
you have all
Rocco's
of them
Theater.
down?
I only know like the Undercity Sewers.
Okay,
And
okay.
then plus friends. But yeah, Rocco's Theater. So
you're an EDH player. Or sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. You're a CDH player. You should know these.
Yeah, I guess like Lush Porticos is like I think like the white.
Okay. See,
green
we're getting
one.
closer.
Yeah. And that's about
Okay.
it.
So gonna be taking out that Badlands over there. Jorge probably looking to try to find a way to at least get a Trucks under Graveyard so we can like get some card selection off the top again with the reanimates. But then again, that also would drop our life total really low. Oh, and there actually is the Faithless looting that I talked about the turn earlier that could have actually like completely turned the game around one more time. Well, we're gonna discard the
Okay.
Atraxa. And what else is that gonna be?
Yeah. And
Seems like
see like and like reanimating Atraxa is nice, but like Jorge is only on 10 life. This reanimate is gonna eat up most of his life points.
yeah, from then on out, he's gonna be dependent on like Animate Dead and Shadow Graves.
Oh my goodness, dude. And there is
Oh,
endurance.
yeah, and that endurance is even honestly. Oh no, we could never hardcast the endurance. I was like, maybe we just let that one resolve and cast endurance end of turn to win the game, but no, of course no, we don't have enough mana.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Okay, I mean, yeah, this is rough. Yeah, like it's already been rough.
Let's see what's gonna. So let's see what actually Alex is gonna try to do proactively here. He's got the Thespian stage, and that enables him to have like a lot of top decks, right? Any kind of crop rotation, of which he still has like 2 in the deck. Any kind of his Urza Sagas, Dark Depth. There's a lot of things going on for Alex here, but he needs to find it. Whereas Jorge on the other side of the board, of course, this is one of the downsides of a black-red reanimator decks. Your card selection not as good as the deck playing blue, including Brainstorm. Instead, we're dependent here on Faithless looting.
Yeah, definitely. And we are very far in the mid game already. Like the additional like accelerants, like Lotus Petals, and those costs just don't do much here. Jorge is probably also more likely to draw a little more air, a couple of uncastable cards.
He reveals that he's got blue already on the last turn, of course, with the Undercity Sewers, which, if I'm Alex, of course, signals to you that there's a chance of a show and tell switch after sideboarding. And Alex picks up the Urza Saga, and he's probably going to be really excited for that one because that one's going to close out the game rather quickly. Instead, he goes for the Loam. Interesting. Wants to take out. Well, he wants to keep attacking Jorge's mana base. He really has a lot of respect for the potential of show and tell, I would say, right? Oh, now he goes for the black-red land. Interesting. Okay, sure. So no red for Jorge here. Yeah, that's a basic swamp he got there. So Alex wants to rather cut off the red mana at this point. And as Jorge just passes back, Alex picks up another land, doesn't dredge the Loam. Yeah, dude, I think this one's going to be a tough one for Jorge.
And a Sphere of Resistance. Oh my goodness.
There's going to be a Loam Wasteland every single turn from now. Oh, he has a Stronghold Gambit in hand, by the way. Huh. You know, maybe there's a world. I don't really see it yet.
You're saying there's hope.
There's always hope. It's probably some kind of Star Wars quote. I guess he's pretty swingly these days, even without seeing the Fantastic Hero in action. Then you get these games where you just like loam back your basic forest and wastelands.
You know, like you and I, we've been in the legacy world for so many years now at this point. And I have a couple of friends who used to play legacy like 10, 12 years ago, who just came back, and sometimes they ask me like, what are the major things that have changed recently? And I always tell them that the speed has changed. Like games are very swingy in general, and like the cards are more powerful in general, and you just have to be kind of like vigilant always.
Yeah, there's this concept in Magic about the so-called fundamental turn and how every format has this fundamental turn, after which like the game very much leans in one of the players' advantages. And I feel like in Legacy that always used to be like turn 3. Like turn 3 was where you really started feeling like, okay, this game is going to shift into one or the other directions. These days, it's almost like 1.5 or something. Like when the second term is over, it's already pretty clear like who's pretty far ahead, and that's I think one of the most fundamental things.
Yeah, dude, I totally agree. It's definitely like at least a turn faster, which reminds me of Vintage. Even though you don't have like Moxen and stuff like that, but like you still have like a couple of like very good accelerants, and the cards in general are very powerful.
And then there's still people out there who just play Maverick and somehow make top 8 of every single tournament they play in because they're just fundamentally great Magic players. And most importantly, like when you talk to these people, they understand the art of sideboarding. And I think that's a big thing. Like if you got sideboarding down, you can make a lot of, I was going to say piles work. No offense to Maverick. It's one of my favorite decks ever, but you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like Alex took this game down after we saw Jorge going on the play, turn 1, 7/7, unmask you, pass.
Yeah. It doesn't get any better than this. Like this is it. This is what my deck is designed to do. And I did it and it didn't work out. So look.
Yeah. Dude, when I'm sitting down there and I see that opening hand, I'm like, dude, give me this opening hand any game for the rest of the tournament. I'm down, and then you lose. What can you do?
Yeah.
It's Legacy.
You can't be mad, right? Like it so
it's Legacy, you gotta do what you do. Let's actually, you know what you should do? Let's check out standings. I want to see who's doing well. Like which ones of the favorites are sitting there at 2-0. Should probably be something around 60, 64 players. 6 rounds of Legacy today, of course, plus 3 in the top 8. We're going to be casting the first half of the tournament, of course, until Sam and Andreas later come in. So let's check out what you got there. Any famous names that stick out to you?
Yeah, so we saw Dario already in the first feature match with Blue-White Philia, I think. And like Dario goes to most events in Spain, but also like I've seen him a couple of times in Italy at Impact Returns, obviously Eternal Weekend, stuff like that. Rodrigo Togores is also here, also at 6 points undefeated. I wonder what he's playing.
Yeah, most likely lands, right? We
Man,
all
dude,
know
like,
Rodrigo is a combo player, but these days, I want to say like
yeah.
for the last 5 years, he's been on lands day in, day out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like, a part of me always hoped that he's on some Dark Ritual Storm deck, but I feel like that's no longer the case. Nathan, we saw him in the first feature match also, I think.
Also,
Also on 6 points.
by the way, also shout outs to Dario, Adrian, Markel, and Manuel, who are the only players thus far who haven't even dropped a single game. Looks like they get a game win percentage of 100%.
Oh, that's
So
nuts.
they're probably looking forward to continuing that trend.
That's nuts, yeah. And with 6 rounds, like, if you go 4-0, there's a very good chance that you can, like, double ID into the top 8.
Yeah.
Will most likely get you there, so.
Ooh, speak of the devil, here we got Rodrigo Togoras, winner, of course, of GP Prague. It was 2016, playing Ad Nauseam Tendrils back then, and he is playing Doomsday, dudes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, actually, I can probably tell why.
That's nuts. Dude, is it time?
It's probably time.
Are we gonna see it? Chat, are we gonna see it? You know what I'm talking about. Is it
I
gonna?
haven't even looked at the deck list. Let me check. Is he playing the Roomstay? Dude, I love that name so much.
Are we cruising today?
Yeah, he's got 4 copies of the Fantastic Car playing Doomsday today. Cruising. Going up against Lance once more, of course. We saw Alex in the last round. Let's see whether he's going to be able to withstand the, well, what do you call it? When cars attack you, it's not a stampede. I don't know.
No, it's a rollover. Like
a rollover. I like that. Alex, of course, trying to fight against the impending. Well, there's also like a regular Doomsday combo, right? After all, you can also just go for the Thassa's Oracle. It's still
definitely.
a good thing.
Yeah, at this point, I want to shout out Martin Nielsen with his like YouTube channel. Definitely check him out. He is the go-to person for any Doomsday deck. We also talk like almost every single day about Doomsday. We have been for many years. He knows what's up, and he also put up a couple of very cool Doomsday or Vroomsday leaks where he crushed people, not only with the Doomsday Thassa's Oracle combo, but also with the Fantastic Car, which is a 4-off in his deck. So
yeah. Also, of course, Rodrigo has I think he has got, what's it called, Metafy, where he does a lot of coaching. So check that one out as well.
Yep,
if you want to learn more about this
definitely.
amazing deck.
Right, Rodrigo also streams. So
sure. You've been a Doomsday veteran these days as well. What's your thought on the matchup against Lance as we go forward? Never mind. Fantasticar, another non-creature spell. Which one's going to trigger it? And there's going to be 4 cards. And honestly, that's the most exciting thing. Oh, well, we're actually using the official tokens? Oh, we can surely do better than the official tokens.
Oh, wow. Yeah, check this out. It was Brainstorm into Dark Ritual into the Fantastic Car. And then, was it a Lotus Petal?
I think it was Lotus Petal was the last one.
Yeah. 4 spells. The Fantastic Car has officially popped off.
Talk about the fundamental turn being turn 2. Alex tried to go for, what was it? Sphere of Resistance, which Rodrigo stopped, and then they immediately moved to sideboarding. Oh. Okay, let's see. What do you have? Okay, Lance, we got some stuff to try to stop the car. Just saw an engineered explosives, right? That's something you can try to bring in to stop it proactively. Is there anything else that jumps out at you?
Yeah, this is kind of tricky now, because you need to stop 2 things, right? You have to stop Doomsday Thassa's Oracle, but you also have to stop the Fantastic Car. So you see a card like Force of Vigor, which is not a card you want to bring into against Doomsday, but it has some text against the Fantastic Car. So, bro, this is awkward.
That's the best kind of like main deck game plan you can have, right? And the sideboarding is so stretched, you don't know what to do.
Like, you really don't want to bring in Force of Vigor against a Doomsday deck. But I feel like you have to. The no-brainer is the Disruptive Flute. Disruptive Flute is fortunately powerful against both the Fantastic Car and Doomsday, because you can name either card. Ancient Explosives is another card like that's good at stopping the Fantastic Car tokens, but doesn't do anything against the Doomsday part. Endurance is same. Endurance is very good against Doomsday Thassa's Oracle, but doesn't do anything against the Fantastic Car. So Alex probably wants to bring in 15 cards and place a lottery machine, maybe, which one of the cards he's gonna draw against. Like, is this gonna line up against Rodrigo's deck?
Yeah, that makes it so tough, right? And
This
from
is
Rodrigo's
rough.
side of the board, let's see what he's working with, because he probably doesn't need to do all that much, really. He knows what he's going to be up against. He can try to execute both game plans at the same time. And if they line up well for him, he's going to have an easy road to victory, of course. So let's see what he's got there in the sideboard. Oh, yeah, he's got the creature pivot. I guess that's the third approach that we haven't even talked about that he could do, right? If he feels like one of his
Yeah.
main deck strategic angles is not good enough, he can just bring in a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Dauthi Voidwalker is not terrible. Like, it's a little defensive for my taste, but like, you can stop things like Life from Loam if you really want to. Force Negation looks incredible here. You can stop the Sphere of Resistance, which is probably your number one goal, but you can also counter random crop rots and stuff. And honestly, maybe not much else, because your main deck is already well built to beat lands, I think.
Yeah, cool. So let's see what's going to be happening here in the second game. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, it really doesn't take all that many resources to pop off the Fantastic card on the very first turn, even. I think Wizards there was an interesting thing where they published the development notes, and they published different development notes in Japan on the Japanese website, because on the English website they redacted or deleted some notes, whereas on the Japanese website there was a part about vintage where they talked about, because they've downshifted Fantastic from 4 mana to 3 mana, and in the Japanese notes it actually said that they are aware that this can cause issues in vintage. And then they also said that's true, but if it does, we're going to take swift action. And then people, were quick to point out, well, actually, you did not take swift action. But, I mean, what can you do?
Right. Yeah, I was a little surprised myself, because like, everything about this card screams the number 4. Like, you make 4 4/4s. The card itself is a 4/4. You have, on the artwork, you have several 4s, the actual number 4.
I mean, this comes from a company who printed Griselbrand at 8 mana, so what can you do?
Right, yeah, they should have printed at 7.
I don't know whether they should have, but they certainly could have. Okay, so Rodrigo, not that explosive today. He had that. What actually happened to the that creature, of course, got surveilled into the graveyard, as Alex is just trying to make a bunch of constructs and attack Rodrigo. As a Doomsday player, what do you feel here? What are you looking for? Another Dark Ritual?
Yeah. I feel a little nervous about the Wasteland, but ooh, wow, Barrowgoyf, really interesting. Okay, I did not expect Barrowgoyf to come in this matchup. Mostly because it might get outclassed by construct tokens, right? Like, the construct tokens in every legacy deck have a different size. I feel like the biggest ones are in like 8 cast decks, where they become like 10/10s and, I don't know, 12/12s and stuff. But the contract tokens in lands are also kind of huge.
True. At the very least, Rodrigo was able to consign to memory the triggered ability on Chapter 3 on the Orchard Saga. So it just goes to the graveyard without finding anything for Alex. Alex got Bochuka Bog, taking out Rodrigo's graveyard, of course. Maybe shrinking the Barrowgoyf. He's putting
should be a 2/3, I think. We got an enchantment and a land in the graveyard.
2/3, it looks like. Enchantment and land, yeah.
Yeah, not too impressive. And the Doomsday deck doesn't run many removal spells, so you can't just, get rid of the constructs and then, ride your Barrowgoyf to victory. Like, you actually have to somewhat deal with the constructs without using removal.
I mean, hear me out. Maybe he's just using the Barrowgoyf for card selection. Just get in there and try to find the Fantastic card. On the triggered ability.
Yeah. I mean, it's a vehicle, so you can't find it off the trigger, right?
Oh, like, it's not a natural creature. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
It becomes a creature, though, if you cast a non-creature spell.
Never mind then.
You have the option to turn this into a creature, but yeah, like, it's by default, it's a vehicle. You can crew it if you want to with your Baragoyf.
Yeah. That
Hey,
doesn't actually sound
dude,
very good, honestly.
maybe that's a secret sauce, you know. I just brought in the Baragoyf to crew my fantastic car.
Yeah. That seems pretty desperate. But we talked about how the construct tokens don't get very big, at least in lands, compared to other decks. Right now, they're just 3/3s. And the
Mhm.
Barrowglyph, despite the Bachuka bug, already moved up to 4/5. So I guess you could get in there and trade it for one of the tokens that actually doesn't. Actually, you would trade it for both tokens because of Death Touch rules. But that's
Yeah,
doesn't feel exciting. You'd rather keep it back and make it so that their tokens can probably not attack you.
exactly. Also, like considering that the tokens were kind of free, like Alex, yeah, I didn't have to like cast a spell to get them. Like they were just
That's the
was a
beautiful part
saga.
about Urza Saga. That's what I like the most about it.
Yeah,
Ooh, tough decision for Rodrigo. Does he force fulfill the life from the loam, knowing that it's gonna come back here at the soonest next turn, but still buys him some tempo? And he does. Okay, that was a really tough force fulfill, I would think, right?
yeah. This is definitely not the force of will you wanna cast, but you kind of have to maybe if you still believe in the Barrowgolf game, right? You could also just abandon the plan entirely and let Alex do his construct with the saga thing and focus more on getting ready to maybe fantastic car your opponent or to doomsday maybe.
I saw Rodrigo
So
count to 3 in his hand. That almost made me
yeah,
feel like he's got like fantastic car and like not enough space to trigger it.
dude, that's the wrong number. Yeah, you have to count up to 4. What do you mean? Yeah, you
Le-
just don't stop at 3.
Legacy gets continuously easier. I remember in Legacy we used to count to 10. Now we only count to 4.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Shout outs to my friends playing Grape Shot counting to 20.
That was one of the coolest things though. Um, like I could tendrils my opponent for 20, but I could also grape shot my opponent for 20.
Okay, and it looks like the Barrowgolf is actually gonna get in now. Interesting. So if I'm Alex, I immediately think about the double block. Okay, so Rodrigo just wants to clear the. Oh, is it big enough? No, there's no way the Barrowgolf survives, right? Oh, it was actually big enough? No, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Alex is like, there's a reason I double blocked. So Rodrigo, sure. Take it to the graveyard. And we get the Doughty Void Walker in there. Of course, that's another piece of offense. Also some utility. Not sure what he's eventually going to see, but of course, like now, if we counter the life from the loam again, because I believe Rodrigo has a second Forcible, but I'm not sure whether he has a pitch card, you could kind of take it out of the game at this point.
Yeah.
Uh,
Rodrigo is down to 1 card, and
uh,
Alex might turn the corner because the Doughty Void Walker is not that threatening.
Yeah, he's gonna put a lot of cards. Rodrigo wants he can make his own Sphere of Resistance. Just gonna get back my entire graveyard. I wonder whether he's gonna Wasteland Rodrigo or make his own Urza Saga. That's like a big decision, and he goes for the proactive. Yeah, I like that. He wants to be proactive. Like he understands, right? Attacking Rodrigo's mana base, not that big a deal. Combo deck can probably try to get out of this eventually. Like that. Which side do you
Yep.
favor here?
Uh, I thought that Doomsday was miles ahead, but now I don't think so. Doughty only attacks with 3. Tagoras has way too few cards to remotely get into the fantastic car territory. He doesn't have a Doomsday. Um, so and
Yeah.
Alice can kind of do whatever he wants, and the Doughty Woodwalker is not going to raise Urza Saga constructs, I believe.
Yeah, especially if the Urza Saga is eventually going to find a skateboard, right? That's the beautiful part about it. Like you make a construct token here at the end of turn, then on your next turn you make another construct token, you get the skateboard, and you crash in for 1, 2, 3, 4 for 9 out of nowhere, dropping
Yep.
you to 14 at the very least, if not more.
Yeah, Doughty can't block. It has Shadow, so yeah, it's
So
kind of like
funny.
it's an unfair race. Yeah.
When I started playing as a kid, that was around Urza Saga Tempest.
Uh-huh.
I thought that being a shadow creature was only upside. I thought it's amazing they cannot block it. Like I didn't even think about that. It also can't block, of course. Like in a
Yeah, dude,
sense,
who
it
cares?
doesn't matter. Like in a sense, it's like a plus minus zero. Like it's not an Alsam game kind of. But to a kiddie like me, like Shadow was the most amazing ability you could imagine.
Yeah.
It's kind
It's
of
better
funny.
it's
Like
better than flying, yeah.
yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
It's basically flying reprinted, kinda, but worse. So
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Like for us, yeah, it's like in the horsemanship category, you know?
yeah. Didn't even understand what that meant. Did you ever ride a horse?
Uh, I did once, and it was a terrible experience. Yeah, I didn't like
No.
that.
All the horse people in chat are gonna hate on us. I actually grew up on a horse farm. I had my own horse, and then
Oh,
I
yeah?
traded it for a TV.
Okay. Oh god, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you're gonna
my
trade it I thought you're gonna trade it for, like, a different animal.
no, like you can't play Super Nintendo on a different animal, so I had to do that. Tough
Right,
choice.
right, right,
My
right.
little nieces, they still can't believe it when I tell them the story today. It's just like, it probably didn't help that I was scared of horses. Anyway, so Rodrigo here, he?
Okay. So you finally put the signature card on the stack Doomsday. Um, I'm very confident that most viewers in chat also know what the card does. In case you don't, you lose half of your life and you make a new library consisting of 5 cards, and you can take the cards of your library and your graveyard in however you like. And you can also stack them however you like. And ideally, the pile has either Thasoracle or Jace Wielder of Mysteries, which you see in the exile, I think, above. And one of them is gonna win the game.
So Kai, as fellow Doomsday expert, what's the pile that you're looking for here? Because you got
Yeah,
one blue mana available, which might be a cantrip, ideally Brainstorm, right?
yeah, definitely. You have to be aware of a couple of things. It depends on what your opponent plays. In this case, Alex is on lands, which means you have to make a pile that doesn't lose to wastelands. You have to make sure that you can cast your Thassa's Oracle through wastelands. A potential sphere of resistance, if that comes up. You also need to be ready to not lose to a card like Endurance. So make sure that you don't have too many cards in your graveyard, or you maybe have like a counter spell to counter Endurance, that sort of stuff. It also shouldn't be too slow because, as you mentioned already, like Doughty Voidwalker can't block. It can only block creatures with Shadow. And there's an Ursa Saga. And you mentioned the skateboard, which gives Construct also haste. So Togoris doesn't have infinite time. So my gut tells me that Togoris probably made a pile that makes an Oracle next turn rather unprotected, just because he has to be faster than the Ursa Saga.
Okay. Yeah, I think right now I calculated that as like at the very least 9 damage coming Rodrigo's way, which of course would allow him to survive but not use Street Rod. Throw the mix, he might be able to win the game. Of course, and him be able to that's the skateboard.
Okay. Gotcha. So, yeah, we take a close look. There's like the nice thing about like being an opponent. Um, if you play against Doomsday, you have the luxury of just, you get to see everything, which is very cool. I usually, when I play Doomsday, I give my opponents like roughly 60 seconds, maybe. You can take a look at my deck. You can also count Force of Wills and brainstorms and whatnot. You can do all of this. That's cool, but don't take longer than me who made the Doomsday pile, if that makes sense. But I've had a couple of judge calls already. It's kind of natural. I get it. Like sometimes like my opponents take like way too long. So in which case, like, I kind of remind them. But yeah, anyways, so we have Disruptive Flute and a Sphere of Resistance now. They also they have like double duty, right? Like they both disrupt Rodrigo's mana. I doubt that the Sphere of Resistance is all that powerful because Rodrigo has 4 lands in play. But they also pump the one single construct. And Rodrigo has to make a move right now, I think. Because the construct is currently a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 5/5. Doughty can't block right now. Rodrigo is kinda looking for an answer here.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough for him.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, so he popped the Doughty for the Usa Saga. Nice.
Okay.
And now what?
Well, if you can't tell me, then I surely don't know. What do you think the rest of the library looks like?
It's I hope there's no Street Wraith. Like Street Wraith costs additional 2. Brainstorm is a good start. I would assume that there's probably an Edge of Autumn among those cards, which can cycle for 1 more card.
Well, there's a Force of Will in there. There's an LED. There's a Cycle Autumn Leaf, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Edge of Autumn.
The Disruptive Flute didn't name. Oh yeah, Disruptive Flute named Thassa's Recall, which makes it a 5 mana card. So this is technically illegal to cast. Oh man, okay.
Yeah, Rodrigo basically tried to get through the Sphere of Resistance at 3 mana, but of course there's the Disruptive Flute as well. And
oh my bad. Yeah, it's a 6 mana spell right now.
It's a little rough there. Well, he's got the LED still in the deck. So basically he would... Okay, so hear me out. So he would need like LED in hand instead of the Oracle. And then run out LED and then cycle. And that would be 6 mana, right? Let's say you have LED in hand instead of the Oracle.
Yep. Then you could play the LED, which costs you 1 mana. And you can...
Oh, you're right.
Cycle, but that's still not enough.
Yeah,
because the Thassa's Oracle costs 6 mana right now.
I forgot that the LED also costs your mana. Yeah. So you're still short.
Yeah.
You're right. That's tricky. It was kind of cool, right? The Voidwalker play into getting the land out there to get an additional mana without having to pay for it, like Lotus Battle or something. Oh, Rodrigo, like walking away from the table.
I really hope that this was not like a giant error, but it kind of looks like it. Like Rodrigo cast the Brainstorm already. He knows the next 2 cards, and if he can't cast, like if he doesn't get 6 mana until next turn, he's gonna for sure die to the construct token because as we mentioned before, this one single construct that's a 5/5, and who knows? Maybe it becomes a 6/6. Who knows?
It's actually interesting. Alex has 1 more land and 1 more card in hand that he did not cast, but also did not wasteland Rodrigo. That wasteland is in play, right? That we see on the other side.
Wasteland is in play.
That actually, like that's such a big tell because if you're already trying to constrict Rodrigo on mana, but don't use the wasteland, so what does Alex have in play there? Which is probably a 1 mana spell, right? Or 2 mana actually. Yeah, no, 1 mana spell because it needs the wasteland to cast it.
Yeah.
Like a Dismember to get trying to get around the Devotion to Blue or something.
Oh, that'd be next level. That'd be next level. I honestly don't know. It looks kind of alien to me. Yeah.
You know what? We have the technology. I'm actually going to check out the sideboard. There it is. It could be a Dismember. Well, Endurance, no. You could cast it. Force of Vigor. Actually, you know what? It could also be a crop rotation into something. Not sure what, but maybe.
Sure, yeah.
Or Busichu. Yeah, he could activate Busichu to make Rodrigo shuffle his library, kinda, but not sure that's good. He would have probably done it on his turn anyway.
Right. Like you have to give us like a real good argument, which is like why to not use the wasteland, right? Because like it just seems so appealing to wasteland right here, especially with the Sphere of Resistance and the Disruptive Flute. Hmm.
Maybe he wants it to cast like a 4-mana artifact next turn. Just like a random 4-mana, I don't know, spiral worm token, something.
You know what I haven't done yet is like make a cast Doomsday and make a fantastic car pile.
I think that actually happens quite a lot, I would assume. Honestly, like Fantastic Car is kind of hard to stop compared to Oracle. I guess what
Yeah,
Oracle has going for it is that it's easier to like make work with Cavern of Souls, kinda, because it only needs to
right.
like be cast, whereas Fantastic Car needs to survive, kinda. Okay, so Rodrigo found the answers he was looking for. Yeah, and he just passes and hopes that Alex doesn't have an additional artifact. Okay, so by the way, we see that he actually did have Bosicho in hand and picked up something else here. He picked up. Did you see it? No, can't tell.
I think it's a green card. No, yeah, I think it's endurance. Oh my goodness, dude. If the last card is endurance, he kind of has it all. He kind of has it all, I think.
Oh, look at this. This is
Yeah.
cool. So Alex tries to wasteland the Urza Saga that Rodrigo stole from him earlier. Rodrigo just uses Edge of Autumn to cycle it to draw the LED that he already knew about. So his last two cards
Mhm.
are Forceful plus X. Also, very important for Alex to take out the Urza Saga. Oh, yeah. Maybe, Okay, anyway, that's going way too deep. But it's actually kind of important that he took out the Urza Saga. Otherwise, Rodrigo would be able to make like running tokens and buy 2 more turns by just jump blocking.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay. So they're trying to figure something out there. Dude, it's kind of funny to me that Doomsday actually came back. And like Doomsday always used to be this like very elegant deck to me, but all of a sudden it just jams this giant, big, fantastic car into the entire deck, which is so antithetical to anything the deck does, but kind of works.
So yeah, like, uh, is it powerful? 100%. Does it add a lot of flavor to the deck? Absolutely not. Like, it's just like I don't know. Like flavor wise, like it doesn't have. Yeah, the Fantastic card is just like so far fetched from a different universe. Um,
I mean, flavor-wise, it doesn't really get much better than when Doomsday used to play Laboratory Maniac, right? That felt like a very Doomsday card to me. Whereas Oracle, I still haven't fully figured out where the flavor is in that, but I mean,
yeah,
it's
definitely.
easily the best win condition the deck has ever had.
I mean, like you and I, like we both know Doomsday more like as the Burning Wish deck. I feel
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
think if there was a Burning Wish deck in Legacy, it was mostly either the Epic Storm or Doomsday.
I also
And
remember Doomsday as the deck that like put Doomsday into their Doomsday, so they could Doomsday after they Doomsdayed to generate enough Storm and then kill, because otherwise
that's
they couldn't get enough Storm.
yeah. And there were only like 2 or 3 people on this planet who actually understood how the deck was supposed to
Yeah, Christopher
win.
Alzheimer, Jean-Maria Cart,
VJ,
and Emledin or something. Yeah,
yeah.
those 3 guys, like 15 years ago, those were the Doomsday gods. Okay, so game 3 coming up here. Just Urza Saga on the first turn, which of course always screams Ancient Tomb in hand or any kind of other mana acceleration. Looks like Alex actually kept 7 here. So if the opponent keeps 7 and starts on Urza Saga Go, I think either Ancient Tomb or a lot of hate. Either way, Rodrigo is going to be under some pressure.
Ooh, how about this? How about a Dark Ritual? How about a fantastic car?
Oh, my friend. Oh, and there it is. There it is. Fantastic Car stopped by force of vigor as Rodrigo is just sitting there on a Thoughtseize. Oh, dude, he could have even. He could have not Thoughtseized because then it wouldn't have been the 4th spell. He had the Lotus Petal and the Thoughtseize, but if he had used that first, then he couldn't have triggered Fantastic Car because it
Yeah.
has to be exactly the 4th spell.
And this scenario, Julian, is exactly what we talked about like during the sideboarding, right? Like Alex had to bring in the Force of Vigors, which are so bad versus Doomsday and Thassa's Oracle and Jace Wheel of Mysteries. Like it doesn't do anything against those cards, but hell yeah, does it stop the Fantastic Car? And sure it did.
That's so good. And he already got the next Fantastic Car covered while making his own tokens to put Rodrigo under a lot of pressure already. So things are all coming up Alex thus far in this third deciding
Yeah.
game here on round 3 in beautiful Narón, Galicia at the Spanish Legacy Nationals. Get your friends in there. We're going to have so many more rounds of Legacy to go today and tomorrow. And of course, on Sunday, there's going to be the modern main event. We're going to be casting all of those in English. And if you want to see more of this, make sure to tune in on here on YouTube. I think there were some issues with the YouTube, but it's surely going to be resolved for at least tomorrow. So let everybody know that the finest legacy in the world is going on right now over here in Narón.
Oh. Yep, small little hand check with Thoughtseize. You can't take any spells if there are no spells.
Oh, there's even the Ancient Tomb we talked about earlier, as well as the Busichu. And Rodrigo,
Oh.
okay, he actually brought in the third angle. We already saw the Barrogoyf, but now we also see the big Murktide. And that's the one thing that Alex's deck cannot handle right now unless his beautiful Savatarix tokens are gonna be big enough to just straight up raise the dragon, which honestly might be the case.
Are they gonna be good enough though? Huh.
I believe so. Like, with the second Ursa Saga coming up, he's
Okay.
probably not gonna be able to service all of them, but at the very
Yeah.
least, he's gonna get a third construct token out of the last one.
Cool.
And that's also gonna give him a trigger, which of course is gonna grow the first couple of tokens. And the skateboard also taps down the dragon if he's gonna get that one, if he wants to.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah. But other than that, like Alex has a bunch of tokens and also a way to blow up his own tokens.
There's also a world, I guess, where you just find another Mox Diamond, but I don't really like that. Oh, he just wants the expedition map. Okay. Sure. What is the expedition map gonna get? Like, what do you... I guess Maze. Oh yeah, Maze of it. That would be another way to deal with the Murktide Regent and just completely ignore it. I mean, you can't really attack past it. And
Well, yeah. So if Maze of It is still in the deck, then my question is like, what the hell did Alex take out of his deck? Or like, is he playing with 75 cards right now? Or is like what? You gotta take something out, right? Like the Force of Vegas and like the explosive, like they did come in for
Yeah.
some reason.
The Magic Online special, right? Where you bring in all the cards that you want, you hit submit, and all of a sudden, like, you open your deck and it's just like 70 cards, and you're like, oh, oops,
Yeah.
oopsie. And some of your
Like,
mana
when-
still works.
Dude, like when's the last time you brought in more cards than you took out?
Oh, honestly, I'm not sure. Like, people say, oh yeah, against mill decks, but like, come on, how often do you really play against mill decks in Legacy for that? Says the guy who streamed mill just a month ago. Anyway,
Right.
there's a
yeah.
really cool mill enabler they printed that, to the point that mill is almost like a tier 2 deck in Legacy right now, which honestly doesn't mean much these days, but yeah, you gotta overcome the Fantastic which Alex, of course, did here. Still tricky though. Like, I guess something you could do is you attack your constructs into the Murktide Regent, and then you maze your blocked construct back. So you get in for some damage. Like if Rodrigo wants to use the Murktide strictly as a wall, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is kind of awkward. Like, are you supposed to attack here? Rodrigo's saying yes.
Rodrigo also picked up another copy of the Fantastic He's got a Force of Negation and Lotus Petal. So he could run out the Fantastic and well, actually, wasn't there an
Yeah,
Engineered Explosives in play at some point? I think it's on the bottom of the screen right now.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's like because if you wanna do the Fantastic Car thing, you need to cast 4 spells a turn, and if you play the Fantastic Car before that, like it gets even harder. Plus, you don't have the mana for Force of Negation. And
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
mentioned this
probably,
already, right? Like the Fantastic Car by itself doesn't do anything. Like you need to crew it by casting a spell, a non-creature spell, or you crew it the old-fashioned way of tapping a creature, which you don't have at the moment.
I'm not even sure if anyone here has ever done that. Doesn't the Fantastic also become a car when you just like play a non-creature artifact?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may have the Fantastic Card become an artifact creature on the end of turn. Yeah.
I wonder if there's like some obscure, I don't know, Fallen Empires card that we could use in the sideboard that says like like gain control of all cars. No, not sure that would be in Fallen Empires actually. Doesn't really feel very Fallen
Probably not.
Empires.
I don't know if they had like any vehicles back then.
Well, there's a dark chariot or something. I think that one was in Homelands. That was semi-playable back then.
Dude, you gotta help me out. Like when did we get vehicles initially? Was it in Kaladesh?
Might actually, kind of associated with that set. I'm actually not sure.
Vehicles.
Didn't Kaladesh actually get renamed? I think they picked a new name for that plane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I can't tell you which one it is. But it kind of rings a bell. Chat maybe knows.
Okay.
Yeah. Chat is also saying Kai showing off his car knowledge. Yeah, famous Berlin car salesman.
Look, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't even have the cash to buy a car. I don't own a car just because all my money.
You haven't seen my car. You probably have the cash to buy my car, even in your left pocket right now.
No, that would never happen because I would probably spend all the money for a volcanic island or literally something like for anything else, but not a real car. Why would?
Okay,
it's kind of bad.
Look,
like, yeah, you will mostly see me walk to tournaments.
I mean, it's fair. In Berlin, you can easily do that. I mean, you can probably do that in most of the big European cities.
Dude, I was impressed when I was in the US at the Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy event because most Legacy players in the US drive to tournaments, and they also don't shy away from like driving like up to 9-10 hours from one state to another to play a Legacy tournament, which I thought was nuts because
yeah.
I
think
rather
10 hours is the furthest you can drive in Germany without leaving the country.
Yeah. Definitely, dude.
I think if I drive up to your place, that's like 6 hours, or actually, honestly, 5. I've driven to Berlin a couple of times and was just halfway across the country. Anyway, so Alex runs out finally some action here. We got the Life from the Loam, which Rodrigo, of course, fights over with the Force of Negation, hardcasting that one, removing the Life from the Loam from the game. And then the token crashes in, opening the race, dropping Rodrigo down to 5, making it so that, well, how big are the tokens? Those are 5/5. So Rodrigo needs some kind of help here. He can... Yeah, he must run out the Ponder first. There's no other way to do it.
And again, like Doughty Voidwalker is not an option. It has to be a creature which can actually block.
Yeah. Also, chat is asking, wasn't Skateboard lethal? I was actually wondering about that a turn before, even whether it was like the best card to get. And Alex didn't get it, so I was thinking maybe he sided it out. So that's the explanation I have. Of course, Alex is much more of a Lance master than I am. But yeah, I was wondering the same, so there's a good chance he maybe sided it out.
Also, like if you play against Doomsday, if you play lands against Doomsday, I as a Doomsday player, I'd be very happy to hear that you took out the skateboard because Doomsday loses to skateboard very often, very frequently.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
Haste is probably like the scariest keyword you can put on a creature if you're a Doomsday player. More than anything else.
That's true. You're not scared of Shadow? Not so much. Okay, so let's figure this out. What is Rodrigo looking for here? Like, ideally, getting Fantastica out, triggering it. So this is the first non-creature spell. So he wants to find like a Dark Ritual. So you go and like spell 2 Dark Ritual, spell 3 Fantastica, spell 4 Lotus Petal, especially since Alex is not able to crack Engineered Explosives as of right now. Even if he had a crop rotation, his Ancient Tomb is already in play. So, yeah. And if there's any other way that Rodrigo can force Alex to crack the LED, to crack the Engineered Explosives, that would also be great, because not only would it take out the 2 Mox Diamonds, but also the 3 Construct tokens. But looks like
that's a good point.
Any of that.
That's definitely a good point. Here's a consign. Yeah, man. Okay, so the creature plan unfortunately didn't work out for Togoras. It was like Murktides, and the previous game Doughty Voidwalker just got outclassed by Wizard Saga. Dude, like what a land. What a land.
Saga. I want to say it's probably one of my favorite. Like, if I had to name my favorite cards printed in the last 10 years or something, it's probably Urza's Saga. And something like, I was gonna say Green Sun Sonnet, and I just realized that one was printed 15 years ago, so never mind. Time flies. Time also flies when you play this kind of deck. We got our backup feature match here coming up. We got Markel Aguirre Larinaga. And this is one of the fastest, blistering fastest decks in the format right now. I've played against this many times on Magic Online. The first couple of times I thought this is some guy's random budget brew, but oh my god, is it not? This deck is so fast. It's like it's not the kind of deck that like presents a ton of power on turn 2 mostly, but as soon as like turn 3, this is ready to explode all over the battlefield, creating permanents left and right, getting the city's blessing, and then finishing it all up by throwing the creatures your face like a bunch of cats with Goblin Bombardement. Are you scared of this deck, Kai? What do you think? Is this like a fad, or is it gonna stay?
Yeah, I would personally not play this deck. But like I get the appeal. This is the only like true aggro deck. Oh, that's not even true. Like you got Eldrazi too, but like this Boros Energy deck is a true creature combat focused aggro deck. So if you're coming from, I don't know, from Limited, where you do a lot of combat, or other formats where tapping creatures is very fun, this deck is probably for you. Plays a lot of removal, very soft to combo decks in the first game. You have Thalia of Guardian of Thraben as the only way to disrupt combo opponents, but you have a lot of Juke in the sideboard. Yeah, like the core shell is basically the Zoo deck from like way back then, right? But we have upgraded creatures like Guide of Souls, Ajani, also the Pride, Hexing Squelcher, and Voice of Victory, which are more known as creatures that protect your combo if you're a combo deck, because it makes it so that your opponent can't cast spells during a turn. And Hexing Squelcher is probably one of the most, like the best prints in all of the last year, I think. Was it this year? I don't remember. Probably like the beginning of this year. Where your spells can't be counted. And if any of your creatures are become kind of useless later in the point, you can also shoot them at your opponent with Goblin Bombardment. You also make a bunch of tokens. Especially Voice of Victory is kind of nice because it has Mobilize, and you lose the creature tokens at the end of turn anyway. So instead of doing that, you can shoot whatever you like with Goblin Bombardment.
Cool.
Before you have to sacrifice.
Yeah. So from a flavor perspective, this is basically get a bunch of cats, put them on a catapult, and throw them your opponent's way. This is what the deck does in a nutshell.
That kind of sounds like a goblin deck to me, yeah. But
but cats are the new goblins. And look at this, Emilio Fernandez da Silva. Haven't we seen this deck before? I guess the only difference really being the Grafdigger's KG in the main deck, which is probably not gonna make that big of a difference. But yeah, we talked about this earlier. Lance is everywhere. Lance is one of the best decks to play in the format right now. And we just saw another Lance deck take the game against Rodrigo Togoras, of course. So let's see this deck in action. Traditionally, Lance very good at stopping these swarm creature kind of decks, especially with the help, of course, of Tabernacle, which we got a copy in here. So let's see.
Yeah, definitely.
Lance is able to do
Lance is everywhere in Spain. Yeah, I mean, now we know where all the tabernacles are. They're all here.
Have you tried accounting for all of them? Is there like a list?
I don't have a list, but like, yeah, you don't need a list if you know that they're all in Spain.
Do you know how many what the print run of Alpha Beta was?
Oh man, I don't know what ChatGPT does.
Somebody once told me that there's only 1,300 copies of Black Border Black Lotus in circulation, or like ever printed, which
Are
would
you
be
kidding? That's
like
nothing.
so few. I'm not sure if that's true, but if it is, wow. Of course, Legends probably had like a larger print run, but yeah.
Yeah, but it was like one of the earliest expansions of this game, so I imagine there were not many. Yeah,
like Arabian Nights, I believe, was the very first one. Then, of course, Legends, introduced Legends, creature type. Also, we got Sand Scout, by the way, in the Boros Energy deck. If anybody in chat knows to which Legends card Sand Scout is a throwback, you're going to get a lot of recognition from me. Because, Kai, do you know?
I don't think so.
You don't know?
So I don't earn any recognition.
Well,
no, seriously, I don't.
We can reveal it later, because when I read Sand Scout, I was like, oh my god, that's the dude from Legends. Okay, so Emilio is starting off here, getting a rumble down, and of course making the token. Gonna be Boros Energy. Yep, got that one.
Okay, so we got the God of Souls. What 1 mana, 1/2, and whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life and get an energy counter. And whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy, and when you do, put 2 +1/+1 counters. On a flying counter on target attacking creature, it becomes an angel. I don't know if that matters at all. And in addition to its, as I said, but I guess it's kind of flavorful. But yeah, God of Souls is like one of those dudes. Like you really need other creatures to accompany God of Souls. Otherwise, like it by itself, it doesn't do much. But look at this. How about turn 2 Maze of Ith, a Crucible of Worth effect, and a O1.
Yeah, that's Walking Closet, and I think later on you can pay 5 mana to turn it into like a Yawgmoth's Will for kind of like a turn, I believe. Let's see whether that's gonna be a thing. Of course, we got Ocelot Pride. That's the other engine of the deck, I wanna say. That makes it so that once you have 10 permanents, of course, you get the City's Blessing, and at the end of turn, you get help me out again. You get a token for every life you've gained this turn. And then if you have the City's
Yeah.
Blessing, you double the tokens you created this turn, kinda.
Yeah. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, which is kind of easy because Oslo Pride has a life link, you get a 1/1 white cat, and if you have the City's Blessing, which you have if you have 10 or more permanents, also kind of easy to achieve in this deck, you get a token. You get a copy of that token.
Okay, that's reaching pretty. A copy of the token. So we don't get an additional copy token, we get the copy of the token.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, and the tokens themselves, they don't have lifelink as far as I know. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. Yeah, this is the kind of deck that tends to get out of hand rather quickly, running out of board real estate. This is the kind of deck as a tournament organizer or a broadcaster, you would rather pair it with, let's say, High Tide. They don't really use all that much real estate on the screen. But let's see how wide this deck. This is the ultimate go wide deck, right? We make a bunch of 1/1s and we're gonna send them in, and maybe we pump them up with Guide of Souls.
It definitely is, and it's also not like a legacy esque deck. It kind of more looks like a modern deck, which just got much better because it's in the legacy space with like wastelands and mostly wasteland and like better sideboard cards to fight combo decks. But like most of the creatures are like modern all stars.
So you're saying this is like a really easy avenue to get into Legacy if you ever want to play it?
I think so, because like doesn't this deck only run like a couple of plateaus, maybe like 2, maybe up to 3 or so. It's not
Those
an
are usually
expensive
easy
deck
to
to build.
borrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, meanwhile, on the other side, Emilio, he's not interested in going wide. He's going tall. He wants to make a 2020, makes that one right away, of course, because the wasteland is tapped on Markel's side of the board. And now he hopes that there's not going to be like a, I don't know.
Swords of Plowshares, that'd be
another copy of maybe Caracas if Markel plays that. Something like that. Isn't there also the Energy Oblivion Ring? What's it called again?
Oh yeah, Static
Prison. Static Prison, yeah.
Static Prison, 1 white enchantment, yeah. When it ETB is exile target, non-land permanent, and opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, and then you have to pay like an upkeep cost of 1 energy that you can probably make somehow with this deck.
Okay. So yeah, like Swords of Plowshares kind of sucks for Emilio. Obviously, like this was not the card you wanted to see, but hey, how about 20 life against an aggro deck?
Good, right? Remember when these decks used to play like 4 copies of Sylvan Library sometimes because they were like, I think that's more of a pre-modern thing where you expect your big creatures to be sorted and then you have like all these Sylvan Libraries to draw, I don't know, 20 cards over the course of the game. It's pretty broken.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's very nice.
Not so much time for that, of course, in Legacy, as there's at least 5, now 7 creatures attacking you this turn.
Yeah, we get a mobilize trigger from the Voice of Victory. Get a few more.
This is what I meant with running out of place on stream.
Get a few more dudes in.
Sending that one back.
Okay.
well,
Down
Markel has a
to
long way to go after the Swords to Plowshares, but it's
yeah,
really not all that long, honestly.
yeah,
You
it's
already have
better
the
than
cities
losing to a
blessing.
2020
It's
for
also kind of
sure.
cool, right? Because you get to make the tokens from the Voice of Victory. It also means that your Ocelot Pride is gonna yield even more tokens at the end of the turn. While
Yeah,
those
yeah,
tokens are gonna go away, the other ones stay.
yeah. And look at this. I mean, they're both at almost equal life total, and Emilia doesn't even like he needs 2 attacks with Merit Lage because of the like slow life gain from Oslo Pride.
Yeah, he doesn't even care, right? Like this is the ultimate life gain mirror match in many ways. Never thought I would say that in Legacy. But somebody once told me that Boros Energy is basically the deck that beats all the mid-range decks. Because none of the mid-range decks are really equipped to deal with it, especially in the first game. And while Lance is not really traditionally a mid-range deck, we consider it more like a control combo deck. It
Yeah.
certainly plays the role of a mid-range deck right here, where it just like tries to stem the bleeding into some kind of payoff. But that payoff not even all that good because we are getting dangerously close to Marut Large not even like being good enough because Markel is gonna race that one with all the lifelink going on.
Oh man. Yeah, dude. Like imagine like bringing like your Tamios and Doughty Voidwalkers to the table, and your opponent like kicks your ass with like bunch of like cats and soldiers and Oslo Prides and whatnot, and has like a Goblin Bombardment on top, and dude, life is bad.
You know that's a character in The Simpsons, the old lady who somehow always like pulls cats from from her back and throws them at Lisa
Oh
and
yeah,
Bart.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw
Yeah,
that
this is
one.
the
Yeah,
stack, right? You just like you got an unlimited supply of cats, and you just keep
yeah,
throwing them at the opponent until they surrender.
yeah. And that's my game, my deck's game plan. Throwing cats at people. Uh,
I mean, I like it when there's consistent flavor, even though some of the stuff in there is maybe not that flavor consistent. But it's a, you know, once you reach a certain threshold of cats in play, nothing really matters anymore because you're the cat lord.
yeah.
Okay,
Look
and
at this.
Markel is firmly establishing himself as the cat lord in this game as he takes the first game here in round 3 at Impact Returns, Spanish Legacy Championship here on Friday. Of course, we're going to have the Legacy main event tomorrow and the Modern main event on Sunday. Going to be coming your way all weekend long. Make sure to follow us here. Check us out on socials, on Instagram, on Twitter. Follow us on YouTube, on Twitch. I recently started watching a lot more Magic coverage on YouTube.
Mhm.
And I believe I'm not sure YouTube is actually working today. There were some issues with the connection, I was told, but tomorrow for sure we're gonna have more of that. I say that
Cool.
now. So check that out and also send it to your friends. You can always like pre-schedule the stream so you get a notification when it comes live, and we're gonna see more of that. So Kai,
Awesome.
what
Awesome.
are you
Awesome.
looking forward to seeing here in the second game coming out of
How
the
about
sideboard?
yeah, dude? How about those Price of Progress? They look juicy against lands. Because we are doing the life race thing already. How about like this can deal up to like, I don't know, 8-10 points of damage like that. I also do like the Stony Silence for turn off like Mox Opals and Mox Diamonds. Um, I don't know if they like if they're excellent in this matchup, but like everything kind of helps. Other
Yeah,
than that, I don't know.
I guess if you also anticipate something like engineered explosives, which could be good against your deck, of course. Stony
Oh,
Silence would
dude,
be
yeah, good
interesting.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we
Yeah.
have you on the cast. Yeah, definitely.
I'm not so sure about that, but okay. Let's move over to the land side. Haven't seen a land side board in quite a while, I want to say. So let's see what they got going on over there.
Yeah, I imagine like Lance has a couple of problems in this matchup just because Lance is mostly plays sideboard cards that are good versus combo decks, and I don't know if Lance can like afford to have many sideboard cards against a pure aggro deck just like this.
Yeah, Lance by itself is actually kind of supposed to already be good against aggressive decks in the first place. So usually their sideboard
Yeah,
is more like combo hate, like a lot, and then some silver bullets kind of. So let's see what they got
exactly.
there. Ideally, like
exactly.
the Lance game plan, of course, is a way like if only we had Tabernacle, right? It could have been like a quite different game because Tabernacle completely overloads the ability to produce extra tokens or utilize them on the other side of the board. So let's
Yeah,
see what
yeah,
the Lance player
definitely.
got
Yeah.
going on there.
And this is not about like which cards you bring in. This is more like a strategy approach, right? Like how like what do you prioritize in this matchup like more than anything? And it might just be in the first game we saw like the priority on a Merit Lage. It didn't work out because of Swords of Plowshares, and but Tabernacle like ignores Swords of Plowshares. It ignores most things except Wasteland. So like if Tabernacle is your main priority, then I would also keep in cards like Pithing Needle, for example, to and name Wasteland, even though you are a Wasteland deck, just to like protect your Tabernacle game plan. If you
Yeah,
believe that that's what you want to do in this game.
good point. So let's see how that one's going to work out in the second game here. Uh, in many ways, and I think that's one of the big upsides of Magic, the way you play these games, you talked about how there's different strategic approaches to matchups. It also depends a lot on what your opening hand is. You might think that a certain strategy is the way to go, but you have some kind of backup strategy. And if your opening hand really like lends itself to that kind of strategy, even though it's inferior, you think about, hey, it's probably better than a random multi 6. So I got a strong defined strategy, then you go for that. And then afterwards, your friends are gonna come over. Don't you know that you're supposed to? It's like, yeah, dude, it's not how it works.
Right, right, right.
Sometimes you gotta play the inferior strategy just because you can execute it really well, and that might be good enough.
Yeah, yeah. Also, like, yeah. And sometimes you get an opening 7. And it doesn't contain the game plan you want to play, but like it overall, it's like solid enough, maybe, and maybe you can get there. And or
Yeah,
like at the end of the day, it's a card game, right? And you have variables in there, and there's also like luck involved in all of that. But like it's good to have priorities, maybe,
yeah,
like how like is Tabernacle or Merit Lage or Ursa Saga tokens like what's the hierarchy, right?
yeah. That's true. You can't just rock up to every game and be like, okay, I'm gonna play the Sicilian defense every single time. Just like, yeah, yes. Not only
Yeah.
opponents sitting on the other side of the board, there's also random cards, random opening pieces, if you wanna stay in the analogy. Okay, so Emilio looks like he's got no acceleration in the first instance. It's just gonna be Bosijo pass. Not too impressive if we're actually gonna stay at that. By the way, you see the beautiful City Hall of Narón, of course, in the background.
Oh yeah, dude.
One of the sponsors for this event.
We have been in this hall like a few times. It's usually rather hot because we're in the middle of the summer. Impact returns always happens in like during like June, July-ish.
Yeah, very much so, but also very close to the sea, right? We've been to the beach a couple of times.
Oh
Always had a
yeah.
great experience there, and like, that's not even getting us started on the Spanish food in the first place. Remember when they took us out to that garden house closer to the beach, and we had that barbecue in the evening?
Oh,
Loved
dude,
that.
I will never forget the barbecue, dude.
Yeah, that was great. Okay, so looks like Emilio actually did have a turn 1 play as he dismembers the Ocelot Pride and drops his Royal Tabernacle. We already talked about that. Looks like
Yeah.
Markel not having that Wasteland yet. Instead runs out a Chani.
Yeah.
That one's flipping when a cat is put into your graveyard, right? That's how it works.
A Johnny. So when it enters, you create a 2/1 white cat warrior, and whenever
Mhm.
one or more other cats you control, including the cat token, die, you may exile it and then transform it. It's interesting. Okay, so I there were a couple of things that kind of surprised me here. First of all, like Emilio immediately dismembered the Ultimate Pride, despite him having the Tabernacle. So I was a little like surprised
But
maybe because like
yeah,
you like is there a need to dismember a creature if you can just drop Tabernacle and make opponent pay
well,
for the creature?
the thing that place screams at me that Emilio doesn't have like additional lands, that he really needs additional mana producing lands. And that I assume is going to be life from yeah exactly. I was going to say, so he probably didn't have like a second land, but he knew he had the life from the loam, so he's eventually going to get the Tabernacle, and that's exactly what he did there.
Okay.
I mean, from that kind of, he could
Yeah, I
have also
guess.
just like randomly topped like the life from the low. My explanation would have been totally like random, but I think that's exactly what he was going for. And
Yeah,
like from
sure. I
Markel's
buy
side of the
that.
board, you can of course read that if you have a wasteland, it could be good if you can fight over the life from the loam somehow, which the deck is not exactly good at. Okay.
How about this, Johnny? I mean, it probably gets bounced back to the hand quickly, but hey, here's another token.
Yeah. At the very least, you got your token machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, we got Tom Zishka in chat asking for your very next token. When is Sawatari going to release a Cat Warrior token?
I do have cat. I painted a cat token. I don't
You
have a
did?
cat. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like 2 years ago. The original
Well,
painting went to the US at what's his name? What's his name again? Oh man. He's gonna probably like
you're
murder
going to
me.
breach so many German data protection laws by even naming the player who bought that thingy from you.
Oh dude. Oh my
Straight to
goodness.
jail.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, Max Torsion, Max Gilmore. He
Oh,
won the.
Max bought the. I thought he
So
bought the Doomsday
he
one.
didn't. Yeah, he didn't buy it. Like he won. Like he basically the community raised money to make me paint basically the painting for Max, and he won the vintage Eternal Weekend with a Lurus deck. I think it was like Esper Lurus or Demir Lurus. So it was kind of natural fit to paint Lurus, and I turned into a cat token too.
Oh, so you even made some extra money out of that.
Exactly, you can
You're
say
quite
that.
the
Yeah,
businessman. Never thought that way about you.
dude. I think we can argue about this, but yeah.
Min-maxing money like it's no tomorrow. Okay, sure. Okay, so on the other side of the board, we finally found the exploration, of course, which always pairs well with Life from the Loam. As Emilio passes the turn over to Markel, who now has a tough decision to make. Like, he does kind of want to wasteland the Tabernacle, but that's really not getting him anywhere. Like, right now, it feels like all of his paths forward and in a dead end. That's from the resources Markel has available right now. I don't think there's anything good. You could, I guess, you could turn a Chani into a Planeswalker and try to leverage that. Is that the
Yeah,
best thing?
you can do that. You could also just chip in for a few more points, and then maybe at some point rip Price of Progress, and then finish Emilio off. Like, yes, you have to pay for the creatures because of Tabernacle, but hey, like you still get to, pressure your opponents a little bit. Okay.
By the way, you remember what the backside of Achani does?
Oh man, dude, I'm so
Plus
bad at this.
2 puts a +1/+1 counter on each cat you control. For 0, you get to make a white 2/1 cat creature token, and then if you control a red permanent other than Achani, then you can have it deal damage equal to all the creatures you control to any target. And the -4 is basically a one-sided, what's it called? Cataclysm.
Oh, I like that.
Kinda. They get to keep an artifact, a creature, an enchantment. Well, and a planeswalker, so pretty close to that.
Okay. Yeah.
And it starts on 3. So you
It
could
starts on
like
3.
flip it, plus it, and then cataclysm the opponent.
Oh gosh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, while Ajani is one of the newer Magic cards, like, how about one of the oldest Magic cards in Honey Drop?
I say cataclysm. Of course, it doesn't destroy lands, so not exactly cataclysm.
Gotcha.
I felt like it felt like a bit off. I just checked it out, rechecked, because I felt like I thought it can't be that good. Yeah. Oh yeah, Drop of Honey. That kind of card that Chavez Yu made famous. I remember when Chavez was top 8ing every single Legacy GP in the US, and he played that card in the sideboard, and all of a sudden it went to like $5 million or something.
Oh yeah, definitely. Grand Prix Seattle champion, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah. With good old lands. I think the finals was not particularly even.
Remember the finals from 10 years ago? That's game knowledge.
No, yeah, because I think he played against Christian Colcano on Grixis Delta, I think.
No, by the way, here's the Price of Progress, dude. That's actually lethal.
Oh, dude, are you kidding?
That's
What the
1, 2,
hell?
3, 4, 5, 6. Is that just like it randomly gonna take the game? So he's gonna copy a basic land. So that's still 5. So he goes down to 2 life. Whoa.
Oh, dude, that's nuts.
Dude, there's a crazy thing where you actually wait until Emilio randomly activates Thespian Stage at the end of turn, and then you price of progress and response. But maybe that's too cute. There's probably like 5 different reasons why you don't want to do that. I was
Mm,
just thinking, you know.
mm. Man, that gives me like flashbacks from the Patrick Sullivan against who was it?
I remember. I
Like,
remember.
it was like some
Bob
Star
Ross,
City game.
not Bob Ross. Come on.
B
I know exactly what you mean. And he played against some kind of like burn deck, the burn deck against the Maverick deck. I remember that.
yeah,
Yeah,
was it Bo
it was not Tom Ross. It was Ross Marion. That's
Ross
the one.
Miriam, right?
Mariam.
Yeah,
Ross Mariam. Yeah,
in like one of the most iconic games.
very
And
much
and
so.
yeah, and Patrick won because he hold on to the price of progress, right? Or was it a fire blast or both?
Yeah, it also he that's getting too deep, I guess. But he basically could have done it for like a lot of damage, but then he goaded Bob into activating his Quasali Pride Mage with a
On a vortex,
Wasteland.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And then he didn't respawn. Otherwise, he could have wastelanded
but
himself.
that dude, like we could have had exactly the same scenario right here on coverage, if Emilio, yeah, as you mentioned, like if he activated his end of turn his testament stage on who knows which land, maybe
Yeah,
on a
yeah.
wasteland or something else.
Dude. And all
That
of a sudden, Emilio, like in the tank here, because he was in full control of this game, but now staring down 2 points of damage at the very least. He's not sure what to do. Like, you could even like activate your Planeswalker to give +1/+1 to all of your, or rather +1/+1 counters to your cats. So even if you're able to stop one of them with the Maze of it, that's not gonna be enough. So Emilio probably thinking about whether he wants to dredge life from the loam to find an answer or draw from the top. And that's a really tough decision. I think he already is in his main phase. He's got a
yeah.
Dark Depth in hand, which is going to yield him 1 blocker. But then
Okay.
what? He's like, what else can I do? I can Maze of it the second token back. I think the token that Achani creates does not have haste. No, it's just a white warrior creature token. Of course, if Markel finds a red source, he could use the 0 build. Dude, this is so tight all of a sudden. Like, we are talking about like old stories and everything, but all of a sudden this is incredibly tight.
Okay, so how about a Merit Lage? Like Dark Depths at least.
All of a sudden, Emilio would love to see that Swords to Plowshares that stopped them in the first game.
Yeah. Just don't rush anything. Okay, so we make the token now. So we have a blocker and we have a mace.
And we have Life from the Loam. I believe the Tabernacle does not yet. Actually, the Tabernacle does tap for mana because got Yarimaya. Dude, Emilio also probably felt like, yeah, there's nothing that could happen to me. Well, guess what? There is. Find a bunch of lands. We drop another Thespian stage. Of course, we got the exploration, so to another land drop. I think the Thespian stage might eventually turn into a Maze of it. We can't really do that one now. Oh, of course, yeah, we can also just, we can wasteland the maze. Wasteland the maze. Why did we not activate a Chani first to make our tokens bigger?
Okay, I think the guys are probably like all post-game talk, I think.
Sorry, post-game talk? Okay.
Yeah. But like basically everything was on the table already, right? Like the wasteland was there already. Emilio probably knew that
Okay.
he
I
had
think
to like
Emilio knew that the Achani was activated for the extra to grow the token
yeah,
to kill them.
he was like dead on board. He just needed Markel to not notice.
Yeah. He probably verbally announced the Achani activation. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Oof.
Man.
Boros Energy. You even talked about the price of progress, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Pop hits hard.
I almost wanted to tell you, dude, it's been such a long time since I've actually seen Price of Progress do something because I don't even remember it stealing a game, but turns out, yes, still a very good card.
Yeah, definitely. Like it fits so well into the strategy of what Boris Energy wants to do, which is just push damage, right? Push. Caracas and like Maze and like all these things, like it helped, but it ultimately they only delayed the damage like slightly.
Mhm.
And yeah, like the land stick just didn't get to kind of make like constructs and Mart Lages in time, I
Always so
think.
tight. I want to say, like, many of these games that we've seen are so tight with great comebacks. Early on, when we saw the turn one Atraxa, now we see this crazy control that the Landstack had over the board, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
fate gets turned. That's Legacy for you. If you want to see more Legacy, we're going to be back in just 5 minutes. This is enough time to call up your friend, call up your mother, explain her how Twitch works. Even just send her the link and watch more of the Legacy coming up later today for the entire evening. And if you're in Europe or even at night, you got 6 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of top 8. Kai are gonna be and I are gonna be here for a couple more rounds. So just 5 minutes, we're gonna be back, and I promise we're gonna have 2 decks we haven't seen on camera all weekend long thus far. So stay tuned,
Awesome.
and yeah, back in 5. Welcome back to round 4 of Impact Returns here for the Spanish Legacy National Championships. My name is Julian Knab, and this is Kai Sawatari. Kai, we got you here. We've been covering this event for the 4th year in a row now. I want to say this is one of my favorite Legacy events of the year, not only because the great surroundings and all of this, but also the passion that especially the Spanish Legacy community puts on for making this one work. There are so many people running around with Impact Returns shirts, right? You got the bosses running out the red shirts, and of course like the big crew of the ones the black shirts, and there's so much passion in these events.
Yeah, dude, like,
you can also tell in the players.
Definitely, I feel like this event means a lot to two of us personally, because we've been to this event like physically, like more than once. And yeah, and at the event you really see like how much effort and energy they put into everything. And it's not just like the events, but like also like the food, the drinks they have, the judges, all the side events they have, like everything they do to make it as smoothly as possible. And it's also like all in English too, despite it not being in one of the major cities in Spain. Like it's in the very like northwest part of Spain, which is a little hard to access if you don't live in Spain. But like they do the best they can to bring you the best game experience.
Yeah.
By far,
you mentioned
really.
it, right? This is one of my favorite events of the year. It's certainly one of your favorite events too. And I always love, like, when I'm not playing in these kinds of things, most of the time we are casting, but I'm glad that we are able to bring this to you here on Twitch as well as on YouTube. Courtesy, of course, of our great sponsors. We got Top Tech GG, we got Ultimate Guard, we got the city of Narón, we got BilboWeb, and of course the whole Impact Live broadcasting team. You don't know what's going on until you've watched the work, the amounts of work that Inigo and David are putting into this. They are producing this. They are producing all the 4 season streams. They are producing Eternal Weekend. They are bringing you, as far as I can tell, the highest quality legacy production in all of the world these days.
Definitely.
And I'm really grateful that we have people
show
with
some
that
love.
kind of passion and expertise around. And that's what makes it so great.
If you care about legacy, you should definitely care about Impact Returns. And so leave a follow, leave a subscription, anywhere you can.
Tell them about it.
Yeah,
sure.
It's a win-win.
Let's do it here. Okay. Yeah, Barack. Yeah. Okay. You're playing Legacy. Oh, you of course. Yeah, sure. You're tuned in.
Dude, he's not president.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time now. You know.
That was a while ago.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway,
let's jump into the next round.
Definitely, do like. So this is the 4th round of 6, which means that whoever wins this round and is undefeated can technically double ID into the top 8 of the Spanish Legacy Invitational, which is very, very nice, right? Like if you don't have to worry about the next 2 rounds. So this is kind of like a win-in situation.
Yeah,
Hector Mateos Herrero, dude, on Affinity. How about this, dude?
This is the winning player stack, kind of. I think deck very similar to this one, Eternal Weekend last year. And whenever I see Patchwork Automaton, I know that somebody's playing and they are playing hard, because we can do like a lot of cutesy things with Affinity and Legacy. But I've heard to learn the hard way that Patchwork Automaton is one of the most important cards in the deck when it comes to like actually leveraging your Affinity synergies here. And I hate that card. Like every time I didn't force a foil the card, it killed me. And you'd think I'd learn from that, but I didn't. Let's see whether Hector's opponent was able to learn from their mistakes in the past. Only 3 copies, by the way. Oh,
okay,
well, look at that.
Manual on Vroomsday. So if you've been...
Vroomsday. You really gotta, like, feel the vibe.
Yeah, dude. Turn your new engines, because it's time for... Yeah, dude, like Doomsday with the new fantastic card from the Marvel set. 3 mana 4/4 vehicle, and if you have this in play and you cast your 4th spell, you get to sacrifice this and make 4 vehicles that are all 4/4 with haste. So yeah, this is just another way to kill your opponent. And what's so strong about this card is that it just naturally fits in this Doomsday deck. Like look at all the other cards from this deck, right? Like Manuel didn't have to change anything in the Doomsday deck to make the fantastic card work. It naturally just like fit very, very smoothly and nicely into this already very powerful shell. We saw it in the last round against lands. It's kind of difficult to stop this deck because you either have the tools to stop Doomsday and Thassa's Circle, or you have the tools. You need the tools to answer the Fantastic card. It's very difficult to have cards that can answer both things. So yeah, very powerful deck.
By the way, is that actually Vin Diesel flying the Fantastic car? You know, Fast and the Furious, Galicia Drift or something?
Oh, that'd be funny.
Okay. So let's jump into the game. Let's see how this one is going to work out here between Manuel and Hector. Hector starting out strong here, of course, on the aforementioned Automaton. One of the scariest cards. This one grows out of control so quickly. And if you're a Doomsday player, the last thing you want to see is a very aggressive start. Especially against a Force of Will deck, right? Affinity? Yeah. That's. I remember when you played Doomsday a lot, you always told me that the scariest deck is Delver because they have the fast clock and the permission. Kind of similar for Affinity, I would think, right?
Definitely, yeah. 2-mana, 1/1. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on this dude, and guess what? The entire deck is full of artifacts. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Manuel actually doesn't even go for Doomsday in this matchup, and rather like if his cantress prioritizes like the Fantastic card.
Yeah, actually, I do wonder how often does the deck actually win with regular Doomsday, and is Vroomsday almost like the plan A of the deck? Is that the main thing, and then you got this weird Oracle that never really happens as your backup thing? It almost feels like it, right? It's just like the Fantastic card is so much easier to get online.
It's and they're like they're so different. Like why would you want to like lose half of your life total and make it easier for your opponent to kill you, especially if they are on such an aggressive build, when you can instead like make 4/4 force and against an Ancient Tomb deck, which already like if Hector taps his Ancient Tomb one more time, which will happen at some point, like it's the Fantastic card is lethal. If one swing, that's insane. That's so insane. Like 16, it's like Legacy. This format is kind of naturally made so that you will naturally go down to like 17, 16, 15-ish life total just by the fact that your deck has like fetch lands, forces, Ancient Tombs, these sort of things.
Yeah, while that's true, on the other hand, Hector also gets a lot of flying blockers now, courtesy of Pinnacle Emissary. So he can actually like take a Vroomsday hit if he has to, which leads me to the point where I would say in this game position, I would actually think that natural Doomsday is actually the way for Manuel to go at this point.
Oh, dude, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, the drone artifact creatures, they have flying, dude. I never cared about them having flying.
Well, now you do. All of a sudden, creature combat.
Oh, dude,
Gotta incorporate that into your game again.
Oh, that's so bad for the Fantastic card. Or I guess that's like one way how you can beat them, maybe.
Yeah,
just poop out a couple of 1/1s that fly.
Meanwhile, Automaton, of course, doing what Automaton does best, which is slay.
Yep.
I wonder if, well, Hector is still on 18. You talked about how the second tomb activation puts him into reach of the Fantastic card. I wonder if he's gonna like keep back at least one of the tokens as a blocker whenever he drops like to 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like, when does Hector know for sure that Manuel is on a Fantastic card deck? Right?
Because he hasn't seen anything yet.
Yeah, like at which point, like against, because you've only seen like Ponders and fetch lands. Like, at which point do you actually, play around this Fantastic card?
I think right now would be a good point.
Yeah, now's a good duh.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Rector reading Fantastic card once again, making sure. It's also kind of funny, right? Fantastic card, of course, counts itself because it's a non-creature. Making it even easier to trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, whenever you cast your fourth non-creature spell each turn. Yeah. And I totally believe that's Vin Diesel flying the Fantastic car.
Okay. Yeah, we need to kind of like zoom in a little bit. I actually never cared who's driving that thing.
Please don't, because then it's actually one of the Fantastic Four. And
Oh, dude, I thought it was Michelangelo maybe or some other Ninja
I
Turtle.
mean, he could totally crew the Fantastic Car if he was so inclined to do that. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we got the 4. What are they even called? Mini Fantastic Cars? I never actually cared for that. What's it called? Well,
That's
you do create 4 colorless construct creature tokens. They don't even have a name. You know, in
they
the
don't have
past they used to have
names.
like flavor, like mini bouncy car or
Yeah.
something.
The
But
Fantastic Four. I don't know.
they are kind of the Fantastic Four. I wonder whether flavor-wise, the Fantastic Car could actually do that, split into 4 different cars.
Yeah.
You know, like kind of like the Power Rangers, who had like all these dinosaurs to
Oh
combine into the
man.
Megazord.
Dude, if I was a game designer, I would probably make it so that you can like um once you have the 4 cars, you can kind of just like fuse them together to kind of reshape into another big giant monster thing, maybe into Godzilla or some crazy
To go
robot kind of
next
thing.
level, okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Sure.
yeah. That'd be so sick. Like we had this like in the very early days of Magic. I think it was like a car called Tetraverse, I think.
Dude, I was exactly thinking about that, but I couldn't remember the name. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right? Because yeah, you can either like poop out a couple of tokens, but then you can also like get rid of them, or like maybe they become one giant
Yeah,
artifact
yeah,
again.
yeah.
And I always thought this was so cool and flavorful because you would actually you have the option to either go wide or go tall depending on like what kind of game you want to play.
That's cool.
And
That's very cool. There's
I don't
also
know.
one from Mirrodin. I think there's one early on that was not very good, and then there's one Mirrodin that's also basically a callback to that. But yeah, so we get in with the tokens. Hector decides to triple block, jump block 3 times, only falls down to 14. But of course, now he either needs to deal 14 damage to Manuel, or he needs to come up with at least 1 more flying blocker, potentially 2. Oh, he's bouncing one
Okay.
of the tokens. That buys a turn. But of
That's
course, he
not
knows about the Force of Will, and Manuel is quick to deploy that one. And now it's tough. If he taps the Dungeon Tomb, then he needs to deal with 2 tokens in the first place, and that's not good enough. Dude, I was already like
wow.
throwing Fantastic Car into the wind, casting it into the fire, being like, okay, yeah, that's definitely gonna be a Doomsday game. No, turns out Fantastic Car still amazing in the face of jump blockers.
Yeah, yeah, dude, absolutely. I was a little worried about them just getting like chumped the whole time, but okay, here we are. So yeah, Hector's deck very much doing one thing. It's like it's an aggro deck that has a little bit of prison elements, Chalice of the Void, has a little bit of counter magic and Force of Will, but overall trying to do the beatdown thing. Shadow Sphere and Skateboard very good with Ursa Saga tokens, and the sideboard yeah, it just includes more prison pieces and more counter magic, a little bit of removal.
Yeah. Anything you
And
like against especially Doomsday and Fantastic Car? Like Force of Negation looks pretty good, right?
Force Negation is nuts, yeah, because it counters both Doomsday and the Fantastic Car. That's nice. I also don't mind the Disruptive Flute. Very good against Doomsday. Not so good against the Fantastic Car. Um, but if you have a read on your opponent and you know that's gonna happen, or maybe if you have enough tools to defend yourself against Doomsday, maybe you can already like play your Disruptive Flute proactively and name the Fantastic Car. That could be a
Mm-hmm.
thing. Other than that, yeah, not many other cards you would immediately throw in, because once again, this is an aggro deck, and if you take out too many pieces, then you become less good at being an aggro deck.
Not so
Right?
much aggro anymore. Also, kind
Right.
of tragic how Chalice of the Void doesn't really stop the Fantastic Car because you still cast those spells. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
you
Good
tried.
point. Good point. Yeah.
Okay,
They don't need
so
to resolve.
let's see what's going on the Doomsday side of the board here. Classic Doomsday main deck, I guess we gotta say at this point. And
Yep.
then from the sideboard, we're gonna be looking at what this is. Oh, whoa! Did he like work with Togoris? Because this looks like very close. Maybe it's even exactly the same.
Yeah,
What
similar.
compared? Yeah.
Additional creatures, Barrogoyf, Murktide Regent, and Dorothy Voidwalkers, a couple of counters and removal spells consigned to memory, and another win condition in Jace Field of Mysteries. So it really depends what you want to do. Like I know that it looks appealing to immediately throw in the Barrogoyfs and Murktide Regents, but I don't know if you can outclass Ursa Saga tokens, which will like if you play Ursa Saga, if you really enjoy Ursa Saga, that shell is probably the best for you because Ursa Saga tokens are gonna be so massively huge that they will outclass any Barrowglyph and any Murktide Regent. So
Also, Kappa Cannoneer, right? Kappa Cannoneer being unblockable.
Yeah. So my gut feeling is that Manuel won't bring in any of the creatures. Will probably bring in the consigned memories, and maybe that's just it.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
know.
Let's see what Manuel is going to bring to the table. I fully expect him to go turn 1 Dark Ritual into Barrowglyph after your analysis. By the way, why is Hector not playing the Fantastic Car? I could totally imagine the Fantastic Car in his deck.
Dude, I was thinking the same because he has so many free spells too, like the baubles and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's got a good reason. Could also be that he wasn't able to find 4 of
I mean,
them.
yeah, or maybe
short
after,
notice.
maybe after this round, Hector's gonna immediately go to the next like buyer booth and just.
And then like play them in the 5th round, just like change
No,
his
he's
deck.
gonna play them tomorrow. Come on, dude.
Oh, the Legacy main event, sure, yeah, that works. You know, give us a couple of years, and they're gonna be able to, like, for the little price of 50 euros, you can change your deck list once during the tournament.
Dude, check this out. Like he played 4 spells on turn 1.
Easy as that.
He already did the thing. He was missing the Fantastic Car. He could have had like 4 4/4s.
What's worse for Doomsday here? Is it the Chalice on 0 or the Chalice on 1?
I'd say the one on 1. I think they both kind of suck. The one on the Chalice on 1 is especially bad because it turns off Dark Ritual, and Dark Ritual is a key card. I can imagine that this deck, like now that it has both Doomsday and the Fantastic Car, the Doomsday deck probably wants more than 4 Dark Rituals. It might want to have like 5 or 6 Dark Rituals if there was the option.
Like Cable Ritual or something?
Yeah, maybe. Like it's so mana hungry.
Like in a way, Cable Ritual really is just like a Lotus Battle whenever I see it, most of the time.
Yeah. And this is the beauty of Legacy too, right? Like, so this is the Doomsday deck, the Vroomsday deck you see right there is only the very first approach to this deck idea of just having the Fantastic Car and Doomsday in the same deck. But like what I think what will happen or what might happen is in a couple of weeks, this deck will probably change its structure a little bit. To me, it looks very mana hungry. So there might be additional rituals maybe soon. People will probably find ways to like reliably trigger Fantastic Car more often, or maybe get back once it gets stopped once, stuff like that.
Actually, you can't reanimate a Fantastic Car. There's probably some weird reanimation spell for artifacts, I could imagine.
Or reanimate a vehicle.
Reanimate a vehicle. Talk about niche. Okay, cool. So we got the Flow State, one of the few cards in Manuel's deck that still works. Just picking out a single card from there. After already dropping the Fantastic card to the graveyard.
Yeah. Like, how do you feel about Flow State in general, Julian?
A lot of people say it's actually better than Expressive Iteration. And the interesting thing is, it doesn't feel like, right? But it kinda is. Like the main thing is that it's just one color, so it's much easier to cast. And of course, you don't have to cast the spells under some kind of timing restriction. I really don't like it. It hasn't set Legacy on fire in the way that Expressive Iteration did, but I think that was also a byproduct of the context of like the metagame Expressive Iteration existed in. Like this far, I don't see anybody really like caring about it, but I also believe that's probably in big parts because Legacy has been in one way or another pretty broken lately. Lately is
yeah.
you know what I mean.
I know. I think you're right. Yeah, I'm like there are times when, especially after a big counter war, like when both players are very low on resources, Flow State is exactly what you want to draw, and that's usually like how you can flip games. But like a lot of times you see a Flow State like this. So this was a 2-mana bad version of Ponder, like a Ponder you can't shuffle. Like you have to take a card out of the 3. And you had to pay 2 mana. So, like, it's I don't know, man. Like, I
You
cast
don't
the
seem
card myself
convinced?
a few times. No, and look, it's a fine Magic card. It's a fine Magic card. Um, but I'm not convinced that it should be an automatic like 4-off in any blue deck.
Is this
You know
where
what I
we are
mean?
right now? We got like pretty close to Expressive Iteration being reprinted, and now we're talking about whether it actually should be a 4-off in the first place. Oof.
Yeah, because like, so I think like it's a fine card against any blue deck that casts a bunch of cantrips, gives you a little bit of time. That's exactly where you want to have flow state. But like, there are also a lot of matchups. Like if you play against let's just say like the Tron deck, for example, or any deck that just goes like turn one combo, or any really Ancient Tomb Prison deck, or Eldrazi, or the Ozilov Pride Boros Energy deck. Like you can't you can't tap 2 mana for like a slightly upgraded cantrip against those decks, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. By the way, fireworks once again. Doomsday, Manuel, finally able to maybe resolve his own Doomsday. Hector was there already with the Force of Negation trying to fight over it, but Manuel got his own Force of Will to protect the Doomsday. And now this is one of those things you read about or used to read about on Magic websites back in the day. Okay, your opponent has a Chalice on 0 and a Chalice on 1. You have Doomsday and 3 lands. Win next turn.
Yeah.
Kai,
What do you do?
Kai, this is your turn.
What do you do?
A bunch of like you told me about, okay, I'm gonna try as a total Doomsday amateur. You told me sometimes the Unga Bunga pile is the best, and I'm gonna say 3 Cyclas and Oracle.
Dude, you're not wrong. That's like that's one way you can approach this, and I would probably make it a little better just because Hector doesn't have any pressure. If Hector had any creatures on the board to pressure Manuel's life total, you could do the BB Boo Boo Gaga pile and just like chain cyclists into each other until you find Thassa's Oracle. In this case, Manuel probably has a little more time because there's no pressure, which means that you can put in more disruption into the pile, make it so that you don't die. I wouldn't be surprised if the pile contains not only Thassa's Oracle, but maybe an additional mana source and Jace Wheeler of Mysteries, just in case if one of the two gets stopped. So you have 2 attempts to win the game.
What if you just put like 4? Oh, okay, that would be terrible. Never mind.
4 fantastic cards in.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Nothing.
Hey, dude, I lost, but look at this. I got 4 cards.
Yeah, imagine if you trigger them all at once in the end.
Yeah, I mean,
it's probably legendary. Never mind.
Yeah, also legendary. Yeah, but hey.
Yeah, that's why they don't let me cast or at least that's why they don't let me resolve Doomsdays.
Yeah.
Then again, I remember you playing Doomsday, resolved the Doomsday. You literally forgot to put a win condition in the pile, and you still won the game. And that was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
That always exists, right? Like if you build a Doomsday pile, you always have the chance that your opponent just randomly scoops. And
yeah,
I won a game once. Yeah.
I very much remember that you cracked a fetch land after Doomsday, and your opponent just conceded, and I was like, "Oh my god, it happened!"
Dude, that was so funny. That was so funny because you have to keep a stone cold face, right? Like you can't just go like, "Ha, gotcha." You can't say that. You know, you have to go like, "Okay," you know, and just kind of.
You have to be like the Stone Cold Killer. You pick 5 cards, put them down, like
you can't break your character, dude. Like you have to, you have to go with the flow, kind of.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Manuel. He's been very diligently shuffling all game. I just want to shout that out because I like it. Whenever he's shuffling his deck, he's actually looking away in like an almost 180-degree angle, which like a lot of people don't. It's just a very good habit.
Yeah, dude, we do. Dude, this is a competitive Magic the Gathering tournament, bro. You have to do competitive things.
It better be if they have us covering
that. Exactly.
Okay, Hector, not too excited. Couldn't really produce much more after the first 2 forces. He had 1 more Force of Negation, but couldn't have any kind of offense, right? He had the Saga, but wasn't able to produce tokens out of that one. And now Manuel untaps.
Yep, here's a Cavern of Souls, probably naming Merfolk or Wizard or whatever you want to name. And Manuel seemed to already have Jace. Oh, there's a Lotus Petal into a Chalice of the Void. Okay, that's interesting.
So in which scenarios is Jace better than Oracle?
So Jace is terrible in almost all categories if you compare it to Thassa's Oracle. But there's one thing Jace has, and it doesn't die to consign to memory. It doesn't get stopped by consign to memory. That's the only appeal to play this card, in my
Mhm.
opinion. But since consign to memory is such a important card in Legacy right now, especially post sideboard, because you have all these like card and the One Ring decks, you have to have a plan B that's
Mhm.
not Thassa's Oracle.
Okay.
And yeah.
So looks like Hector picked up either the Force or a blue card to go with it to stop the chase. Now makes a couple of tokens here. 2 tokens, not enough to, of course, finish Manuel off rather quickly. But Manuel passes back, so there must just be an Oracle down somewhere. I would think that Manuel probably like pick up the Force of Will or Force of Negation. Like, he must have already thought about like what happens if chase doesn't resolve, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Here's an Angry Fish. Cool.
And
Okay.
that's good
And
enough.
Thassa's Oracle goes the distance.
Wow.
Phew, we have 2 cards in the library. So, like, yeah, nice. We got there. This was not a removal proof pile. But ultimately, Manu had a good read. The Affinity deck doesn't run many removal spells, so there's a good chance if you play your Thassa's Oracle, it'll probably just stick, and you will get there. And we got there. Man,
Cool.
how sick
Cool.
was that?
So, yeah, dude, I love Doomsday. Like, I don't know, Doomsday is such an integral part of the coolness that Legacy always has. That special aura Legacy has always had, and Doomsday is a
Yeah,
big
yeah,
part of that. So I'm always happy. Like, when Doomsday is playable, that's first of all a good thing, as long as it's not too oppressive.
definitely.
But yeah. So moving on to our backup feature match, of course, we got Iñaki, Ola, Sagasti, Peter playing Barned Beanstalk. Well, that's a deck that somehow just won't die. It's the cockroaches of Legacy control decks. And I mean, it's not playing Uro anymore, so I'm gonna give it that. It's leaning on Quantum Riddler these days. It's got Mass Removal and Wrath of the Skies, of course. One of the easiest ways to victory is riding Tamio there. Kai, tell me something that excites me about this deck.
Yeah, well, this is the only time we get to see this is the first time we got to see a control deck today. This deck doesn't do anything too fancy or too crazy. It just wants to play the most basic Legacy mid-rangey-ish gameplay. So if you like regular cantrips, Ponder, Brainstorm, the best removal spells, the best counters, a little bit of value, and generally like a dual land mana base, like all these things that used to be a thing in Legacy like many years ago. That's kind of like the deck for you. You have a fighting chance against almost any archetype. I would imagine that you're not a big underdog in most matchups, but you're also not very favored against most decks. So yeah, you have a fair fighting chance against.
Also, it's kind
most
of funny
archetypes.
to me how these decks always used to have like at least 1 or 2 cards, like I don't know, 4th Erlingas that were fireworks to end the game. This one is literally just, you know what, Murktide Regent. Good
It's
enough.
a maybe it was wrong to call this a control deck. Maybe it's more like a mid-range deck. If I look at this,
you know what I think about control decks in Legacy, right?
yeah,
A proper
I know you
hard
hate
control
them.
deck in Legacy can only exist when it's broken or not very good. And for most of the time, it's basically either of those. That's why this also doesn't feel like a real control deck, kinda. But I think I would label this as a
So
control
Inaki
deck.
has one job. He has to prove us wrong. He has to show us and all the viewers at home that this is an actual real control deck. And oh my
Okay.
goodness, dude! Oh
wow.
my goodness, dude! You know what? One control deck's not enough, dude. Let's make it 2. Let's make it 2. Let's make it a control mirror.
Adrian Garcia Varna. Yeah, 4 copies of Stifle. That's all I need to see to excite me about our deck. I guess there's also Triumph of St. Catherine, which is that's what I call a win condition, a control deck. This is the kind of inevitability I like in these kinds of decks.
Yeah.
But other than that, I would say this is more like a beatdown deck in this matchup, right?
Kind of, yeah. So we have the Philia Quantum Riddler synergy, which we saw in the first round of the Swiss tournament. But instead of how do you say, like you have more control elements. You have the Dazes, you have the Stifles, you have no consign to memory, but instead you have Spell Snare, which is very old school, if you ask me. 1 blue mana, counter target spell with converted mana cost 2. Flow State is as converted mana cost 2. Chalice of the Void. But those, I guess, Philia too, Beanstalk and all these things. So you get to counter your opponent's card advantage while having the Philia Quantum Driller kind of thing going on. Triumph of St. Catherine is very cute. It's a miracle creature and has lifelink. It has a huge body and is usually a trump card against aggro decks. In this matchup, I'm curious how good it's gonna be against a bunch of Swords to Plowshares. Let's see.
Cool.
This might be a long one. Let's see.
Cool. So Adrian, beautiful choice of Basic Island, of course, there, going for the Ponder. Dude, you see so little Lorwyn Ponders anymore, and it actually pains me. I like the old frame Ponder. I'm never, ever gonna, like, complain about those. But there's something about, like, original printing, especially for Lorwyn, that's, I don't know.
Yeah, man, that's why you and I are on the same cast. Dude, I'm exactly the same, dude. Lorwyn Ponders above everything else.
Where, dude.
Yeah.
Virtual fist bump.
There's like, there's like one thing you can't ever argue with the two of us is like the choice of Brainstorm and Ponder. I think you and I have the exact. I don't even know, because like you don't play many Ponders and Brainstorms in general in Legacy. But when you do, right? But like Brainstorm is usually Mercadian Masks, and Ponder is Lorwyn.
Mercadian Mask is like Brainstorm. Mercadian Mask is one of the few times that I deviate from I like the original printing the most thing, just because it's so good.
Which would have been Ice Age from
exactly.
Christopher Rush.
I mean, Ice Age is not bad either, gotta say.
It's not bad either, yeah.
Cool. By the way, and speaking of art and everything, before this game fully kicks off, you mentioned Spell Snare. Have you ever actually properly looked at the artwork on Spell Snare? You notice which card gets countered in the artwork of Spell Snare?
Oh, I thought it's just like some random boar.
No, it's not. No? It's not random. It's like a very conscious choice.
Oh, dude. Is it a magic card?
I think so. You know what? You have me look it up right now, because I just knew it by heart, but I gotta recheck.
Yeah.
So where is it? Dissension. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a conscious choice.
I guess it's not a boar, it's a fox.
It's wild mongrel.
Wild mongrel?
I think so, yeah. Somebody once told this to me, and I see the wild mongrel in the art. Even though it looks a little bit more like a fox, I have to agree.
Yeah.
But to me, it is very much a wild mongrel.
I mean, I guess it has 4 legs, yeah.
Good enough for me.
And a tail, okay. So yeah, might as well be Nimble Mongoose. Dude, did you know that Wild Mongrel was like a cycle of 5 dogs from Odyssey?
Well, I kind of know, because I play pre-modern. Isn't that like the white one that gets first strike?
Yeah, when you discard a card, and the other, like the red one, the black one, and the blue one don't have a discard clause on it. I think the blue one is like the worst, because you have to like bounce it back to your hand, but it's like a 2-mana 2/2. Yeah, it's a terrible magic card. Like Wild Mongrel is like the goated one, and the other 4 are kind of trashy.
Well, the white one actually does see play in some kind of aggressive pre-modern deck. I think it's called Dogs or something. But yeah, that's a different thing. Okay, meanwhile, here in Narón, Galicia, one of the best and most amazing places to play Legacy in the entire world. Of course, today, the Spanish Legacy National Championships. Tomorrow, the main event. And on Sunday, the Modern main event. We got Adrian getting Philia down already. Tamio on the battlefield. Dazing on the other side, of course. That sorts the Plowshares away.
I mean, that's another dog.
That's another dog.
Yeah,
dogs are taking over.
Slightly better than Wild Mongrel.
Are you a dog or a cat person?
I'm a cat person, I think.
Same.
Rather, yeah, it's close though.
But actually, I know what cat is in Japanese. It's Neko, right?
It's Neko, yeah.
Neko, yeah.
Neko tribal.
Neko tribal, exactly.
Anyway,
here we go. Okay, so we got the up the Beanstalk, of course, which is kind of like the engine for Inaki's deck. So whenever he plays a card that costs 5 or more, he's gonna draw a card. Of course, that's gonna work very well with Leyline Binding and Force of Will. It always feels so unfair when your opponent forces something with Leyline up the Beanstalk in play.
Yeah. Feels bad, right? Yeah. It's like, yeah, this should not be allowed. This feels kind of weird.
You're speaking my language. This should not be allowed. Exactly.
Yeah.
So right now, don't really have any good way to leverage the Philia. Like, I guess we can take out the Tamio and bring it back. Which is, of course, then gonna grow Philia.
Yeah. if it was your own permanent, you put a +1/+1 counter on Ophelia, so it can slowly grow. Probably not a good idea to flicker the up the beanstalk. So
Okay, Lorien revealed, gonna be cycled, gonna be picking up our 4th land drop here on Inaki's side of the board. So is Inaki just gonna chill there and eventually like Wrath the board with, I don't know, Wrath of the Skies and then do something? Because this deck is not actually known to do things, which sounds kind of weird, right?
yeah, definitely. It's like Wrath of Skies is a little awkward too because it does destroy up the beanstalk. So ideally, you don't want to cast Wrath of Skies for more than one, unless you absolutely have to. I think both players probably want to just accumulate as many cards as possible at this early stage. Life totals matter very little because the removal spells on both sides are Soul to Plowshares mainly. Um, yeah. So I think
Okay.
Inaki can probably just, let Thelia do its thing, maybe once or twice more, and yeah, worry about it later.
Okay.
Also, like any Murktide region trumps Thelia at some point.
Okay, so we got the second copy of Up the Beanstalk here. Of course, Inaki, one of those mages addicted to card advantage. You know, there are these people out there, like, they don't even care. As long as they get to draw cards, they're happy.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. And look, I played against Beanstalk opponents who also like got very close to decking themselves.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, it happens, right? We've seen it at 4 seasons at times even, but it came down to like last couple of cards, and both players were sitting there with literally 7 hard counters in hand between like Pyroblasts and Veil of Summers and stuff, and one of them needed to eventually push through 4th Erlingers.
yeah.
And then it was like nothing for 20 turns, and then fireworks, and one
Yeah,
player
dude.
came out ahead.
It's a full straw. Look, some players pay 3 black mana to exile the entire library. Some players just sit there and let it happen like naturally.
Yeah.
Maybe this deck like needs a Thassa's Oracle in the deck somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, dude, that actually would be like a way to break open the mirror, you're saying?
I think you break, dude. If one of the player dude. Imagine if there was like a Thassa's Oracle that breaks the mirror. Cavern of Souls, Thassa's Oracle, one each.
I remember there was a time when people played like ad nauseam tendrils, and one way to break the mirror was to have just like one Gadok Teak in the sideboard, and then you could attack for 10 turns.
So funny. Yeah. Or like a meddling mage, maybe a name tendrils.
Yeah. yeah, exactly. Same kind of thing, right?
Yeah, dude. It's like, look, if you wanna beat the mirror, you have to be creative, right? Like you have to do stupid stuff to.
You remember
to
Sadistic
get there.
Sacrament?
Oh man, dude. I never played the card, but I got beaten by that card more than once.
It's the kind of card you put in your sideboard, and then you lose to the turn 1 by the opponent. You're like, but I could have, but you didn't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's a card like Extract, right? Yeah, you take out your opponent's condition.
Extract is such a cool card. I want to see some of these cheesy wins come back to Legacy, because right now everything is so streamlined. We don't really have like room for these cutesy things, but maybe.
Yeah, definitely. It's it's not impossible against like the even slower control decks which only have like maybe a single 4th Eolingas or so as an actual win condition to actually get them,
That's true.
But yeah, man.
Okay.
That's rather rare.
So I'm Binding eventually taking out Filia here, which of course would allow Adrian to get a second copy if he actually had one. We don't really know yet. But this is one of those hard situations, right? Your opponent is sitting there behind 2 up the beanstalk and an even board.
Yeah.
And unless you're like a combo deck or some kind of other inevitability engine, you feel like there's almost no chance you're going to come back from this, but you must at least try, because there's like a non-zero chance. It's tough.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Pay one mana, exile your best thing, draw 2 cards. pretty broken. That's like ancestral recall territory, right? Because that's a 3-for-1. I mean, you had to fight a little bit, first to get like up the beanstalks going, but like now we here, Adrian has to like, because he's drawing stifles and dazes also, which are not particularly exciting.
Could stifle and up the beanstalk trigger, which is kind of like a way of cycling the stifle.
Oh man, dude, like
it's like negative cycling. Your
like
opponent gets a skipper draw.
Yeah. I have a sweet spot for stifle, because I got so many bad stifle stories too. Like one of them obviously being like stifle your standstill trigger kind of thing, But like
classic.
Yeah. Or like
just back in the day laughed the question, can I stifle standstill? Yes, you can.
Like you can. Yeah.
Okay, looks like Tamio is going to flip there. At least that one might close off the game rather quickly, because once you draw half your deck, like it's really over. Okay, so one more attempt to get on board here with an end of turn Philia. And Inaki probably sitting, well, okay, just lets it happen. Interesting. The thing is, he can also opt to not care about it for now.
Yeah.
He's sitting on a force for
yeah, I mean, like,
what's
Philia gonna do, right? Like, he needs Quantum Riddler. Oh, nice. Okay, so he got Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, you could force the Quantum Riddler, or if you had like a removal spell, you could try to break it up that way, which I think, is happening. Leyline Binding coming down here, drawing two cards.
Adrian,
come on, man.
Adrian needs a daze right now. Come on, like this is the one spot where
he's got Force Pitch. Yeah, I like that. He's like, I'm gonna try. And if it's not going to work, it doesn't, but at least I tried. And of course, he does it in response to the beanstalk triggers. Now Inaki draws 4 cards, 2, and then 2 again. And then the Leyline resolves, taking out the poor dog, and now we will get to cycle the Quantum Riddler, kind of. Picking up a card and passing the turn. Yeah, it's over. It's pretty much over. Of course, Adrian maybe still trying. But
I mean, this is like the typical control-ish mirror, right? Like both players are at a relatively high life total, but you kind of know that it's a matter of time kind of thing.
Well, I wouldn't call it typical control mirror, because one person is completely walking over the other one without any chance of redemption. Well, you got that force, you got that stifle, you get to keep your Quantum Riddler. Now we're gonna pick up the Swords of Plowshares and take it out anyway. Now you're completely out of cards except for the one you still have left in your hand. Dude, it takes a lot of like mental stamina to stay in the game and be like, let me try. Yeah. But now as the big dragon comes down, Adrian has seen enough. Packs them up. Didn't really work out that well. I think the biggest issue was that he couldn't really leverage his own control elements. Like his proactive plan was decent. But as soon as Inaki tried to fight back, he couldn't really defend himself all that well, because that's just like the way the cards came down in many ways. So
yeah, we got the sideboard. The sideboard is not built to beat another like control mid-range-ish deck. I do like the Cobertura Flowers, and that's about it. I think like all the most cards in the sideboard are meant for other matchups. I think Inaki's probably already happy to face a deck like this.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Cobertura Flowers make some extra mana. The more mana you can make, the more spells you can chain into each other. Which also means that you, instead of like cycling the Lorien reveals, you can start to hardcast them, which is obviously like much better in this matchup. And other than that, yeah, dude, I think you're in a very comfortable spot with this deck.
Cool. Yeah, as long as you like can try to keep the game even for as long as possible, then your card advantage engines are surely gonna shine. So on Adrian's side of the board, he's got a lot of stuff. Well, what do you like out of all of these?
Yeah, Adrian has to get a little more creative, I think, because his deck is can't play the long game as well. So let's see. Damn. Not much. Honestly, if you ask me, there's not much you can bring. Like, I guess the Force Negation helps. Like, Wrath of the Sky doesn't do anything additional. Like, the Triumph St. Catherine is not meant for this matchup. Life gain does not matter at all. Damping Sphere, Blue Elemental Blast. Like all these cards are
Yeah.
fine magic cards, but they don't do anything in this
So he
matchup.
basically needs to rely on his main game plan, which is of course to get Tamiya out there and maybe keep her alive long enough to flip into a Planeswalker and run away.
Yeah.
Or do the Quench and Riddler Philia thing with some protection. Okay, cool. So let's see how that one works.
Absolutely. Yeah. It wouldn't be crazy if Adrian like doesn't change his deck at all in this matchup.
Yeah, it's the classic 15 in, 15 out.
Do you still do this?
I mostly do it because I don't want to be caught in this for that sideboarding, but rather put 15 in and then put out remove my 15 worst cards for the matchup. I don't think about it in terms of like this comes in, this comes out. I want to think about it in terms of what are the 15 cards that do the least in this matchup. And that's why I mainly do it. And then there's like this minor side effect of the opponent doesn't get to know how many cards you sideboarded, but that's really just a minor thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so by the way, we talked about the logo before. I really like the Impact Returns logo. You see there in the middle of the screen. You know that there's this muscle in the middle, the white muscle there.
Oh, because
in the middle
of the
of the
seafood?
trophy. Yeah, because of the seafood. Yes. Because there's the what's it called? The Camina Santiago, whatever. That's religious pilgrimage thingy that goes all the way through Europe, but the Spanish part is the most well known and ends in Santiago de Compostela, and like the whole path always has these muscles as a symbol that you're going the right way. So it's actually rather like a cultural, religious symbol. But yeah, seafood as well, Kai. Sure. Yeah, sure.
See, like, dude, like this was like, yeah, we got a free history lesson on this channel.
Cool. So we got this stifle. Okay. We got the brainstorm here going on. On the other side of the board, we cycle our Lorien revealed, of course. We put the stifle into the graveyard on this Veil trigger, it looks like. Both players basically getting in position to unleash some of the first attempts to win the game. Of course, Inaki usually probably just chilling. Gets the Tamiya out there. It's also interesting, like, how much creature removal does Adrian keep in the main deck?
Yeah, that's a good thing. Like you can't trim too much removal because yes, you don't like having removal decks against a mid-range control deck kind of sucks. The creatures, like, you have to deal with them, right? Like if there is a Tamio that wants to flip into a Planeswalker, you have to kind of deal with this. If your opponent plays a 7/7/8/8 Murktide region, that's also something you have to deal with eventually. So it's tough. Okay.
The problem being, of course, if you draw too many of your white spells, your white reactive spells, then you will eventually just lose to up the beanstalk as your opponent just sits there.
Exactly. You kind of need like a nice mix of kind of everything.
Oh, that's that easy? Oh, dude, if I only had known, I would have won all the tournaments.
Man, dude, maybe I should like do coaching or something, you know?
Just, yeah.
Yeah, all you gotta do is
$100
just draw a mix of good cards from your deck in every matchup.
Yeah.
Look, it's that easy.
Yeah, Kai. It's like if your students come back to you, Kai, I did not win the tournament. You're like, show me your opening hands. You're like, oh, you're doing it all wrong. Like you better
didn't draw a nice mix, dude.
Yeah. But you gotta keep a straight face. You gotta make it like the the ancestral knowledge passed on for like from ancient times, and you are the spokesperson of that. Okay.
Oh, look
so
at
did
that.
we actually? Oh, interesting. I've never seen somebody stifle a Tamiyo trigger. I like that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, like it. I mean, it says a couple of things, right? Like it tells Inaki that Adrian is low on removal at this point, and doesn't have like anything to deal with Tamiyo on the stack. Probably wants to delay it. Like it doesn't feel great to stifle Tamiyo because Tamiyo still gets to make a couple of clue tokens.
I mean, it's still -1 card advantage after all. You're just stifling a random trigger. True.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Adrian in the sideboard, he had one copy of Erode, which is one way to deal with Planeswalkers, of course. But as cool as the play was, of course, Inaki is totally fine with that. As you mentioned, he just like keeps ramping up more clue tokens, cracking them at the end of turn, most likely. And Adrian passes back, and Adrian doesn't seem very confident.
Yeah, man. It's really unfortunate. Like we are doing the Wasteland thing. Like there's just Adrian is doing like enough. Like a lot more like to kind of stop Inaki from doing his game plan, but like Inaki just gets all the time he needs to set up more clue tokens, make his land drops.
Yeah.
It really reminds me of like the Delve of Secret, Nimble Mongoose, kind of Canadian Threshold games where like you stifle in the wasteland all your opponent's lands, but like you don't have a creature on board. And
It's all for naught.
eventually, yeah, and by the time you draw your Delve of Secrets, like your opponent already has made like 3 other land drops already and has
Yeah,
recovered, and life
I
is
think
bad.
that's why Beanstalk gets a lot of flack, even if it's like not one of the best decks in the format. It's just the deck wants there to be nothing happening in the game for as long as possible. It just wants to sit back and like if nothing ever happens, it's just like, yeah, that's cool. That's the kind of life I want to live, or rather, the kind of game I want to play. I want to say, and I think that's why it gets a lot of flack. And especially if you are not able to attack it, and it's very hard to attack on a strategic angle, then it can feel kind of frustrating playing against it, especially because it's not very good, right? That's the biggest thing. You're like, I'm up against a deck that's not a tier 1 deck in the format, and it still feels helpless. And that's, for as much as I give crap to control decks, that's the beauty of control decks in many ways.
Yeah.
Picking up another card there on the ponder, shuffling there. You mentioned Rug Delver, playing Rug Delver against control decks. I think one of the best ways to attack the control decks was to attack their mana base in many ways. You know, like the times when they played like 3 copies of Winter Orb and stuff. I think that was a good way because that also punishes those random do nothing plays, as in like, you know, cast a Beanstalk, cast a Ponder. All of a sudden that doesn't work as well anymore, especially if you can then fight over their removal spell for, let's say, Null Rod. Of course, Philia, not a deck that can really run Null Rod because it's rather mana hungry itself. Just, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, like,
spitballing, brainstorming, how would you attack a deck like Beanstalk in the first place as a mid-range deck?
exactly. Adrian's deck is not a like it has a lot of cards you see in a tempo deck, like Daze, Stifle, Wasteland, Spell Snare, Force of Will, like all these decks you also see in Delver decks, but like the creatures Adrian picked are not particularly fast. Like Philia is literally a dog, a 2-mana 2/2 that blinks stuff, and Quantum Riddler by itself is like barely a creature unless you flicker it or you stifle the trigger.
Yeah. You either need
So
a level of like speed to overrun them, so they are
mhm.
never really able to leverage their card advantage, or you need a lot of cards that have the word can't on it. You know what I mean? Like he needs a lot of like creatures that somehow have the word can't be targeted, can't be countered, something like that. This can't happen, that can't pay life, that
Yeah,
kind of stuff. If you want to attack a deck like that, you gotta attack it on a structural angle. And of
definitely.
course, the deck is not common enough that you would really build your deck to do that. And that's why Beanstalk takes advantage of mid-range decks as hard as it does.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And also like a few seconds ago we saw like a spell snare on a beanstalk. I think that was kind of exciting. Like
I'll take it.
Like I mean it kind of like if you're the spell snare player, like it's kind of a nice trade, no? Like I
It's
would I
certainly
would
great when it's the first Beanstalk, yeah. First Beanstalk on
like
an empty board.
okay, how
Hey. So we're trying to keep the Quantum Riddler.
mhm.
Let's see.
And this is and maybe Julian, this is another huge difference between the Philia deck and the Beanstalk deck, right? The Philia deck needs to stick a creature, so like Adrian has to use his counter spells to protect his creatures. Inaki doesn't. Like Inaki kind of doesn't care about his Murktide Regent getting plowed or his Tamio getting countered or whatever, because he can always draw more. And
Yeah.
the creatures in Inaki's deck are not essential to his game plan, but Adrian's creatures are. So
That's a good that's a good way to
right,
put
like
it.
both players have Force of Will, but they both use Force of Will very differently, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, Adrian actually uses it a lot to protect his own creatures. whereas Inaki doesn't really care all that much about. Like he does it
Yeah.
right now because he's like on the verge of winning the game in the first place. But overall, yeah, Inaki would rather not protect his own creatures. He's just like, okay, sure, trade it for a Forcible. Sounds great to
Yeah,
me.
he would. Yeah, Inaki would much rather just forcible about something that's card advantage.
Yeah, and I mean that also is because Adrian understands the matchup, right? He's like, okay, I need some kind of tempo element, even though I'm not supposed to be a tempo deck. I need anything before your engine gets out of control because my engine is much more fragile, and I can try to protect it, but it's probably not going to work. But at least I gotta try.
Yeah, yeah, dude, 100%. Yeah, yeah. Like this had. So obviously, all the cards are like were printed in the last couple of years, but we've seen this kind of thing in like 10, 15 years ago with different decks too, where like let's just say, I don't know, if you have like two mid-rangey-ish decks, but one of them is like slightly slower than the other one, the slower deck usually wins the long run at some
Yeah.
point because the deck just doesn't care about its individual cards. It usually overwhelms the other deck with card advantage. And the slightly faster deck has to kind of make a move first.
Yeah. It's also like when you have a really inbred metagame where people play those kinds of decks, eventually it all culminates in playing some kind of like, I don't know. Oh, you remember that's Emrakul that lets you control the opponent's turn that gets cheaper the more
Oh,
card types you have in
oh
the
yeah,
graveyard?
the promised
The
end.
Promised End, yeah. I
Yeah.
remember, I think it was Joe Lossett, who in his Miracles deck actually had
Oh
a
no,
one-off in the
dude.
sideboard
Oh
because the
no.
games would get so grindy, the mirror matches, that he would eventually,
Oh,
have that for game
yeah,
2.
dude. You know you gotta win the long game,
Yeah,
right?
and because it's a trigger on cast and the deck didn't play any kind of stifle effects, it was kind of like a instant win on the spot because if you get to control the turn for a
Yeah.
turn, that's just
I
like,
love that. I love that kind of stuff. It, it almost doesn't matter like which archetypes you like or whatever. Like I just love these kind of texts. It's one card, and it guarantees that you will get there. Like your opponent has to kind of rush even though they don't
yeah.
want to rush. It's kind of like this. If you play Cloud Post against Miracles, for example, like the Miracle game deck, all of a sudden has to play a very bad, aggressive,
Yeah. Like
like
turn to end of turn Snapcaster Mage just for the beats.
exactly, or like entreat the angels for just one angel on turn 3.
Yeah.
Monastery Mentor, and like all these. Like if you make it so that your opponent is very like if you make it very uncomfortable for your opponent to play the game just because you make it so that your opponent can't play the game the way
Yeah.
they want to play the game.
Oh, whoa, look at this.
Oh yeah.
Is that the stifle on the ultimate ability?
Good. I think the Stifle just won the game. No, I mean it didn't win the game. It prevented Inaki from winning
Oh,
for
I
now.
love that. Love that.
But
Okay.
that was a cool Stifle.
Yeah, and it was so nonchalant, just like stifle there. Okay, and you got the
Wow.
triumph of St. Ketchum. Oh, well, never mind.
We had
Uh,
the Oh
I
man,
mean,
that was
props
like
to Adrian.
that was
He's
the
still playing the
fastest.
game.
Yeah, that was the fastest Sun Catherine ever. It wasn't even properly cast, bro.
Didn't even properly touch the battlefield,
Yeah,
right?
it
Yeah.
like it died in the air, man. Oh man. Like
Okay.
Adrian grabbed the card and it went straight to jail.
You know what? There are people, and I was
Oh.
one of them many years ago, who were frustrated with that kind of gameplay. So they put a Bosicio who shelters all and Haunting Echoes into their deck. So I would just like halfway through the game, I would just like
Wow,
Bosicio untap with that Haunting Echoes my opponent,
that's
and then they had
wild.
like 3 cards left in the deck. But, yeah,
Yeah.
I can be
but like
spiteful when I play against control decks.
yeah, you have to be creative. Like dude, like Haunting Echoes is a wild one. Surgical extraction on everything in your graveyard is big.
Remember when people played like Slaughter games in Legacy? That was a really good card. Slaughter games on sometimes Entreat the Angels, sometimes Chase, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's how Junt beat Miracles, I think.
Exactly, yeah, Chant or the 4-color Mox Diamond deck.
Okay.
Agrolome, kinda. Yeah. Okay, so once again, Tamio already up there to 7 again. We got the Murktide now coming down. The Flute has been taken out. I would assume that one named Tamio. And Adrian sitting there on at least one more card. Don't think it's gonna be Emrakul the Promised Land, but who knows? A man can dream.
It has to be another stifle. Tamio's on set again.
Okay,
Come
how
on.
often do we need to stifle Tamio for Inaki to eventually deck out?
That's a good question.
Probably not. Like imprinted on Isochron Scepter, keep going at it.
Oh yeah, that'd be sick. Okay.
Are we ever gonna see Isochron Scepter in Legacy again? Probably not.
So, did you see it? It was a thing in Modern, dude. Like last year or so. I was very surprised. But
Okay,
yeah,
Inaki
man.
takes this one. One last attempt. Of course, Adrian tried to Swords of Plowshares, the Murktide Regent. Couldn't get there. There was, like a miracle, there was another Swords Force of Will, of course, from Inaki's side of the board as he takes the match. Moves on to, I believe they were both undefeated, 4-0. Maybe we can take a look at the standings after this game or after the next one.
Dude, I think they were X-1. But like
X1?
Yeah, but one of them is gonna be 3-1. So there are 2 win-ins ish rounds after this. So there is a chance that we see a up the Beanstalk deck in the top 8. Which I don't mind, you know. I don't know if it's the best deck in the format, probably not, but like it's good to have a good mix of decks in
I
the
would
top
certainly
8.
like to see a more competitive game in the sense of that we actually see the deck put more to the test to make them sweat, right? You want to see a deck like that showing off what it has to do under pressure. Unfortunately, of course, the way these games worked out, not too much pressure for Inaki here, but maybe, maybe one next rounds.
Dude,
I think we are going on a very short break right now, Kai. 5 minutes, not much more.
Let's do 4. No, just kidding. Let's do 5.
Let's do 5 plus 1. Okay, sure. So everybody stay tuned. We are literally only going to be on a 5-minute break. Enough time to head to the bathroom, get some more drinks, drinking some good sparkling water as you're supposed to in Germany, I was told. And yeah, we're going to be right back. Get all of your friends on the stream, twitch.tv/Impact Returns. Also check out our socials. Of course, they're putting so much work into those. And 5 minutes. Gonna see you.
Cool. See ya.
And we are back here. Round number 5, penultimate round of the Swiss here in the Spanish Legacy Nationals in beautiful Narón, Galicia, northwestern Spain. My name is Julian Knab, and this one, we got
What's
Kai Sawatari in here. Hey, Kai, haven't seen you in a while. It's at least 5 minutes since
It's
we've
been
last
at
met.
least 5 minutes. Yeah.
Hope you
How
had
you
a good
guys? How you
time.
guys doing? Thank you so much for tuning
I
in.
trust my email finds you well. Yeah, how's everybody doing here in chat? I know we're streaming to Twitch today. I think there were some issues on YouTube, but surely going to be fixed very soon. So everybody, hope you're having a great time. This is your Friday afternoon. You decided not to watch the World Cup. Kai was supposed to speak in front of the United Nations on World Hunger and said he, of course, did the reasonable thing and came to us to commentate this event today. So thank you,
But then
Kai.
I told, dude, I told him, hey, there's legacy going on, and I have to be with my boys,
Yeah, that's a different kind of hunger, right? The hunger for legacy, for eternal magic. Going on here, of course, the entire weekend. We got the Spanish Legacy Nationals today, one of the most coveted, most prestigious titles you can earn in the world of eternal magic. And then, of course, tomorrow, the big one, the main event. In the past, we had like close to 200 players, sometimes 200 players. Check that out tomorrow, starting, I think, around noon, I believe. And yeah, Kai, I think we are ready. This is going to be the last round for us today. We're going to have Andreas and Sam step in after this one. And before we do so, I think we're going to take a short, quick look at the standings. So let's see who's still in competition. We already saw some famous names here earlier today. And let's see what those players are fighting for, or who's actually still in the running. I think we're going to see Javier Ruiz Coca against Ricardo Bragato coming up in just a moment.
Yeah.
So
My gut tells me that we have at least one Lance player in the top 8 from the previous matches. I would hope that among the many Lance players that one makes it in the top 8.
Yeah. Cool. I'm just getting some info. Their standings have been delayed. They're actually under national investigation. The Spanish authorities still have to release them later on. We're going to have the standings after this one. So stay tuned. And I think we're going to go straight into the two decks. And this one, you already saw it in the preview, right? Blue-white control. And we did not lie to you. This is much more of a blue-white control deck than, I want to say, the Filia deck that we've seen a couple of times in the past.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get any slower than this, honestly.
That's true.
This is the so if you this is like ultimate cantrips into card advantage, brain surge, flow state, Triumph of St. Catherine.
The Murktide looks out of place, but I guess it's just so good that we can't really skip it. It also makes sideboarding a little bit harder for the opponent. But Brain Search, that's the big one, right? We don't really see those in Legacy midrange decks because it's too control-y. And it being an instant, that's the big part.
Yeah, and look at this. 3 mana, draw 4 cards, and then put 2 back. I don't know many Magic cards for 3 mana that start with draw 4 cards. Yes, you have to put 2 back, but usually that's not even a downside if you have
Attunement. Shout out to my bro, Attunement.
You draw 3, bro. You discard 4.
Oh, dude, I've been playing it wrong all along. Close enough.
See, I can only think of cards like Meditate, maybe, or Cruel Bargain, maybe. But it's a cantrip that sets up your miracle spells such as Triumph of St. Catherine. Draw 4 is kind of insane, especially after a big counter war. This deck runs 4 copies of both Force of Will and Force of Negation, which is a bold move. In fact, this deck has a lot of 4-offs, especially for the cantrips. It plays the best removal spells, 2 sweepers and Wrath of the Skies, a very clean mana base. I do like the Wastelands in a control deck. Just because
I think you just need them, right? They're mandatory at this point.
Yeah, you need to deal with Ursa Sagas and Ursa's Towers too, and
also the big mana decks, right? You gotta stop their thing and then stop their mana dead in the tracks, and then hopefully cripple them that way.
Definitely.
Say,
It looks like a control deck, in a vintage control deck. And control decks in vintage also always used to run Strip Mine and Wastelands just because of Bazaar of Baghdad and stuff like that. But yeah, cool.
Cool. So let's see what's going to be happening on the other side of the board there. Also got 6 basic lands, of course. Already looking forward to seeing which ones have been chosen for that. Here we got Ricardo Bragato playing, blue-black. Actually, it's kind of surprising. We haven't seen a lot of blue-black tempo today, but now we are, of course, the premier Orcish Bowmasters deck in the format right now, the one of Kaito that we always see, of course, heavily relying on Tamio as it usually does.
Yep.
I almost want to say this deck is in trouble against hardcore blue-white control, right?
It might be, yeah. It might be. The Bowmasters are very nice, but like we see a lot of like dead cards. Fatal Push does basically nothing in this matchup, I think, because none of the creatures except Tamio, don't die to push. This blue-black tempo deck, it says tempo, but it's kind of slower than you might think. It doesn't have any aggressive threats like Delver or Dragon's Trade Chandler. This deck doesn't push much early damage, but rather focuses on disrupting your opponent with Thoughtseize and counter magic. It plays 6 Force of Wills and 3 Dazes, and eventually you will resolve a couple of flow states and chain into more Orcish Bowmasters and Kaitos, and or protect Tamio. And
yeah, cool. So let's see how that matchup is gonna work out for both of those players.
Yeah, you mentioned that the blue-white deck will be a little favored in here. I'm not so sure. It can kind of go both ways. It might be a very dynamic game.
That's true. I think the Thoughtseizes are also gonna play a big part in maybe creating a favorable early game for blue-black tempo. And if it does, then blue-white control might struggle if their things don't line up. Like the classic problem of, do I want to draw the white half, the blue half, or a good mix of the deck? And it's heavily going to depend on what Ricardo is intending to do here.
Yeah. And again,
this sick pen spinning there in the background of Ricardo. As I say that, he drops it.
This is a win and in for the top 8. Both players sitting at 3-0-1, so they drew. It had maybe like an unintentional draw maybe in the earlier rounds. And but whoever wins this round is 4-0-1 and probably gets to ID into the top 8, which is exciting.
Oh, dude, and we were talking about like the value of Thoughtseizes in this matchup, and this is where Javier doesn't want to be, right? He's sitting down a Force of Will, which is always kind of iffy if you don't have like a way to capitalize on the room or to navigate your game you get if you just sit there and pass without using your mana. The Force of Will didn't really do all that much. And Ricardo's setting it up in a way that he might be able to drop, like, something relevant next turn. I think Ricardo's next turn is going to be very telling, whereas on Javier's side, I would guess this is just going to be a Ponder or maybe a Tamio. Okay, Tamio is even better. That's good.
Tamio's not bad.
Yeah, and it's actually so not bad that Ricardo wants to force it pitching the Murktide. I like that. By the way, you know the brand of T-shirt that Javier is wearing?
Santa Cruz, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Talk about being probably the most relevant card in the format. Tamio comes down, gets dealt with immediately again. Yeah. Like, nobody can stick a Tamio.
Man, it was a little unfortunate for Ricardo that he had to burn his precious Force of Will on a Tamio instead of a Fatal Push, because the Fatal Pushes only have one target, which is Tamio. And
that's true.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Okay.
Big Dragon coming down, of course. That makes it a 5/5. And there we got, I would think that's a Ponder. I'm not gonna know what it does, but
yeah,
this looks very pondery, right?
Oh yeah. It's it's you gotta know this, right? This is one of the secret layers, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, of course. I know all the 1700 secret layers.
Dude, come on.
Did we actually get the Kardashian secret layer by now?
I don't think, not yet. Maybe for next year. But like, I think at this point we have a secret layer Brainstorm, Ponder, and a Preordain, I think.
I would think so. Yeah, Preordain. Yeah. Actually, rest in peace. Preordain, the cantrip that somehow went away and never came back. Like, it went to get cigarettes and then nobody ever started playing it. Kind of tragic, actually. There's probably like some Greek poem or theater, like some, I don't know, about the end of Preordain and how nobody really talks about it.
Okay. Wow,
also,
yeah.
Ricardo there on the Buddha team, of course, of Italy.
Yeah, very nice.
Italian legacy team.
Very nice. Yeah, one of my favorite legacy teams, really. Like, they usually travel in very big groups, go to like various large events. You see them mostly at Four Seasons now. But
well, it looks like you also see them at Impact Returns here in Spain.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, for a reason, one of the biggest legacy tournaments in the world.
Exactly. When you're not there, like if you're not there, like what are you doing?
Dude, and this is classic legacy mid-range control mirror. We trade resources all the time. Nobody gets like card advantage for anything really. Okay, now there's a thought seize. I like those thought seizes if they allow you to stick any kind of card advantage, right? Even if it's just like +1 or some kind of repeatable, any kind of advantage that sticks. Because if we are just trading 1-for-1, eventually
Yeah.
Javier is probably gonna come out on top, as Ricardo would draw like Wastelands and Force of Wills and Dazes that don't do too much.
I will say though, Julian, like, I'm I'm a fan of Thoughtseize, but I'm more of a fan of Thoughtseize if you then follow up with something. Like
That's
if you
what I mean, yeah.
Thoughtseize them and then immediately after that, like if you deploy some sort of valuable thing,
Yeah.
be it a Tamiyo or something else, right? In
Especially
this
if you're in the
case,
beatdown deck. Yeah, you gotta carve out that spot to make that card work, right?
exactly. Like it's fine to cast Thoughtseize, but like it's kind of the same with like Wasteland. Like Wasteland is trades 1-for-1 with another land, but depending on how you use Wasteland, it can be just a 1-for-1 trade with a land, but it can also be a Time Walk-ish card if you have a lot of pressure on the board and then Wasteland
Yeah.
someone.
If you just cast this card for the sake of it, then you're just a Chunt deck. And I know I made a lot of opponents in the whole Chunt part of the world, all two of them.
Exactly.
So yeah.
And in this case, like Ricardo, like I don't want to talk too long about this Thoughtseize, right? But like in this case, basically, like you also make people cast their spells, and maybe they were like instead of making them wait, you know what I mean? Like maybe
Mhm.
they wanted to wait on the spells and to play around more counter magic or dazed or something else. But if you play Thoughtseize, you kind of force your
I mean,
opponent to make
I
a
know exactly
move.
what you mean. I know that I'm talking to the guy who would sometimes not cast Ponder on the first turn because he feels like it's gonna be more valuable later on.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
know you did that and you explained
Yeah.
that, and I like
Yeah. Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so Javier making those beautiful land drops. And after wastelanding Ricardo almost entirely out of game, he still manages to find 3 fetch lands, of course, or 2 fetch lands and a survey land to
Okay.
rebuild his mana base. But now the trouble starts, right? Javier already
Okay.
resolved a brain surge. Here's the second brain surge, putting it even further. Okay, and that's the
Hell
best
yeah.
thing you can have against, and topped off by the other best thing you can have in that position from the other side of the board. What? Ricardo,
Wow.
you got anything? No, just a token.
He got one shot.
One
Gain,
opportunity.
yeah, one opportunity, gain 1 life back, and he is a draw 4 with 2 cards back.
Oh.
Bonus points if one of the cards is Prime St. Catherine. Dude, I told you, right? Like in these kind of games, Brain Search is insane. It's not good in many other matchups, but like in this matchup in particular, in this kind of board state.
I mean, it all goes back to like going over the top of what the opponent is doing, right? You want to go only so much over the top of what they are doing so that you don't get tempered out. But
Mhm.
if you do, you get some really thick, great card advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of like our favorite ponders, yes,
Hell
there it
yeah.
is, Lauren.
We made
Javier,
it.
good choice. Perfect.
Yeah. Nice, dude. Yeah, I knew if we stick around for long enough, then we will eventually see the best ponder
The
ever
cream of the
printed.
crop rises to the top. Yes, give me more
Yeah.
of those. And there's even a third one in his hand already, I believe.
Thank you,
There's another
Javier.
wasteland. Not that it really matters, but the wasteland wars. You know, you talked about how this blue-white control deck, like many moons ago, I want to say like 15 years ago, that was a thing in Vintage. People played blue-white control in Vintage, even at the standstills. And you also mentioned the wastelands and strip mines, and that deck used to run Crucible of Worlds even. And Crucible
Oh
of
yeah.
Worlds would be really sweet here.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, it was extra spicy in Vintage because of Strip Mine instead of Wasteland. But yeah, I know totally what you mean.
Imagine
And
Crucible
okay,
here, like you wasteland your own what's it called again? Your
oh,
land that puts
Mystic
Mystic
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary. Yeah,
No,
it's the
bro, dude.
slowest
No,
engine in the
you
world.
can't do that. No. That's
So bad. I know.
that's such an illegal play, bro.
Did we just use a removal spell on the token?
I think
Dude,
so.
the rich get richer. Javi has it all. Eat the
Yeah.
blue-white control decks.
I don't know
Didn't we
if
have
that was
somebody with an Anarchy
nec-
t-shirt in the last round? Where are they now? I think they lost.
yeah. Not sure if that was really necessary, but hey.
Well, 14. Who knows? But yeah, you're right. Ricardo somehow down to 6 between wastelanding, between fetching and force fulfilling and thought seizing, I guess. Javi really only needs like one swing with one of his creatures to basically end the game there. Okay, we got a brainstorm coming up
Yeah.
here, most likely from Ricardo. Also, Ricardo at some point decided I'm not going to use my wastelands for mana denial anymore. I just want the extra mana to maybe, hardcast a force of or do something that way. You could even like put it into a flow state if he actually plays
Mhm.
that and has that. Because technically Javi would have a target for the wasteland, but yeah, Ricardo values his own colorless mana
Dude,
enough that
yeah.
he doesn't want to
But
do
this
that.
is this is like another thing I get to see a lot in Legacy more often than in most other formats. It's just like very little permanence. Like lands, obviously. Sometimes you have games where you don't see any lands for the first couple of turns because there's so many wastelands. But like the answers in Legacy, like the counters and removal spells are so efficient and yeah, good at what they do. Um
I would say that's also why when you struggle in Legacy, you get punished really hard because everything is so efficient. Like if you ever so slightly fall behind, your opponent can fully capitalize on that, and quite often. Sometimes they don't, but more often than not, if you struggle hard.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like there's almost no card you can't answer.
Oh, that's a
Um
cute clue token.
okay.
I don't even remember the name, but I think that's that French investigator, kind of. Chat might know who he is. Anyway, also by the way, Javi's pace of play like really fast. That's
Yeah.
amazing here.
It's yeah, this is definitely not the first time he picked up this deck.
Yeah.
He's
He also
been
knows, right? Time is working against him. This kind of deck, like if you lose the first game, it's gonna be an insane uphill battle. I don't know. Sometimes for the third game, you might bring in extra creatures just to close it out really quickly. Okay, there's the flow state we mentioned earlier, and Javier fought over the brainstorm earlier. Now also fights over
wow,
the flow
dude, we are
state.
we are force willing a flow state. That's nuts.
I love that. I love that. He's just like, I'm just got so many resources. I don't care. I
Wow.
want to see you suffer. I'm gonna take out
Dude,
everything you can.
dude, if I'm Ricardo, I would almost scoop. Like it's just like if your opponent force a will pitch did he pitch his own flow state?
Did he actually? Yeah,
Because
it looks like it. I thought for the
if that
first thing, I thought he hard casted it, but no, he pitched the flow state. Yeah.
oh wow, dude, that's insane.
Well, he really
That's
likes this
insane.
time. Also, he's sitting on
Okay.
so many white creatures. Oh, there it comes. Miracle from the top. Triumph of St. Catherine.
How about
Ricardo doesn't even
how
try to fight over
yeah,
it.
dude. This is this is a 1 turn clock. It's a 5/5. Oh god damn it. Wow.
That game was really some kind of like ad space for playing control decks.
Yeah.
Remember when I said control decks can only be good in Legacy when they are broken or not very good? Eh, eh. I can't always be right about
dude,
everything.
I feel like this game was exactly what you signed up for. This is exactly what you thought is gonna happen when you see these two decks in action.
You know what I like about this deck, by the way? Like,
Mm.
he's got almost no graveyard hate. If he's ever up against a graveyard deck, he's like, you know what? I got so much counter magic. I
Oh,
don't even care. I can probably stop you in a different way.
okay. So what do you think we're gonna do here post sideboard? Well, like, what are the cards you?
Maybe Erode, because Tamio is one of the ways that Blueback Control could try to win the game. Can also take out the Orcish Bowmasters, of course. So I like Erode quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need additional copies of Wrath of the Skies. Maybe not. It's actually kind of hard to say. I'm gonna deviate to whatever.
I
carefully.
I kind of do like the Flusterstorms. And I would probably get rid of the Force Negations and replace them with Flusterstorms. Because they kind of do the same thing. And like also if you play oh man, dude, if you play Flusterstorms, you can maybe get to a point where you have like a stack battle, maybe where you like where you play
2 for
like
1.
yeah, maybe your opponent plays something scary like a flow state, and you brain search and response. And if they forcible your brain search, then you can Flusterstorm both their flow
Mhm.
state and your forcible, like stuff like that. right?
It's the classic, I crack my fetch land in response to their important spell because I hope that they stifle and then I can 2-for-1 on the Flusterstorm.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
This-
Dude, I'd love to see that happening. Like, Flusterstorm definitely is a card that is made for this kind of matchup.
Yep.
Cool. So on the other side of the board, good chance that we see some of the removal go, depending on what Ricardo thinks, maybe even the Wastelands. Could bring in, like, I don't hate bringing in another Planeswalker. That's at least a little bit more of a stickier-ish threat. Of course, the Orcish Bowmaster is going to be important. Maybe Barrogoyf if it's not too clunky. I don't know.
Yeah, Kite looks good. I also agree on the Bowmaster. Barrogoyf is a very powerful Magic card. It's just a little. It's so bad if it gets plowed, right? Because you
Yeah.
invested 3 mana for this thing, and then they got rid of it
Then
so
again,
easily.
like, if you trade off a lot of resources early on and then somehow the one resource that sticks is a Barrogoyf, and even if you just connect once, that's already pretty good.
Yeah.
So I could see it depends a lot on what you can take out.
It's a more like, yeah, it's maybe like a strategic approach, right? Like if Ricardo, because none of the threats Ricardo plays has Shroud, and what Ricardo can do is like he can basically bring in every single creature he has and overlord their removal, right? And like, something is probably gonna stick around, and because yeah.
Okay.
Like what?
Cool.
Like what do you think is gonna happen, right, from the opponent's side? Like they're gonna bring in more removal, so you have to kind of like fight that or bring in more meat.
What if you just bring in like a bunch of like 3-mana Planeswalkers? Like Chase Beleren? I would love that.
Oh, dude, I think Jace would probably just win the game. Funny.
Cool. Well, let's see how this game is going to work out. I actually kind of like the first game, even though it was like kind of one-sided.
Yeah.
It still was, yeah, good in the sense that the deck did what it's supposed to do and it worked. So now let's see whether Ricardo can pull off the same thing. By the way, and speaking of fashion choices, there's an old school, I believe, Spanish national team jersey from like the 90s or something in the background. Also like that. Yeah, of course.
Shit,
World Cup is going on, so
I didn't spot it. Okay.
yeah. Okay. Once again, Thoughtseize in the first turn. We get a bunch of lands, Swords to Plowshares, Force of Will, Flow State, and Triumph of St. Catherine. Kai, what do you take there? What do you feel good about taking?
I mean, this is a very good hand against Thoughtseize because it has kind of everything. Like the 2 best cards to pick here are Swords to Plowshares and Flow State. I would probably take the Flow State. Sorry, the Swords to Plowshares, because Flow State is currently not turned on, and it would be even better if Ricardo has a follow-up like Tamio maybe next turn or so.
That's what I was thinking, right?
Yeah. Oh wow, he took the Triumph. Interesting. I mean, that tells you a lot about Ricardo's hand, but also like maybe deck in general.
Yeah.
If he's saying
taking the Triumph tells me that he's not really looking to like run out a creature anytime soon, or he's got more discard spells,
or that he doesn't have any answers to it, right? Because like black removal spells usually destroy creatures, and Triumph of St. Catherine is exceptionally good against like destruction.
That's true. Like, you can buy some time against it, I guess. But that's
very surprised. Yeah, a little surprised to see that pick, just because there's no brainstorm brain search any way to set it up, and I also believe that Javier is not particularly interested in running out Triumph of St. Catherine quickly, like very soon. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So just some more setting up on the blue-white control side of the board here.
Dude, I saw Flusterstorm. Hell yeah.
Dude, I would love to
go.
see some sick Flusterstorm battles. Come on, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Another land, picked up a second Force of Will here. And now, once again, Ricardo's third term is going to be very... nothing. Oh, actually, if it's nothing, then I'm thinking Bowmasters, right?
It might be. You got to be... Yeah, you got to be ready.
The thing is about Bowmasters, do you try to get them, or do you just run it out? I think there's a Bowmasters in hand. There's even a Tamio in hand that we didn't deploy, of course, because we know about the Swords to Plowshares. So there's like a world where we try to set up Tamio plus Brainstorm. I think Ricardo's sitting on a little bit too many black cards. That Snuff Out not really going to do him any favors right now.
Yeah, like ideally, all Ricardo's thoughts is trade with all of all of Swords of Plowshares from Javier, so that the coast is clear, so to speak, and then Ricardo can hopefully deploy a creature. That's like
That's how you
what he
want to
really
do
wants
it,
to
right?
do.
That's true. Oh, and
Wow, you
force
see
pitch
it?
force, despite having the swords to plowshares. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Because now Ricardo could actually try to flip his tummy if he picks up a brainstorm. Of course, you gotta find that. But there's 2 swords to plowshares in hand for Javier. Oh, good.
Oh man.
The pain, the pain. Like I want something to
Yeah.
work. I want to see good matches. I want to see long matches. I want to see a back and forth.
I mean,
But
I mean, Javi is here for the long match.
Harry
Definitely.
very much is here for the long match. He's ready to brain search left and right, like a real
Mhm.
brain search.
Mhm.
That's a very bad pun. Okay, so untapping here on Ricardo's side of the board. 3 mana available. Make that 4. That's Tamio. Oh, he's gonna brainstorm. Wait, he did not brainstorm on his turn to flip the Tamio when Javi was tapped out. Oh, that's interesting. Is he gonna try to get the 2 for
Yeah.
1?
I mean, how about now?
Oh, that's the Flusterstorm. Oh, yeah, he tried to get the 2 for 1. And I see why, because Javi only had like a single white source. So even if he
Yeah.
had multiple swords to plowshares, the brainstorm would have been good, and at the very least would have traded for a Force of Will. But Flusterstorm changes the math on that, and
Yeah.
now it's a fair trade.
I gotta say though, like I do appreciate Ricardo's like thought process here, because like the blue black tempo deck doesn't have many card advantage spells, like not as much as not as many as Javier's deck. So like with this like Swords of Plowshares, Brainstorm on the stack kind of thing, like he can sort of 2 for 1 Javier.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah. Okay, so on Ricardo's side on board, we are gonna make a big dragon, and Javier is like, you call that a big dragon? That's what I call a big dragon. And finally, the snuff out. Somehow he's able to snuff out an 8/8. In response, his dragon gets turned. And once again, the battlefield is even, but one of the players has 3 mana draw 4 available at some point.
Also, Julian, I think we should mention that like Javier doesn't give a shit about days. Like, dude, he's paying like 0 respect for days, bro. Like since I don't know how many turns, like he just doesn't care.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I think part of that is that as you mentioned, the blue black tempo deck is not very good at being a tempo deck. So especially after sideboarding, it's even worse trying to leverage the dazes as more stuff comes in on both sides. So maybe Javier is like, you know what, you don't have days in your deck after sideboarding.
Yeah,
I know it.
Like after turn 3, after turn 2 or 3, like Javier tapped all of his lands on all of his turns, I think.
That's what we call like making good use of your mana, like the school of slide decks, just a blue-white control shell at this point. Oh, Brain Surge coming out again. Ooh, and we got this. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Okay, you take 4 damage. I'm gonna get a big token.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Orcish Bowmaster's doing what Orcish Bowmaster's supposed to do. Get that big token out of here. Now, all of a sudden, Javier is facing down 2 creatures he has to deal with. And yes, he gets the card advantage, but at quite the cost. Dude, there was so many cards in hand, though. Oh. Let's see. Ricardo got the full crazy payoff on the Bowmasters there, and yet it still feels like Javier is ahead, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'm like, you just got to get rid of those 2, but like.
Then again, he's down to 12, and he's staring down 6 points of damage. He will need to use 2 spells, to first of all take out the army.
I know exactly what you mean. Like, it kind of sucks to use a removal spell on an orc army token.
Then again, it's a 5/5.
I definitely agree. Yeah. I mean, it's your fault that it's a 5/5, right?
True.
Yeah. So, like, I wonder if you are only allowed to cast Brain Surge or Brainstorm if you have Swords of Plowshares as a backup.
I mean, we're talking to the absolute madman who just like casts everything into everything, and it's just like he's trying to make Ricardo have it. And I guess at this point, Ricardo did have it for a moment. But interesting, Ricardo is not interested in fighting over the token, but he definitely wants to fight over the Orcish Bowmasters. So he wants quality over, well, fat.
Hmm.
And Javi fights back. He eventually lets the Swords of Plowshares resolve. And Ricardo draws from the top. He's got Kaito available as well as Force of
Yeah.
Will. Could even hardcast that one. Brainstorm. You don't Force of Will that Brainstorm, do you?
No, but like I do like the patience from Ricardo to he's probably looking for another blue card so he can play Kaito with counter backup. Because he knows, like we all know that Kaito is a trump card, right? It has hexproof while it's a creature. It's a planeswalker, which is notoriously kind of difficult to deal with.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
it also has like I think the zero ability also draws cards, which
Yeah.
flips this matchup a little bit around.
You go back to how good Chase Balerion would have been. Gets past Flusterstorm, can't really be touched by all that many spells.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I mean, right? Like the answers are very good in Legacy. Like you have the best counter spells, best removal spells, and so on. But like if you have cards that kind of sidestep or like that can go around a couple of these like answers, then this should be your core strategy, I think,
Yeah.
to,
Also,
to
these
make them
matchups get a
stick.
lot more interesting when neither player has access to red for Pyroblasts. So they have to be a
Oh,
lot more
that's
careful
true.
about how they like use their hard counters.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
dude,
and
that's true.
Flusterstorm once again coming out ahead. Hardcast
Yeah,
Force of Will on the Tamio, force Flusterstorm to protect it. And now Kaito wants to tap it down. Sure.
yeah. Puts down counters on Tamio. It won't end tap.
He's like
Yeah,
dazed.
that's very interesting, right? Like, because Javier could have built this blue-white control deck as a Jeskai control deck with minimal like sacrifices. I think maybe the mana base gets a little worse, but Pyroblasts would have like drastically increased this matchup in his favor. I think.
In some ways, but not in others. Like it would probably be played over the Flusterstorms, and I think the Flusterstorms have been pretty crucial. Also, like hitting Swords of Plowshares and stuff at times. So the more I see of this, I want to say this is one of the best Flusterstorm decks in the format, even though that probably doesn't mean much. Okay, here comes the Brainstorm. Ricardo trying to figure this out. He's got some more lands. He's got a Thoughtseize. And as you mentioned way earlier today in the match, Thoughtseize is so much better when you can follow it up with like a crucial spell. Like for Thoughtseize, you
Right.
don't Thoughtseize for random discard value. So I wonder, is there anything else he got that he could do there? Oh, just a
Okay.
land. Interesting. Okay. Ricardo, you're free to do whatever you want, and you want to pass the turn. Too bad. This would have been a great position to follow it up with something, or at least take out the Tamio, right? Because if you take out the Tamio there, then all of a sudden Kavi is drawing from the top. Oh, and that's one of the best things you can draw from the top. Low state. Yeah, I think you got that one. Double checking. Probably picking up like Stud on the road and a brain search. Oh, he only got to pick one card? Really? I think he only
Oh
got
well,
to pick one card there.
oh well, that's nuts. Okay.
Then no. Well, he cast Murktide at some point, so maybe that's why he doesn't have enough.
Uh,
Okay, end of turn, we got the Orcish Bowmasters coming down there, getting that token, and getting in for 2 damage, dropping Yavi down to 8 life. I mean, you
cool.
gotta find something. Picks up another Tamio, which doesn't really help him. Picks up another fetch land. Clue token helps. Gonna take out the Orcish Bowmasters. Dude, this is actually somehow getting tight. Like, Javier, he can
Yeah.
use a brain search, like another brain search, I guess. Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Just the random value from Ricardo getting there, like picking his spots.
Yeah, the shot goes after the player, I think.
Blue token
Okay.
gets cracked. Of course, that grows the Orc army even further.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Javi is sitting there on a Flusterstorm, but oh, wait. Oh, just as a blocker? Okay, yeah. Pseudo Vigilance, untap your Planeswalker, or not Planeswalker yet. No, that one's gonna block the Orcish Bowmasters. Falling down to 4 life is Javier, as he desperately needs to find something like, I don't know, Wrath of the Skies, maybe flipping Tammy would probably be the end of him. Down to 1 life, and wow,
Oh,
Ricardo,
that's
dude.
dude, that's crazy. Like very, very nice, honestly. Like I didn't after the Kaito got counted, I was a little skeptical about Ricardo's chances to get there. But like the multiple bowmasters in the very late game.
Yeah.
And Javier was kind of exhausted, right? Like his removal spells were already gone. Like partially also because he had to use like Swords to Plowshares on like an Orc army token earlier.
Yeah, that's like a minor inefficiency that you spotted, right, and talked about, and
Yeah,
I noticed it
man.
too.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
here,
so
here's the third one.
that
Welcome to
one.
game 3. Whoever wins this game kind of secures a spot for the top 8 of this Spanish
Yeah.
Legacy Invitational, which again, like, you see the best players from the entire country who all had to qualify. It's very, very nice to see them all here. And tomorrow is the big Legacy main event where you don't have to qualify, but it usually has like around 200 players or even more or less. We don't know. It's usually a big event though.
Yeah, usually really big. Of course, there's also going to be a top 8. We're going to be there for the second half of the shift tomorrow. Of course, after this round, we got Andreas Petersen and Sam Dams taking over the crew that you already saw back at Eternal Weekend, of course. And there's going to be 1 more round of Swiss and 3 more rounds of top 8 as we see
Yeah.
both players trying to get into that. You mentioned it, right? If they win, unless they get paired down, there's a good chance that they can ID into top 8.
Yep.
And Tamio gets Force of Will there, pitching the Brainstorm. I mean, when your Tamio gets Force of Will, it's not great, but it's actually still like +1 card advantage. And in a matchup like this, where it comes down to like minor resources making a big difference, well, it's fine. Especially if you have the second one maybe coming up later.
Yeah, it's not a bad trade, right? Like you only spend like 1 single blue mana to make your opponent like force and also pitch a Brainstorm, which is very, very valuable in this matchup.
Oh, that's a big tell, by the way. Tamio with a Wasteland as opposed to a colored source. That lets you know that Javi doesn't have a colored source, because at the very least he could bluff having a Brainstorm, which would then, of course, make Ricardo think twice about whether he wants to fight over the Tamio. That could almost be a sign of huge weakness from Javier at this point. Like, if Javier has a Force of Will, he definitely needs it to protect that Tamio, and we see he has a Flusterstorm, but he can't cast it. So, Ricardo, do you have what it takes? Can you take out the Tamio here? He's got 2 flow states. I want to say he's got like a Sliver Queen, but it's certainly something else.
Yeah, flow set isn't is not bad. It's turned on.
Or when you're Javier, when you see your opponent tap 2 mana and then cast a flow state, like, you breath a sigh of relief.
You,
Right?
you definitely do. Yeah, like cantrips are like whenever my opponent casts any cantrip, I'm like, okay, well that's good news for me.
Ooh, never mind. Snuff outs.
But
Never didn't have it.
dude, like flow set into snuff out is broken.
Goaded. Okay. Well, Javi, now you gotta make something happen. You got the wasteland, sure. You got another wasteland, and you got, well, I wonder whether that Flusterstorm he's got in hand there is gonna go after almost anything at this point. Because I think he's got 3 copies of Flusterstorm in hand, and he wants Ricardo. He really needs Ricardo to stumble, right? That
Yeah.
second dual land is probably gonna get wastelanded, and if the Flusterstorm hits this, yeah, there's a chance, right? That's your game plan right now. Oh yeah, he taps the mana for him. He's like, dude, that's how you do it. Oh, and there's the days. He pays for it.
Okay.
And he at least gets to, okay, yeah, he sends in the rescue operation. He gets to reclaim his underground sea. Make it at least 1 more turn.
So essentially he traded
1 more
days
mana.
for
He basically created a Lotus Petal.
Yeah. That's much better.
But that's also like quite the tell, right? So that he might be short on mana. And now the next one gets countered. We've seen this movie before. And now there's a chance that, yeah, I was going to say, now there's a chance that Ricardo doesn't have a land, because the way he's played this game thus far tells me that he's short on lands, and turns out he very much is. Javier now trying to find some relevance, but like, actually, yeah, Javier looked like in dire straits, but the way he's navigated this, he actually looks to be ahead at this point. Tamio, good pickup there. Brainstorm to find something. Flusterstorm to protect it. Okay, he picks up a white card. Oh, and that's Erode. Okay, that's a big one. Erode and Flusterstorm to
Yeah.
protect it. Oh, Ricardo, you're in trouble, my friend.
One of my favorite printings from the Strixhaven set. Very cool. Also very cool artwork, I gotta say. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's a digital art or if it's like oil or whatever, but like it
How do
looks.
you actually tell when you see art whether it's digital or actually hand painted? I never know.
These days you can't. These days
Okay.
you can't. Like, yeah.
Okay, good.
Because you know, like, yeah, because there's so many filters, and you can like how do you say, like emulate any brush at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. Like, like experts can, I can't, I certainly can't. Um, and who knows? Maybe it's AI.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Okay. So Ricardo still struggling on lands. And Javier running out his own copy of Flow State. I think he's gotta take 2. I'm not sure. Picks up a is that, yeah, well, 2 cards. Just picking up two cards in the first place is such a beating for Ricardo, who of course is supposed to be the beatdown deck here. In the long run, Javier is gonna win this game on the back of his blue-white control deck. Ricardo sitting there on, I believe, an Orcish Bowmasters that he's not able to deploy, even though he very much would like. He's got a Force of Negation, but damned if you do, damned if you don't. As Javier just builds more card advantage,
Yeah.
healthy mana base.
Like, mana is everything, right? Like, yeah, like you can't have as many cards as you want. Like, you need to be able to cast your spells.
Classic thing in Magic is mana screw beats mana flood. The problem is if the mana flooded player also has a bunch of lands and draws 2 cards basically every single turn, then he's probably going to take the game here. Still, shoutouts to both players for having amazing choices of basic lands. Which one of those basic islands do you like more?
I like the left one, the sunset one.
Same, very much.
Is it? Yeah, are they the same price? I don't know. Maybe the one is more popular in general. I mean,
The
they're
left
all
one,
Mark Pool, right?
yeah, the left one has an Arena League promo that's amazing. That is the shooting star on the bottom. And last time I checked, it was 25 euros a pop, and I thought like it
Okay.
should be much more. So I guess if I check now, it's going to be more, but who knows?
Gotcha.
Okay, finally, picking up the Thoughtseize. Response to Thoughtseize, we're going to draw 4 cards. Of course, that also means that Ricardo's not going to be able to shoot the Orcish Bombers. Dude, we're getting to a point where Javier might actually need to discard at end of turn if he keeps going like that. So there we go. There's another land. Wait, what actually happened to the Thoughtseize? What did it even take?
He thought he's got Flusterstormed, and then
Of course.
I think.
Rough.
Yeah,
Rough question.
boom.
Oh, Triumph of St. Catherine. Hey.
How about Triumph? So we might see a counter war about this one, because like we all know that Triumph of St. Catherine can't really be destroyed, right? And we play against blue-black tempo, which only has spells that destroy creatures. So yeah. This is like a critical point, I think.
The thing is, it being in the graveyard as opposed to being exiled means that we. Oh no, it's a creature, of course. Then never mind. I was gonna put it on top with Mystic Sanctuary. Yeah, probably not. Okay, here comes the Murktide Regent. Big bad boy. Technically, it would be enough to make it a 6/6, right? Just to hit in 2 swings. But then again, Ricardo could have his own copy, of course. And I have absolutely no idea what that is. But it killed the Murktide Regent.
Probably Shieldred's Edict or so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Yeah, you good point.
Probably.
Make him sacrifice it. Sure. Interesting that one's. Oh, actually, that can take out Planeswalkers, right?
That can.
Yeah.
But yeah, like once again, like it doesn't do anything against Triumph of St. Catherine. Man, like the more I think about this, like Triumph of St. Catherine is kind of like infinite card advantage, right? Because like if Ricardo's deck can't deal with that card, I think you just lose.
Well, yeah, that's actually a good point.
Right?
You got to brain freeze them down so hard that eventually it's not going to work anymore or something. I don't know.
Dude, like it's nice that you mentioned Brain Freeze, because I think Brain Freeze actually would have like won a game or 2 here.
Yeah, for sure. And this kind of matchup I can very much see. Like it's a pretty big thing in pre-modern. Like you see it in pre-modern sideboards left or right, sometimes even 2 copies or something. And
That's
yeah,
awesome, buddy. Because because I picked up pre-modern 2 weeks ago, and that was like one of the first things I did was like I brain freeze out my stencil opponent. I was like,
sweet,
okay,
sweet, sweet.
that was kind of cool.
You're playing
But
Blue
yeah,
Black Psycho Talk, right?
yes, I am. Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah, that's one of the decks I got as well.
Look, I'm an underground C guy, so in almost any
Uh,
format.
no, not so many Underground Seas in pre-modern though.
Not so many, yeah, but
Gotta
Polluted
go with the
Delta,
Underground Rivers there.
Underground River.
Dude, that's a real card.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay, second attempt at a big dragon, followed up by a small orcish army. Let's see which one is going to come out ahead here. Like, I'm getting some real Lord of the Ring vibes. I guess parts also because of one of our sponsors, BilboWeb. If in case you ever need to dispose of a dragon, BilboWeb's got you covered. Of course, also for all of your web solutions, hosting and production.
I would assume
Top
they're
deck
also
GG, Ultimate Guard, City of Narón. Like, all of those got our back. That's why we are able to bring you this kind of amazing gameplay. Gotta say, like, we saw some really good games. Like, I do a lot of casting. Not gonna lie, sometimes you feel like, oh no, not this again, not this again. But I feel like all the games we had in these 5 rounds are really, really good, or at least
yeah.
unique, right?
Yeah,
Like,
like we covered most archetypes, I think.
especially
I
Lance.
guess
Doomsday.
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like, we didn't see like Moonstar, like any Blood Moon deck, or like turn one. I don't know, like oops, all spell stuff like that. That stuff we didn't see, but like the games were overall very interesting.
That's what
Really,
the top
like,
8 top 8 is for. We're gonna see a lot of Belcher in the top 8.
like they all like surpassed everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Sam
Uh-huh.
and Andreas can cast that one.
Yeah, those guys are gonna take care of it. Okay.
Okay, so Ricardo drops down to I believe 3 life. At least that was a swing for 8. And the
Yeah, and
inevitability shows up again once more.
yeah,
And I think that's it.
And here is from St. Catherine. The dudes you were told to not worry about. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Triumph of St. Catherine. Kind of cool legacy card, not gonna lie. Never really lived fully up to the potential and the hype that it had at some points. But
Yeah.
it's a cool card. I like it. Like it quite a bit.
Definitely.
Kai, dude, that's gonna be it for you and me today. It was a pleasure as always. We're gonna be back tomorrow. The stream is of course gonna stay on. We're gonna go on a very quick 5-minute break. Then Sam Dams and Andreas Petersen are gonna take it over. We got the last round of the Swiss. They're gonna take a quick look at the standings, see who's live, see which famous faces are gonna make it all the way. Maybe not. And of course, the winner of the Spanish Legacy Nationals happening today. And then the big one, we're going to be back tomorrow for the main event. That's starting around noon, I believe. Almost 200 players, something like that, I would expect. So everybody, you got 5 minutes. Go to the bathroom, do your groceries, and come back. That's going to be a quick 5 minutes.
Bring all your friends.
Of course, get all of your friends, like, because now it gets real serious. Like, now it matters. Next round, we're going to get the win it in for the top 8, and then 3 more rounds. Forget about the World Cup. World Cup is amazing. But over here, people are going to be fighting for what it actually takes to be the Legacy Champion.
For a real trophy, exactly. Yeah.
Kai, thank you so much. Everybody, have a good time. And I'm going to be watching for sure. See you in a bit. 5 minutes.
Cool.
Hello, hello, and welcome everyone. We are so glad you are joining us all for some sweet, sweet legacy action coming to you from Impact Returns at Narón in Spain. Today it's Andreas and me. We will be covering the remaining rounds of the Spanish Legacy Nationals for you, together with the entire Impact live broadcast crew. Big thanks to those guys because they are doing an amazing job. And if you like what you see, don't forget to follow the channel, share the stream with your friends, and let them know we are live. I'm Sam, aka Fenris Cloud, and with me here is the great Andreas Petersen, aka Eco Baronen. Andreas, I'm so happy to be casting with you again. How have you been?
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, because this is actually, it's been a while since we saw each other. Last time we saw each other was in Italy covering Eternal Weekend, and now we're here covering more Legacy for you guys at Impact Returns. So yeah, I'm happy to see you again, and I'm happy for what we have in store here in front of us.
All right, lovely. Yeah, I'm very happy as well. So I have some interesting things we can talk about here first. So let's see, Andreas. I'm just wondering what we have at ready here first. So I'm waiting for the next screen to move on over. I think we have some standings normally that should be popping up any second now.
Oh yeah, let's see. We have already concluded 5 rounds of Swiss play here at the Spanish Nationals, and we'll be taking over from round 6 and carry you guys through the top 8 as well.
All right, here we go. So indeed, 6 rounds of Swiss. So we have now the tail end of the tournament. So the players we will be seeing soon, they are going to be playing for some high stakes here. They need to consider this as their potential win and in. I can only imagine what these players are going through. Andreas, have you ever been in this situation where you're like, yeah, and this is the last round. Potentially, if I win this, I could be top 8. So what's going through your mind in that situation?
Yeah, I'm immediately looking at the players here with 12 and 10 points, because those are the ones that will be playing for the marbles in the last round. If you lose, you could get surpassed by other players. If you win, you could punch a ticket to the top 8. So those guys are the ones with, as we say in my country, the nerves outside of the clothes, and they will be battling for hopefully the marbles in the last round. So yeah, this is what we came to do, and it couldn't be a better scenario if you get to play for everything here in round 6. I guess the only cherry on top is if you get your match cast by Fenris Cloud. Like, that was probably the cherry on top of that one, where it normally couldn't get better.
Okay, well, I'm very curious to see what's up here. So we'll be diving into the deck soon. Before we move in, I do want to thank quickly one of those sponsors we have here, Ultimate Guard. They have everything you need for your TCG equipment. They are handing out gear here for a lot of players here today. So thank you very much to those sponsor, Ultimate Guard. Thank you for the sponsorship here. And let's see what deck we have ready here for you. First up, Doomsday. So talk to me about this one, Andreas. I see a nice spicy addition in the form of Fantastica.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have eagle eyes here. So Doomsday is, of course, a fan favorite deck that's been around for decades, but these days it got a sweet, sweet upgrade from the Fantasticar. So now you have automatically up your threat density. You have more explosive games, and yeah, this deck is going to come at you fast unless you're very, very prepared. Also, it's a very convoluted combo deck, I will say. Once you get into the Doomsday piles, things get a little bit iffy on both sides of the table. So hopefully we get to see some tricky situations where hopefully the smartest player will emerge victorious.
Also has created one of the best nicknames for a deck ever. Andreas, do you know how we actually call this Doomsday deck?
I actually don't want to say that word, so that's we all have different flavors of humor, so that's all good. That's your humor.
Okay, it's the Vroomsday. I love that personally, but imagine that not for everyone. Let's look at the other deck list we have at the ready here for you. So this is going to be very interesting of a matchup, seeing Doomsday playing it out against this other deck here we have for you, Boros Energy. Andreas, I'd imagine that this could be challenging for Luis. How do you feel about this matchup?
Yeah, so Boros Energy, a somewhat classic aggro strategy. This deck, at some point, I would argue, had taken over as the premier quote-unquote stompy deck of the format, simply because of its consistency. Tons of synergies here based around the creatures, but you're hitting the nail on the head here. If paired up against Doomsday, very, very few of your cards actually matter if the Doomsday player has a good draw. I'm looking at Thalia, Guardian of Thraben here especially, maybe a well-timed Wasteland. Blistering Fast Clock, likely not gonna do it here. So yeah, it's uphill here for Luis, playing for what is probably a spot in the top 8 up against the Doomsday deck. Not the pairing he wanted.
All right, very interesting. Let's see if Luis can actually bring up his best game against this Doomsday list, and see if like you said, Thalia could be very good. So I'm guessing you just try and find that in the opening hand as soon as possible. But
Well,
it's not
that
like
depends on your scouting, right? In the tournament. So maybe you know that your opponent is on Doomsday. Maybe you don't know it, right? So we are playing a closed decklist environment. So yeah, if you know what your opponent is up to, you're going to be mulliganing a lot of hands that look super serviceable on the surface. But in reality, in the context of the matchup, they really aren't.
yeah, well caught. If you know that you're playing against Doomsday, would you aggressively mulligan for that Thalia, or is that just asking too much?
I would need a hand that either put out on a lot of pressure with a Wasteland or has a turn 2 Thalia in order to accept my 7 card or 6 card hand. Once I get to 5, I'll probably be a little bit more, accepting of the fact that, well, maybe we just have to win the old fashioned way. But yeah, it is very, very tough because it asks so much of your opening hand.
Makes sense. Luis here playing the elegant parlor, being able to see the top of the deck and deciding that they do not want the land. That makes sense, of course. Meanwhile, Manuel just finding an underground sea here. What's the best play to start with for the Doomsday?
The best play is Dark Ritual, and from there, whether you have Fantastic Car and 2 spells or Doomsday, is yeah, those are both very, very good. I will say on the other side of the table, if Manuel sees his opponent keep 7 cards out of Boros Energy, to be fair, I'm not sure if that's the case, he will be expecting a turn 2 Thalia, so that could make this game complicated. Especially also fetching a dual land here with Scalding Tarn. And casting a blue card. So that tells us something about Manuel's hand. It tells us he's either land light and is looking to rely on Dark Ritual to power out a game-ending spell, or he's trying to build naturally to a Doomsday off of 3 lands.
Okay, makes sense. I'm just wondering, Andreas, because it's possible we've been talking about the Fantastic Car all the while now, but it's possible that maybe some newer players are not aware. Why is this such a menace? What can you do with Fantastic Car that makes this so powerful?
Yeah, the thing about Fantastic Car is it doesn't actually require all that much from your deck building. It requires you to be a Dark Ritual deck. It requires you to play Lotus Petal without being embarrassed about it. And then it requires you to add Mistress Bauble to your deck, which I would argue is a very, very small cost of deck building. It's not quite playing 56 cards, but it's close enough. So, and if you're churning cantrips, if you're casting Thought Seizes, then all of a sudden it just makes sense. And it's just frequently 16 power with very, very little investment. So it slots nicely into at least a handful of decks.
Makes
And here
sense.
she is.
I was just about to ask, is that Thalia? Because I don't recognize the artwork.
I am going to go out on a limb and say that that's Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, which is looking to guard the life of the Boros Energy player. But yeah, Manuel says no here with a Force. That's pretty good because it's
That makes
very,
sense.
very hard to fire off enough quote-unquote storm for a Fantastic Card to work under a Thalia.
I think if you're Manuel, just is there a world where you do decide to not force will the Thalia?
That world is almost impossible to imagine because not only is the Dark Ritual taxed, so is the spell that comes out of the Dark Ritual. So in Game 1 situations with no creature dukes in the mix, that Thalia needs to go.
Oh, but looking at the rest of the hand here from Luis, there's not all too much. There's not even. I think it's just two non-land cards in there.
Right. It's a copy of
just a
Sand
Static
Scout,
Prison,
a copy of
indeed.
Static Prison, and 3 lands cards. So here, I would argue the Static
Yikes.
Prison does almost stone nothing against the Doomsday deck in Game 1 situations. And yeah, Luis has to see the Sand Scout hit the bin here.
Yeah, this is scary for Luis because I imagine they decided to keep the hand based on the Thalia, which is excellent. Of course, you have to keep that kind of hand, but now we're in a bit of trouble, I would say.
We are, and also I think my suspicion is confirmed that the fetch of Underground Sea on turn 1 was indeed to help build to a Doomsday without Dark Ritual. The turn getting past here shows we don't have Ritual. The basic swamp is one step closer to that triple black dreaded sorcery.
That makes sense. I'm going to put you to the test, Andreas, because we do have time. My guess is that next turn we will see the Doomsday. What pile would you make to try and win as soon as possible if you're in Manuel's shoes?
Yeah, so for Manuel, he knows it's unlikely or impossible that he's going to die from 8 life after resolving Doomsday. So at this point, he has to think about what can my opponent draw that messes with my plans. So that comes down to his research of Boros Energy. So in this spot, it would be another Thalia coming off the top, and it would be getting Wastelanded back to back, something along those lines. So I imagine a pile here that beats Wasteland and beats Thalia. and then just ends off with a lethal Oracle. I will also say it's important to empty your deck with before casting Thassa's Oracle, because the opponent could easily have Swords to Plowshares in hand. So Swords to Plowshares, Wasteland, and Thalia, if those cards are on your calendar, I think you're in a great spot here as the Doomsday Pilot.
So even though we've seen the hand, and like when we sort of thought it was like, it seems to be easy, quote unquote, but there's a lot of cards you actually still have to play around when you are the Doomsday player.
Yeah, because Doomsday is an exercise in perfection. So let's say you sleep at the wheel, you cast a Thassa's Oracle with 1 or 2 cards in the deck, you get it Swords to Plowshare. That's the difference between winning and losing the game. So you have to manage your life total, you have to manage your mana base, and you have to manage your devotion for blue. That's the most important things here, and that's a lot. It adds up. So it's just an exercise in perfection every time you play a deck like this, which is why I played it a lot in Vintage, but for Legacy, I've never gotten comfortable enough to do it. It's simply just too much of an ask for a player of my caliber.
Nice. I can see that not being very easy. I do have a question though, because I see in Manuel's list, there's only 1 Thassa's Oracle. Usually, when I'm looking at Doomsday lists, they used to play 2. Has that maybe changed because of the Fantastic card, or is there another reason why you would only want to play 1?
Yeah, so that changed because now your threat density is higher, and in theory, the second Oracle is a bad natural draw. Sure, you can pitch it to Force of Will, put it back with Brainstorm. So I think this is just to cut it just enough corners to have, that third Thoughtseize in the deck, or that third Cycler, or whatever you prioritize as the second slot. So yeah, it's because even if that card, let's say you have to Force of Will something early, you can still win with Fantastic, where before the second Oracle was to make sure you could still win despite forcing early with one of the Oracles. So yeah, just cutting a little bit of corners.
Yeah, that makes sense. One thing I'm curious now to see is, because look at this, I like this Manuel presenting the deck, and even if you're in Luis's shoes, I think you just always go through the deck that your opponent's playing, because even if you know that you're playing against Doomsday, there's some valuable information to be had from taking a look at the cards, would be my guess.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now I need to know how many days is my opponent on. Now you also get confirmation the opponent is in fact on Fantastic. That is not a given going into a tournament somewhat close to the card's release date. So now just, get an idea. Does this deck have main deck Tameo? Is he on Wastelands? How many Dazes? How many Cyclers? And then make a note of that so you can educate yourself for later situations.
And Luis, indeed, taking that time to look through the deck, he would see indeed Fantastica. And also, for example, in this list, just 3 days and 4 Force of Wills. I know that sometimes the amount of days do swap around a bit in these Doomsday lists. What do you think is stock normally?
Yeah, so the thing is, Legacy just had so many updates recently, right? We had bans, we had new printings, but the card is pretty darn good with Fantastic Car, because you have a play pattern of you play Dark Ritual, you play Car, and then if you have any 0, a Bauble or a Pedal, alongside Daze, there you go. You have 16 power, because you can Daze your own 0 for the 4th spell. So it's only gotten better in the deck. And then again, we're working with limited deck slots, etc. So I would expect my Doomsday opponent these days that 3 is the average.
Yeah, makes sense. It feels to me like Fantastica, even though it would not be the first guess that I would have made, has given a big update to this Doomsday list. Is that like correct of me to analyze that?
Yeah,
or...
because the problem with Doomsday was in the past that no matter how well you played, if you didn't see a copy of Doomsday, you couldn't combo the opponent, right? So you can just see this as higher threat density, and you don't have to play suboptimal cards like Personal Tutor to get there, essentially.
Exactly. Looking for the Boros Energy list, even if you have like Thalias, potentially your opponent can just, if they play the Fantastic card, not care about the Thalia all that much. So I'm just curious how we try to navigate our way through this Fantastic card and also the Doomsday package when we are playing Boros Energy.
Yeah, I mean, Thalia does a pretty good job of holding the Fantastic car in check, right? It's probably a glorified 4/4 under most scenarios. So with Thalia in play, I think it's down to being a Doomsday deck and not a Fantastic car deck. As we see Manuel finishing off the job here with an empty library worth noting. You don't want to get caught by Swords to Plowshares at the finish line there. So emptying your deck there, using your life as a resource, boom.
And that all makes sense.
Yeah,
is it fair for me to say... Exactly. Is it fair to me to say, Andreas, that this is kind of the game one that we expected we would be seeing? I would think that game one, Boros Energy, they had the Thalia, but that's pretty much all you can do game one, right? So now I
Yeah,
would imagine
very
game
close to it.
two and game three will be looking heavily into sideboarding.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these players are bringing to do upgrades, but for sure, game one is where the Doomsday player, that's the bread and butter, and then it's up to the Energy player to win back-to-back sideboarded games with a better configuration. Depending on the configuration, let's see whether that's realistic or not.
Nice. So looking at the Boros Energy deck, the first card that jumps to my head is immediately we have here. This is just the normal deck list, but I do have a quick glance at the sideboarding. In the sideboarding, I do see from the Boros Energy list we have 4 Deafening Silences. I would guess there we go. That's a no-brainer, right? We just bring that in.
Oh yeah, that card is incredible. The thing about Deafening Silence is that once the Dark Ritual is cast, you cannot do anything else. So with that card in play, it's impossible to trigger your car for the big amount. So that card comes in for sure. We're also playing against a cantrip deck. Once you ponder, the turn's essentially over. We also have Damping Sphere in the board, which is incredible, and we have some blasts that may or may not come in. It also depends on the plan B of the Doomsday deck. So let's imagine that the Energy player focuses solely on not losing to the combo, then maybe there are games where they lose to Baragoi, Murktide Regent, or whatever the Doomsday player has going on. So that is kind of a balancing act. When it comes to cuts, it's not that hard to cut cards from that deck, so I just see a lot of inconsequential aggro cards getting trimmed for disruption.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Then moving to Doomsday again, feels to me like Doomsday pretty happy with the main deck. So are there a lot of cards we want to bring in from the sideboard from the Doomsday player?
Yeah, so this is where things get a little bit tricky because are you going to bring in removal spells? Are you actually interested in killing the opponent's creatures when you can just be, getting busy with your combo? And this is where the philosophy of different Doomsday players will change. I can message one Doomsday player and they're like, yeah, we're bringing in Force of Negation to counter their Deafening Silence with the reason that if they don't have a Deafening Silence, I'm happy already. So we keep our plan A. And then I can talk to the next player who's like, yeah, they're going to be bringing out all their plows, all their prisons. So I think there are room for Baragoi and Murktide to get the job done. So I guess let's see what Manuel does here. But that's the cat and mouse game that these two players are currently struggling with at the table, which, I'm excited to see unfold.
Cool, I like it. Do you think the situation where you just sideboard 0 cards as the Doomsday player?
0 cards probably not like days on the draw. It's probably not that exciting. So we're going to do some upgrades. But yeah, I mean, or close to it. You can take a big chunk, sideboard them in, bring them back out, and then all of a sudden there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on there. That's the mind game we all love when looking at competitive Magic.
All right, yes, very curious indeed. I often think that sometimes I say that there's no one correct sideboarding plan for anyone or any deck, right? It's more having a game plan and what you want to do. Do you want to play the aggro deck or do you want to play the control style, if that makes sense? So I'm curious to see what these players have decided to do. I think Luis, looking at the hand, analyzing this is good enough. I don't catch any of the hate pieces in there.
And
Nice, okay.
And the other card I saw was Static Prison. So this is Luis saying, hey, I know your tricks, buddy. You are going to Dark Ritual out Baragoi, and I'm going to meet you at the door with a copy of Static Prison. And this is a situation where it's very hit or miss, right? Imagine that happens. You're super happy. Now imagine the opponent never presents a creature. You're not too happy about that, right? So, but I think it's okay to have those polarized decisions as the Boros Energy player. You need some kind of variance to get over the finish line here. It's a tough matchup on paper, so you should be more willing to do some acrobatics.
Indeed. Meanwhile, I think
funnily enough, we've seen this exact opening before.
Elegant I was just thinking the same.
Over Arid Mesa. And
I was thinking the same, but if I'm looking at the timer, I'm just wondering because the timer now says 49. Is it possible that maybe this is game 1?
There's a chance that we have a replay on our hands here.
All right. Could be. Well, I'm sure if that's true that we will get that sorted out for you. Meanwhile, let's just assume that this is indeed game 2 because this is the Ponder, which I do think that happened last time as well. So it's possible that this is the same situation. So we will get that sorted out for you quickly here. Meanwhile, I'm just wondering, because imagine if you're the Boros Energy player and you have the same situation, right? You only have the Thalia in hand and you know that last time we played it and we lost because of the Force of Will.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Boros Energy being the aggro deck it is, you can't really mulligan that away, can you? So even if this were the situation, I would just keep it, right?
That is just how the cookie crumbles. You have to accept your fate. Mulliganing to try and find 2 must-force cards, simply not viable. When you mulligan, there's a ton of other risks that you introduce. You're worse against, Thoughtseize. You're worse against Wasteland. I'm sorry, Thoughtseize and Daze. You're worse against the first Force of Will. So, yeah, if this was indeed a sideboarded situation, we would accept our fate with the turn 2 Thalia.
Mm-hmm. What's the lowest used ever sideboarded, ever mulliganed and still won a game?
That is actually a great question. The thing is, Vintage Dredge, everybody has tried to mulligan to 1 and win with that.
Yeah,
So
right.
that is a little bit of a cheat question. So let's see.
Let's stay in Legacy to make it easier.
Yeah, it's probably something like 4 when I played the Mystic Forge decks and I was playing against decks like Energy. You can mulligan to something like Ancient Tomb, Grim Monolith, Key, and the One Ring because they're not a Force of Will deck. So I think that deck you frequently could mulligan to 4 and actually beat some non-blue matchups.
In the olden days, I used to mulligan very aggressively against the black-red reanimated decks too, and I think I've won mulliganing to 3 once, where I just had a random Surgical and Force of Will and blue card, no lands, but it was just they just went for it, and I had that, and they conceded actually because I even thought like I have 0 cards, so I can imagine still losing even though
there's a big sub game to that, right? So. There's actually a funny situation. I guess it's story time now that we have this replay game on our hands. I remember the Mox finals where 2 of the best players in the world, in my opinion at the time, McWinsauce played against Canister, and McWinsauce showed his hand from game 3 on Twitter afterwards, and it was triple Force, triple blue card, and a Surgical, and he played against Fast Reanimator in the finals. The problem with this is, if he keeps 7, he was on the play, and just passes the turn, the opponent on Fast Reanimator, being one of the best players in the world, will know exactly what does it take to keep a 0-lander, and then we'll play a slower game with Voidwalker, Grief at the time. So what looks insane on paper is actually not that insane if your opponent adapts to it because they know what it means, right? No land pass from a control deck, like there's a hefty amount of hate in that hand. So the Reanimator deck ended up winning that game in an easy fashion, actually. So it's just to say that adaption there is the key to what your opponent is telling you.
I love that. Just if you imagine you're just starting out in Legacy and you see that situation, you're like, okay, so what is happening here? Playing nothing, keeping a hand full of cards, and the opponent playing probably completely different than you would play in that situation. I think that's what makes Legacy so great. Just the opponent doing nothing and you adapting to knowing exactly what's going on. That's just amazing.
Yeah, and he shared it basically to say this could very well be a wrong keep. And then there's just a lot of fruitful discussions around that, what it actually means when you go keep 7, pass with no land out of your control deck. And just Magic is very, very deep like that.
Makes sense. Yeah. I was also wondering, because we've talked about Fantastic Art and Doomsday for now, right? I do know there's a lot of talk about the card having a huge impact in the format in general. So do you have an idea, Andreas, like what other decks does this give a huge boost to the Fantastic Art?
Yeah, I think the obvious one that has shown promise so far is out of Storm variants, where you're essentially just adding a better threat. Let's say it requires less than half of a Tendrils, which is just awesome, right? You Dark Ritual, you play Car, you play, I don't know, Bauble and Mox Opal. Like, that's not a huge investment. You invested a Ritual and played out some zeros, and all of a sudden you have 16 power. So, probably Storm. It's a net because you're not super all in, like when you crack your LED, cast Infernal Tutor, cross your fingers. You're not all in, right? You're saying you can actually recover from that attempt failing, just like in this deck. So those are the big ones. I know people are toying with it in Affinity. I know people are toying with it out of Fast Reanimator, basically saying if my deck already has free spells or ritual, I should at least be considering the card. I'm not a big fan of those, but I do like it out of Doomsday and Storm variants.
Yeah, makes sense. We've also seen like a huge uptick in Tron before we got the ban of the Candelabra. Do you think that that was a correct thing to do? And with the Fantastic Car also coming to the format, right? Do you now expect Tron to still be a big menace?
Yeah, I've been thinking a little bit about. So I can't tell you whether a ban is right or wrong. I mainly just try and deal with it. But
Hmm.
the colorless players will have to reinvent themselves. And I know that there's a Mystic Forge Fleshraker version that also plays Car. Um, with the logic of Mystic Forge is pretty good at enabling double spelling or quad spelling in this case. You have Tezzeret that's pretty good. Play Tezzeret, untap your monolith, play the next spell, where you can take advantage of the colorless mana and get to 16 power. So that deck shows some promise as well. But yeah, it's tough to say where those Tron players are gonna go because I felt like with a lot of previous decks, they had a large, let's say, following or fan base. But I actually don't think that many players were specifically Tron fans, more just liked, to play a powerful deck. So I expect those players to be split a little bit between new colorless strategies, um, you know, some combo, some tempo, a little bit of everything.
Hmm. It's not like the Mystic Forge deck was bad before Candelabra was played as a 4 of, right? It was a good deck then, and so it's probably just not still a good deck now. I
Right.
imagine that the Shell of the One Ring in its power level on its own should be good enough to keep the deck afloat.
I think so too. Absolutely. Colorless is still alive and kicking, and it's just going to be, at a lower clip because it doesn't necessarily appeal to a ton of people to play that kind of magic.
Exactly. Another card that has been making waves is, of course, Flow State. Another card that is it correct for me to say that Flow State has kind of given the big boost in Blue-Red Delver's arm that it needed to catch up in the current Legacy format, or is that too generous?
I think that's totally fair. I just view Flow State as a card like Tameo, Brainstorm, Ponder. It's part of your most blue decks, and then you have to figure out, like back in the day when fetch lands were printed, right? Then we figured out, oh, we need this and that many fetches to make Brainstorm good. Or when we add Ponder to our deck, we can maybe cut a land. So there's just some new, let's say, ways to evaluate the card. Like maybe you need to play Aloran Revealed. Maybe you need to play one more Preordain. Maybe you need to play Chain Lightning or Prismatic Ending or put it in the Thoughtseize deck. So it's just a card that accommodate by changing the deck a little bit, and then it's gonna do good things in most blue decks. That's how I see it anyway. So it's just like a card that fixes your draw, and then once that is established, then it's up to other decks to put on pressure. Because if you're sitting there and you're playing, I don't know, one of your favorite decks is Blue Eyed Control, right? Or Blue Eyed X at least.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So let's imagine you're casting Ponder, Flow State, Brainstorm, but I'm casting, Ocelot Pride and Ajani's and Goblin Bombardment. Like you're going to get run over. So then it's a balance between not getting run over, so you can actually take advantage of that card advantage. So I enjoy the situations that cards like that create for the format.
Yeah, exactly. I've given it a shot in like other decks as well. For I'm also an Infect Enjoyer, and I've given it a shot. But I can tell you one thing: that deck does not play enough sorcery speed cards to make it work. And if you do not have the option of having both a sorcery and an instant in the graveyard, it is not worth it at all.
Yeah, that's exactly when you start with the 2 mana anticipate mode, as I call it. Then you're not exactly doing anything legacy worthy. So it does require a little bit of build around.
Is it more powerful than Expressive Iteration?
Um, it's. I mean, in a blue-red deck, no, but as a whole, yes, because you can play it in other decks, and you can tap your wasteland, and so yeah, it's more versatile than expressive iteration.
Right, that does make sense. One thing I have been wondering, of course, is now if you look at this card on the top side of the Doomsday, I didn't quite catch it last time, but what artwork is that?
I'm sorry, can you ask again? Oh,
Yeah, the
that
Doomsday
card,
player.
the one next to Oracle?
Exactly.
Good question. It could be just a copy of Consider.
I'm always so
Seems like
interested in the artworks. I love that people are just playing so many different artworks. But I can tell you one thing: for us casters, it's not easy to keep up with all of the different printings, etc., etc. It's probably the most difficult thing for us to do right now. Keep up with all the artworks, even though I do like myself some spicy versions, etc. All right, so I think now we've got that fixed. We should be able to go back here to us. All right. We've talked about currently how the situation is right now for the energy deck versus the Doomsday. I'm just curious that if we are going to go to game 2, you definitely, of course, want to win game 2 as the Boros Energy player, but then being on the draw must feel scary, because I imagine that if the Doomsday player has, as we say, the quote-unquote complete nuts, is there anything you can do as the Boros Energy player?
Nope, you cannot do anything against the complete nuts. So this is something you will experience if you play a lot of competitive Magic. Sometimes you just have to cross your fingers and hope that you get the turn. You have to understand what you can actually beat and then stop focusing on what you cannot beat. So let's imagine that you have your Deafening Silence in your opening hand. That's all you can do on the draw, right? Even though there's a world of difference between having it on the play and having it on the draw. But you don't have any Mind Break traps in your deck. You don't have any Magic Potion that can change that fact. That's just sometimes how the matchup roulette works. And yeah, the energy player was sad to see this one for this round. So it's an uphill battle here. Of course, we're rooting for the comeback here. We want as much Magic as possible.
Of course, we always love to see that. I'm just wondering that if you are the Doomsday player, is there like a situation where if you have the turn 1, but maybe you're wondering like, okay, I have the Fantastic Car and I can make these tokens immediately, but what if my opponent has the meltdown to take care of it and I have nothing left? We usually just go for it, right? Or is there a situation where you're like, yeah, I can take my time, I can set up and then know that I have a guaranteed turn 2 or even turn 3 win? Is that something you would consider?
I like the question a lot because it's really the same thing it comes down to, that if you can make 16 power and attack on turn 1, you're telling your opponent, hey, you need to draw one of your... So in this case, he doesn't even know about Meltdown, but let's imagine he does know about Meltdown. Then you're saying, hey, you need one of these 2 cards in order to come back into this game. But if you pass the turn, all of a sudden, Deafening Silence, which is a 4 of, like the odds are just worse, right? So yeah, you can lose in that situation, but you just go for it and take your percentages.
Exactly. It's a situation where sometimes you just go for it, and if they have it, they have it. Something that we all had to accept when we are just starting out. And it is something that when I started playing in the beginning, it was the most difficult thing for me to accept. I don't know how that was for you, but it's also a situation where you can sometimes play perfectly and still lose. That's okay, but it is a very important mindset.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. It's a mindset thing that if you focus on the stuff that you actually can control, you're going to be a lot better off. Magic is not, fair. Magic is not, there's no justice, right? So sometimes unlikely things happen. And I think the most important thing is to remember that it happens in both directions, right? So if you do a good job of remembering the times where you drew the exact card you needed or had the perfect answer to the opponent's play, I think it'll be a lot better when you balance it out like that. So, but yeah, you're right. That's a part of competitive Magic and something that we all have to accept.
Yeah, we all know the situations where opponent plays a Thoughtseize, takes the best card in your hand, and you just draw it again, right? That's
yeah, we all know
happens.
that situation, but most people only talk about it in the other direction, not in your own direction. So I think that's the challenge for people at home, is to remember when it happens in favor of yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's interesting because I've recently read an article about win rates in Magic, where you're like, you sometimes hear people talk about, I have like 90% win rate and stuff like that, and it was like disgusting win rates and for pros. And I think they scanned the win rates of pros during their entire life, and I think the best player ever had like a 70% win rate, which is they still lose 30% of the games.
Oh yeah. So yeah, absolutely. Magic is about playing well and in order to hopefully get over the hump, but there are certainly no guarantees no matter how well you play.
All right, so let's move into the deck list here. Normally, if everything gotten sorted out, we should be able to move on over to game 2. We are seeing the sideboard here again for Doomsday. We've talked about that. Light sideboarding. Maybe we can do a quick refresh here about things that we might want to see.
Yeah, so the choice is basically, do we trust our own combo and protect it at all costs, or do we sideboard into a creature juke? I would expect the first of those to be true. I expect the Doomsday player to stick to their strategy. And then on the energy side of things, I love Deafening Silence. I love Damping Sphere. I will bring in the meltdowns because imagine taking 16, the other guy's sitting pretty, and you get to meltdown away all those constructs. That would be a beautiful day at the office. So we trim a lot of aggro cards here, inconsequential aggro cards like Sand Scout, maybe Goblin Bombardment, and then we hope to find a couple of disruptive pieces and a reasonable clock.
All right, nice. And looking at the clock, we do have that fixed, so we are ready for game 2. Let's see if we can work out. I do see a deafening silence in there for Luis, so snap key would be my guess. I'm not sure, but we have already mulliganed to 6, it seems, or maybe even lower. Looks like Luis just taking 1. Yep. So I can't imagine us mulliganing this hand when you're playing Boros Energy, right?
No, you could have planes, deafening silence, another land, and 3 Pokemon cards. You would still keep this hand.
Look at that. I'd love to see that one. Looking at the hand from the Doomsday player, let's see what can work out. Looks like they are mulliganing to 6 as well. Didn't quite catch a lot of the cards. Just a bunch of lands that I saw. Going quickly. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I just imagine we play Deafening Silence, turn 1 always. What do you think,
Absolutely,
Andreas?
because the opponent can go Dark Ritual Doomsday or do some disgusting things with the Fantastic car, so we need to shut that avenue off and then worry about reducing the opponent's life total later.
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, for Manuel, do you force will always? Is this something you have to counter
Well,
if you can?
I mean, if my sideboard plan has Murktide Regions and Baragorths, I don't always force it, but if not, yeah, then I do it a lot of the time. You could argue an exception to that rule would be having, let's say, fetch land, Underground Sea, Doomsday in hand, or fetch land, Lotus Petal, so you can go turn 1, fetch Petal, pass turn 2, Doomsday, and then just win slowly. But yeah, 9 out of 10 times you would force it if you had the option.
Right, nice. I've seen a situation once where there was a Deafening Silence on the board and the Storm player just navigated through the Deafening Silence like brilliantly. I was impressed. I don't remember the game exactly it was, but it is so cool to watch how sometimes you can play through this Deafening Silence if you really want
Yeah.
to.
Oh yeah, no, that and that is exactly what Manuel is starting to do here by playing out the pedal turn 1. That is just a super cool play because you can actually now sit behind exactly what I alluded to here, a protected fetch land, and then go the next land, cast Doomsday in theory.
All right. Meanwhile, Luis playing Ocelot Pride here. It's going to be very scary. Should be able to finish this game very quickly. So Manuel, if there's anything he does not have, is a lot of time. Would be my guess, because Luis will definitely try and win the game as soon as possible. So what are we looking for when we are playing as Doomsday right now?
Yeah, if we have Doomsday, we have to consider how to make a pile through an onboard wasteland. Maybe we're just simply gonna see that. It's pretty cool that came to fruition. It looks. I'll be trying to beat the allegations of having seen this game before, I guess. But yeah, you're right. The Ocelot Pride is the go sign for Manuel because we cannot just sit here. That is not going to improve over time. We need to get there. And the sooner you cast Doomsday, the sooner, the life total becomes an issue.
All right. And we do say Doomsday here. Okay, cool. So
I should say the sooner you cast Doomsday, the smaller of an issue your life total becomes.
That does make sense because we're already now at 9, and that Ocelot Pride will not give us a lot of time, so we need to finish as soon as possible. Does this Deafening Silence change anything for the type of pile we want to make here? Because our opponent also has a Wasteland?
It does. So now we have to exactly think about Wasteland, we have to think about Deafening Silence. So a way to beat this is having Cyclers. Cyclers will not breach the disruption of or they will breach the disruption of energy. Of Deafening Silence. So something like, let's see, we go to 9 here, and you're getting wasted. So you will need to find Oracle and a land. If you don't have land in hand, this could be a little bit scary. But the cool thing is, Oracle is a creature as well. So you could even do something like cycle, and then you can pedal an Oracle on the same turn. So it all has to do with if Manuel already has a piece of that in hand, because that will really make things more simple. If not, we're looking to take multiple turns of damage instead of just one. We might get Wastelanded the second time. They might have a plow. So Doomsday is all about understanding the dangers and then also understanding what can we actually beat. So maybe we end up in a spot here where we cannot empty our library, so Swords of Plowshares would get us. But that's, we have to do it because the Wasteland is right there and the Deafening Silence is right there. And it's way more likely Luis just has a follow-up creature to make the clock faster than some of the other cards I mentioned. So this is all about what are the dangers and what are the likelihood to see each of them.
Okay, I do think if I catch the cards correctly, there's a Lion's Eye Diamond in there, also an Edge of Autumn if I'm incorrect. Of course, the Thassa's Oracle, and I think the two others are lands, but I'm not sure about the two lands that I saw.
Okay, so if we're going first, the cool thing about Lion's Eye Diamond is that it's a card that works with cyclers like Black Lotus, so that if you have Lion's Eye Diamond in play, you cycle, you can crack your Lion's Eye Diamond in response, get 3 blue, and get into Thassa's Oracle. So it sounds like a pile that is losing to spot removal and Pyroblast, but is beating most other things.
Just
So this
thinking
way,
about this pile, it seems.
yeah, this is the hard part because this is a tough situation. Onboard Wasteland, a little bit of clock going. You're getting taxed by Deafening Silence. This is the tough one.
Looks
Luis
like
is
they have
probably
concluded the pile. Luis taking a quick peek here, as you should always do. As we said last time, we take a peek into to know the deck, and you should do this again because remember we have sideboarded. So this is a cool way to see what our opponent has brought in from the sideboard. Because I imagine that the sideboard cards we have brought in as Manuel are probably not into the pile right now, unless there's something I'm missing. But they would probably be in that pile, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Great point here. So Luis now sees, okay, you did actually bring in the Force Negations. You did not think the Creature Pivot was going to be valuable. And that is going to help him in a potential game 3.
And I would imagine, is there a reason for you as Manuel to, if we do go to game 3, change your sideboarding again because Luis knows what you did for game 2?
Yeah, that is a dynamic that for sure can happen. I'm not saying it will for this one, but imagine you just see like Deafening Silence, Pyroblast. Like the hate can pile up enough that you want to do a 180 pivot. But the thing is, if it comes to game 3, you're going to be playing first, and that means your Dark Ritual draws are so potent. But in a game 3 situation on the draw, I could see it.
Yeah, that does make sense. And look at this. This is, I think, Voice of Victory. It is indeed. Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely.
Playing the Wasteland.
So now it's a little bit interesting. So let me do a little bit of math here. We attacked our opponent down to 8 from the point of view of the Boros Energy player. We deployed what is functionally a 3-powered creature, and we got an additional 1. So next turn, we will be swinging in for 5. That means that Manuel has 1 more turn to set up in theory, but it looks like he just set up the pile here, floating blue, cycle Edge of Autumn, and then play Thassa's Oracle.
Starting out with a Street Wraith 2, going down to 2 life, go to 6. Remember, we still have 1 mana floating here.
So yeah, that's just going to be the Oracle, and that's the end of it here. 2 cards in the deck. Blue Devotion 2, that does it. So this is the draw that I alluded to, where if the opponent has Pyroblast or Source of Plowshares, things get complicated. But if they tap out for a creature, things are very simple to execute here for the Doomsday player.
And this was interesting to see because even if we had a Deafening Silence, a card we are playing 4 of in the sideboard, I imagine specifically, well, not specifically, but definitely important in this matchup, and it just didn't matter. Doomsday was just able to win through it.
It didn't matter for this exact draw because you were able to, from the side of Manuel, to sit on fetch land, which is wasteland protected. You developed your Petal, which cannot be touched either, and then next turn you cast your Doomsday. So fetch lands are very good here. Imagine that's an Underground Sea. The game is very different because then you get wastelanded. You never get to 3 mana before the pressure mounts up. So yeah, great resilience shown here, and fetch lands do it again.
Very cool. Okay, that was it for round 6. So we should be getting the top 8 right now. I have information here that we do have the bracket available. So production, if we can, we would like to see that on screen. I'm very curious to see what kind of top 8 that we will be seeing. What are you expecting, Andreas?
I'm expecting 1 copy of Doomsday.
Okay, what else?
Because of the one we just saw. A mixed bag.
Here we go.
Tempo, control, green creatures. All right, let's see what we actually are seeing here, Sam. It looks like the first seed was Boros Energy, and Eldrazi make it in an 8th. That's going to be a sweet one. Eldrazi versus Boros Energy, aggro meets aggro. The good guys, Blue-White Control versus Blue-Black Tempo. That's more or less, El Clasico of Legacy. That's going to be awesome as well. Tameo on Tameo action.
Am I seeing this correctly? 8 different decks in top 8?
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. Depending on what version of blue-white quote-unquote control Javier is bringing. Sometimes the labeling with blue-white, the blue-white Filia deck can be similar, but yeah, it looks like it. blue Trons, that's probably something like the Cloudpost decks that were running the tables last year versus Doomsday, and then lands versus blue white. I love the Failure Riddler deck. That's a sweet one, and lands is always good for coverage. So yeah, what a sweet display of just different strategies, right? Whether you
This
want
is
to turn creatures
yeah.
sideways, combo
This
out
is
the
just
opponent,
everything
big
you'd
mana
like to see
strategy.
from Legacy, right? We have a very good mix of combo. We also have control decks in here. We have aggros. So currently, this tells to me that right now, if you are playing Legacy, you can probably just play whatever you want and do well.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So this is always where players get their affirmation that okay, one of my favorite strategies is viable, because otherwise, Luis Garcia wouldn't be able to top eight such a competitive tournament as the Spanish Legacy Invitational with
Mhm.
good old blue cloud post, or lands or whatever. So pretty awesome to see here. I know people are looking for how will the Fantastic Car air in different the tournaments coming right out of the gates. So I guess one Fantastic Car deck in this top 8, and then a lot of fan favorites. Pretty cool to see.
All right, really, really lovely. Before we move on, I really quickly want to thank another sponsor again, Narón City Hall, which is the venue. Thank you so much for allowing us to do these kind of events. That's really cool. And remember, if you are enjoying what you are seeing, don't forget to follow the channel, share the stream, and tell everyone that we are live. And another good, really nice thing that we want to give you is we have some goodies to share out. And by we, I mean, Andreas, you really took out all the stuff that you could, because you are handing out MTGO play points. Tell us about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Magic Online and myself have a nice little partnership, so why not share the goods? And yeah, I want to share some play points here. Why don't we put up 2 batches of 120 play points? Type MTGO in the chat, and we will make sure to pick a couple of winners, and then you'll hear from us. So thank you so much to Magic Online. Magic Online, in my opinion, the best place to practice before going to tournaments like Impact Returns. So yeah, I always enjoy talking about those guys wherever I go. So yeah, MTGO in the chat, and you're in the running.
Nice. So I'm curious to see who will win that. We will announce that later. We will not be taking a break, so we will shortly be moving straight into top 8 for you. If you could get to choose, Andreas, which match would you want to see? I'm just saying that we do not have any agency over this, so we do not have any idea of what we will be seeing. But if I could ask you, Andreas, what would you want to see?
I want to see blue white versus blue black. I think that would be pretty darn awesome. Yeah, that would be pretty darn awesome to see some Tameo action and Bowmasters and spicy Thoughtseize decisions and grind. But to be honest, I'm excited about all of these decks. So whatever production managed to get, I'll be ready.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I think in the previous rounds, Julian and Kai have already done blue-white control against blue-black tempo, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure about that. But I do think it's an interesting matchup, because it's like I call it the classic Legacy, right? Because it's one deck that wants to win and one deck that wants to stall the game. So that feels to me like a fair game of Magic. But let's see what we have. Oh, okay. Andreas, I'm sorry. We have a different matchup here. All good. We have Boros Energy here. Do we have differences with the previous list? I'm looking, but it seems quite similar.
It looks like the previous list exactly, actually. Maybe there was one more Goblin Bombardment, actually, in the other list. But yeah, this is going to be aggression, and this is going to be small synergies between creatures. Maybe we even get to see the sweet Lasso Tap Quarry do a little bit of grinding in the later stages, bringing back some creatures that already bit the bullet. But yeah, Boros Energy, blazing fast aggro backed up by quality white removal and some inevitability engines, thanks to Goblin Bombardment, to Johnny. Yeah, what's not to like? Love this deck.
All right. I agree. Very, very fun. Let's see what we are up against when we are playing Boros Energy. We are playing, so Markel is up against Miguel Moreno, playing Eldrazi, if I am correct. Eldrazi, another deck that's all about winning the game as soon as possible. So I imagine we have similar game plans, but who do you think is favored here?
Yeah, you're right. Similar game plans collide here. The Boros Energy deck, being the player with the better seed, will be playing first, and that is something that could come in play. This is a Chalice of the Void deck, which also could be super relevant against a deck with a ton of 1-drop, Source of Plowshares, Static Prison. I'll be looking out for Hexing Squelcher to throw a wrench in that plan out of the Boros Energy deck, which is a let's call it unintuitive effect of the card that it prevents Chalice of the Void from being effective. Yeah, this is classic Stompy. Again, high individual card quality, and then a little bit of combo finish with Glaring Fleshraker plus Kozilek's Command, and some inevitability from Eye of Ugin that I don't expect to see here. Some of the inevitability situations, I simply think the matchup is too fast for those. So we're going to be seeing a lot of hard-hitting action here, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was a fast one.
Okay, I agree with you there. Which seat would you like to have?
Whoever's playing first.
you were
So in
playing.
this case, would be the energy deck.
Okay, so whoever plays first.
yeah.
Okay.
Because I think frequently you'll be the one sending creatures profitably into the red zone and actually winning the race, and you will have to be thinking about defense less often than the receiving player.
Okay, that does make sense. So I'm very curious to see how fast these decks are going to be. I think the Eldrazi player has decided to take a mulligan, and looks like Burst Energy is going to keep 7, if I'm correct about that. Another thing I imagine you really would like to do, well, you wouldn't like to do in this matchup, is taking a hard mulligan, because you really want to have every single card here to try and have as much threats.
Yeah, and resistance against Wasteland is also a thing, right? So there's we want as many cards as possible, but then again, both players, or both decks rather, are able to produce draws that, let's imagine the Eldrazi deck has Ancient Tomb into Chalice, Eldrazi Temple into Thought-Knot Seer, random land into Reality Smasher. Like, you can do that from a mull to 5, right? So both players have these 1-2-3 punches that are, realistic without a full grip of cards. But of course, you boost your chances by having more cards.
All right, playing the very scary 1-drop here. I'm blanking on the name a bit. Andreas, if you can help me out for this
Guide of
1-drop
Souls
here.
turn 1 here from the energy player, and worth noting is
Exactly.
also they fetch basic planes, which means they are either afraid of Wasteland or at least leaves the door open for the Eldrazi deck to be on Wastelands, because these days you're either on Wastelands or you're on the new Hamlet land that basically prevents your opponent from wastelanding you. Eldrazi players are a little bit undecided about that land slot.
All right. Meanwhile, Eldrazi playing the Battle Mage, just nothing special here. It's just a 2/2 right now, so we didn't do any of those other special abilities. But I mean, it makes sense. You just want to have a threat, even if it doesn't do anything special.
Right.
I think you just always want to have a blocker at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So you can have hands where you can see, okay, I'm actually tapping out the next 2 or 3 turns, so I should be using my mana now. Something to consider is when you're playing Eldrazi is, when do you expose your soul lands to Wasteland? But then again, in this matchup, the Battle Mage doesn't have a whole ton of text. Sure, bouncing something later that got a couple of counters from Guide of Souls is fine and all, but it's not that exciting. It's better to come down now and prevent some damage, as you alluded to, with it being a blocker.
Makes sense. Meanwhile, Voice of Victory here being played. Something that I want to note, because I think it was quite funny, is that both Miguel and Markel have. So Miguel had to read the Voice of Victory, and Markel has also read the Battle Mage. So it's. You can imagine that this is a matchup that we maybe don't see all that often. So I can see maybe perhaps these players haven't played against these decks all that often before.
Oh yeah, that is a good catch. I have a cool story, but I'll save that because now the turn is passed back. I was about to say this turn is going to be spicy, because when you play I have Ugin, Fleshraker, you even have 1 colorless floating and a big discount on the rest of your Eldrazi's, but actually nothing happened here. So this tells Markel a little bit about Miguel's hand. That means no more Fleshrakers. That means no more small stuff like Battle Mage. And I'll be worried a lot about Kozilek's Command being in that hand, because Kozilek's Command on a discount thanks to Eye of Ugin in combination with Fleshraker, man, that can be brutal.
All right, but talk about being brutal. We have Amped Raptor here, finding another threat. We are getting a lot of energy. I think this should be enough. There should be 3 energy right now.
Is this enough for 2 activations from Guide of Souls? Is this 6 energy?
Because we also get the tokens, right?
Yes. So
okay,
this looks like with a double attack, it looks like a double activation. So both the voice and the guide will get 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter.
Ooh, so this is going to be like, we are going ham here. We want to win as soon as possible, and we also gain life, which is very relevant here versus Eldrazi. Look at this, Markel at a healthy 25 life. So if I'm a Miguel, I'm a bit afraid here.
We just block the tokens here, I would imagine, with our 2/2s. Because the flyers are going in there, so I guess we should just block the 2 red creatures from the voice here with our 2/2s. And now he's
So I
explaining
think-
that when you have the 2 attack triggers, you can stack them so that you get the 2 tokens first, and then you pay 3 energy afterwards, which is exactly how it works. You have to have to stack them correctly, though.
Okay, nice. So always important, clear communication, and down to 10. So yeah, Miguel is going to need a very good turn of his own. Otherwise, it could be in trouble.
Yeah, this is brutality. The thing is, I think it's possible to win here, but it's so slim. If you chain Kozilek's
Another
command in
read.
this- another read here. So that land is actually pretty cool. It's a rainbow land that lets your Eldrazi deck play a broadside bombardier. Because it's just a rainbow land for any creature. So now it doesn't care about if it's an Eldrazi or not.
I think it's Abundant Countryside, if I'm
Yeah.
correct.
That sounds about right.
Right. Sorry, Andreas, go ahead. I interrupted
Yeah.
you about how it could win.
Yeah, I was just imagining here. So Kozilek's command is a really strong with Fleshraker and Eye of Ugin. So you get a 2-mana discount. That means you get 3 tokens, right? So those enter, and you have a lot of pings, and you have mana left over. But yeah, this is not enough with just 1 Fleshraker. We're too far off.
They're thinking. So I
let's
imagine.
do
Yep.
the let's just do the math here. I mean, Miguel is giving it his best go here, and Challenge being a 0-mana spell here is not nothing. But we need to finish the job now. That's the thing. Looks like a broadside bombardier. So in theory, that can throw the battle mage at a Guide of Souls, right? And then all of a sudden, that card is dead. But yeah, let's see about this.
Explain to us. We are seeing a chalice being played here for 0.
Yeah.
Perhaps some people are thinking like that doesn't do anything, right? Why do we
Right.
decide to play the chalice on 0 here?
Yeah, good question here. So Challenge on 0 is a colorless spell that triggers the Fleshraker. Fleshraker now gets an Eldrazi spawn, and then that spawn pings the opponent. That spawn can be used to cast other stuff. So in theory, Chalice is a mana source here. You can call it a colorless lotus petal, for the lack of better explanation. Thought-Knot Seer the play. It looks like we are just dead if we pass the turn. Let's see. How much flying damage do we have here? We have 6 flying damage already on the board. And then if we can cast 1 more creature, we get to trigger Guide of Souls once more, which would make it 8 flying. Yeah, well, I guess we're not dead yet. So there's 1 more turn to chain some Kozilek's command. But, if we go to 2, I think it's impossible because that takes out Ancient Tomb of the equation. But if we get the turn and we're at 4, I'm saying there's a chance.
Meanwhile, here we're going to be taking the Static Prison. That makes sense. The only removal spell in there, so I can see it. That's another
Ooh,
and
yeah, the
Raptor
Raptor-
being
yeah,
played.
The Raptor is brutal here because it
Mhm.
gives energy here. So even
That
if
could
there's
be that could be enough, right?
yeah, so and even any creature getting hit here gives 2 energy from the guide. So, and then when the Voice of Victory attacks, that's 2 more energy. So this is going to be 8 flying power. And then Miguel is on the magic number that is 2. And he's staring at his Ancient Tomb.
Indeed. And Markel going up to 26 life here. I think, yep, I was about to say, I think it's time to pack it up because I'm not sure how Miguel could come back from this.
Right.
Okay, that was pretty cool. So pretty
And also-
dominant performance here.
Yes. So now imagine it's flipped. Like imagine Miguel goes first here.
Mhm.
Then Chalice of the Void does more. He has more life total. He gets to be like on the offense with a broadside bombardier. So yeah, play draw was huge there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's dive into sideboarding and see what these players want to pack after game 1. So for Boros Energy here, I imagine light sideboarding would be my guess, but what do you think?
Yeah, it's gonna be light sideboarding. Man, this is my favorite card. Price of Progress. I'm gonna take a little bit of credit here. I was shouting at a lot of energy players, you need to play this card. Tron is the best deck in the format. You have a terrible matchup. Please play this card. It's really, really good. So I'm just like a proud dad when I see those guys playing that card now. And that's gonna be good against the Eldrazi Stompy opponent. You can argue that being on the draw is gonna make this card worse because maybe you're gonna be behind in the race, but in general, that card is awesome for you. I expect that card to come in the place of, it's tough to say, but Thalia is not a card I'm too excited about against Eldrazi, so that would be an easy swap for me.
All right, that makes sense. And then looking for the Eldrazi player, sideboard, I think they have a bit more options. Looking at the removal would be my guess, but talk us through this, Andreas.
Yeah, we're looking at the two middle cards here, either Warping Whale in order to kill some of the smaller stuff out of Boar's energy, exile target creature with power or toughness 1 or less. That means we can kill, the Ocelot Prides of the world, the Ajani's of the world. So situational removal, but it doesn't hurt as much as Dismember. 3 Dismembers, that is a lot. But if you can pick apart, let's say you kill the Guide of Souls in the game we just had, the game looks very different. So we're looking at the removal spells, and we're probably looking to swap cards like Colorless Grizzly Bear, the Wastegate Battle Mage from the previous game, and upgrade to some removal spells. But then again, we're trying to leverage being on the play. Now we have Chalice draws, we have aggressive draws, and we have some removal to stem the bleeding. So yeah, I have high hopes for this Eldrazi pilot.
So perhaps we could, since we're on the play, we could just bring in 3 removal spells and only take out the battle mages. Is that worth it?
Yeah.
Or do you just always want to play all 5 removal spells?
Looking at the rest of the list, I'm trying to think about what else you would do. Maybe you don't need the monolith, because yeah, that card seems a little bit inconsequential. So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked that the removal count is lower on the play than it would be on the draw.
All right, guess we'll find out soon. Eldrazi Temple being played here, following up with It That Heralds the End, making Eldrazi is cheaper right now. So nice start. We're setting up for next turn. Going to try and put the pressure on here, and let's see if Markel can. Another reader. I love this. This is something that I don't think enough people in Legacy do sometimes, because there's nothing wrong with, even if you know the card, it's fine to just read it again just to be sure.
yeah.
Because sometimes there's so much text on cards these days, you never know what they might bring.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about something super important when you're playing with and against Eldrazi. You have to consider your land sequence, because sure, you played a 2/2 on turn 1, but you also lost your best land to Wasteland. Then you had to play Cavern of Souls on turn 2. So you have to weigh that, developing the 2/2 versus getting Wastelanded on your best land. That is a somewhat important question.
That does make sense. But it looks like we have another Eldrazi Temple. Markel just passed the turn after playing another land, so I do think we're going to slam in first. Yes, indeed. And now I think we have 3 mana. So would we be looking towards Fleshraker as the best play?
Yeah, Fleshraker would be the best play here, but this card is... So, I'm trying to think here. If we're not making a better play than this 2/2, maybe we should have played the other land. Like, we should have just held our Temple, because if we're getting wasted, we would rather have the opponent pick between Cavern and Courtside. Yeah, rather than Eldrazi Temple and Cavern. Unless we're
sense.
using that untapped mana for anything. So I'm curious if Miguel has a trick up his sleeve. If this is him holding up Dismember, he's off the charge. he's off the hook. So yeah, I'm always curious about that when I play with and against Eldrazi, like which lands to expose and when. There's also the trick that if he's like, hey, I have tons of mana. If you want to wasteland me, go ahead, buddy. So this could be him laying a trap, because he has a couple of 2/2 swinging in there while getting wastelanded. That's pretty cool, right? So this could be anything from a trap to a well-calculated him holding up interaction to a suboptimal play. Future will tell.
And another thing to note is we have been talking about Wastegate Battlemage to bring it out, but I mean, it's the second threat we play, so looks like Miguel is disagreeing with us and deciding not to take it out.
Absolutely. He's saying, well, I think these 2/2s can actually, one too many when it comes to damage.
I can see it. You can bounce a creature with it if you do have blue mana, and you can kick it. So there's something there. But meanwhile, Amp Raptor being played, walking straight into an Ayani. So that's good, right? Something that we like.
Absolutely. That's a great hit. Also, the Raptor being a 2/1 first striker brings a swift end to the aggression from Miguel with the way things are looking.
Mm-hmm. So what would we like to... Go ahead.
Yeah. I was about to say, we need some higher card quality than some Grizzly Bears to get over the hump here. So also now the thing is, if we put anything into combat and the opponent can just block with the cat token, Ajani turns into a planeswalker, all of a sudden we can be in trouble. So I'm not super excited about Miguel's position here, I must say. Maybe we just need to kill the Ajani with Kozilek's command before it's too late.
All right, let's see what we are up. When we are playing Miguel, what is the next card we are going to be doing? Okay, that's a good one, though. This is going to be very, very strong very quickly. It's the Eldrazi Linebreaker. Okay, Andreas, could you talk us through here? Why is this such a good card in the deck? Yeah,
Eldrazi Linebreaker is just an undercosted beater that lets us power through cluttered board states thanks to Trample. But the thing is, if we're attacking now, the opponent will block with their cat, which will flip the Ajani. So I've seen plenty of situations where there was no... Okay, so here's a removal spell onto the Raptor. I'm interested in so Miguel doesn't mind the Ajani getting flipped, or he plans to pass the turn without attacking. So I guess his logic is, if I get rid of the 2-1 first striker, first of all, 2-1 first strike is annoying. Second of all, that's my opponent's only red permanent, which makes Flip Ajani, manageable. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the big plan is here.
All right. Meanwhile, it that heralds the hand. I think I made a mistake there because I forgot to point out that other colorless creatures also get +1/+1. I think I forgot to mention that. So another reason why we can bump up our threats. So that's also very interesting.
Right.
Now we do have an empty board because of if we're on Markel's side. So
the lore ability is good here. You're right.
Exactly. So that was something of note. And how impactful is this Planeswalker going to be in an empty board?
On an empty board, not that exciting. In combination with, a red permanent, pretty exciting. So let's imagine the Linebreaker gets plowed. We play, I don't know, another Raptor or what have you. Then the Eldrazi player can be in trouble here. But the Eldrazi player is saying, "Hey, I actually don't think you have all that much, and I think I can trample you over here." So yeah, Markel needs some very, very good stuff to stem the bleeding here. Oh wow, that is another Raptor and a plow. So he's very well set up for this situation.
All right. How do you think we navigate this?
I think we need to Raptor first, because Raptor could be anything, right? It's a Christmas gift, and it's going to be good, but now you get to find out what it actually is.
Finding another Ayani. Perfect.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome, because that is adding 2 creatures to the board. That means when you zero your flipped Ajani, it now deals 4 damage, right? So this is an easy way to just get rid of the Linebreaker. And then you hold up Swords to Plowshares if the opponent gets frisky on the next combat step.
All right, so playing New Cat here, going to destroy the Linebreaker. That's very powerful. And now we can just very safely swing in, I guess.
Oh yeah, man, that was a brutal turn. Miguel swung for the fences here, and now look what that what that attack brought him when it comes to Flip Ajani.
I think
like the token from last turn blocked, so there's no token to attack with here, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah,
I think they just rewound because I think we forgot about it that heralds the end. I can just block because the token's just a 1/1, right?
The token's a 2/1, but both tokens entered now. One from the the new Ajani, one from the zeroing the old Ajani.
Right, so summoning sickness, so we can't attack there. We are keeping the swords. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because if the opponent goes like Reality Smasher or another Linebreaker, you're just chilling here. What I would have loved to see here is Markel tapping Mountain and Parlor in order to cast the Raptor and holding up basic planes. I don't want to get into a situation where my opponent can mess with me with Wasteland here, but that's just a little bit of nerdiness here.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, just making the small instances there. If we can play around Wasteland, we should if we have the option to. Another Battle Mage. Okay, so now I do think we paid to bounce 1 token. So there we go. We did get some extra value from the kicker, but I'm still not feeling happy about my situation if I'm Miguel. Even though my opponent's at 8, I don't know. It feels to me like if we don't do anything about this soon, we could be in trouble.
Yeah, and look at this blowout. Kill the Lord and now block with Raptor. The 2/1 first striker.
Okay, that's perfect. So now I think the favor is slowly shifting towards Markel because they are untapping now and they might just have a very, very impactful turn.
Yeah, this turn is going to be absolutely insane. Even just without doing anything, the Ajani makes it a 2/1 and shoots for 4. And now things just gets ridiculous here because gain life, gain energy, shoot down the opponent's board. This is dominating.
This is ridiculous. Play 1 threat, remove your threat, gain life, and I'm just going to beat you down. So what if we are in Miguel's shoes, how can we come back from this?
To be honest, I actually don't even see it because we're not running some cards like All This Dust, or we don't have a Fleshraker in play so we can chain Kozilek's command. This is just brutal. And Markel smells blood in the water here, just adds even more insult to injury here with Voice of Victory joining the party.
Okay, yeah, and I'm curious because Miguel probably has maybe 1 or 2 turns left, but he's a threat here, so that is going to be scary. And you see a bit of small smile on the face of Miguel here.
Oh yeah, he knows this is over. He's just being a good sport here, passing the turn back, and I I think Markel can count to 17 here. Goblin Bombardment seals it
Yeah,
completely
for
here.
sure.
He could have beat
Need.
the guy on the next table as well here with that dominating board in the end.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Wow, pretty dominant performance. Andreas, I'm curious, is this how it always goes? Because if we looked at this, it felt like the Eldrazi player almost did not have a single shot at the game. I've been
Don't do it.
told you have goodies. Do you have that again for us?
I do have more goodies. Myself and
Wow.
Magic Online are bringing you guys some juicy playpoint codes so you can go play a draft or play a league. So if you write M2GO in the chat, you're in the running, and our production crew will pick 2 additional winners. So that's 4 total so far. Yeah, Magic Online, the best place online to practice for awesome tournaments like Impact Returns. I play on there every day. It's invaluable. I can play against a Japanese sensei or an American crusher every day, and across the world.
Or a
So,
Belgian scrub playing Infect? You sometimes get those as well?
I think last time we played in a challenge. You played Jeskai Control, and I played Delver.
That's
That's a while ago.
That's good magic for that as well. All right, it looks like we have the top 4 ready for you. So we have Manuel on Doomsday. We've seen this player before, if I'm correct, right?
We saw Manuel take care of business against Boros Energy in his win and in match, and he's indeed playing the Doomsday deck. The Doomsday deck recently got an addition from the Fantastic Car, essentially upping the threat density of the deck to 8 must counters or 8 payoffs, however you want to see it. And then you have cantrips for consistency, discard spells and counters for protection, and a little bit of flow state for grinding. Very, very cool deck, and awesome to see Manuel be battling it out in the top 4 here.
All right, nice. I'm very curious to see what they are up against and how they'll perform lands. My guess would be that Doomsday, especially in games 1, would be favored against lands, but I could be wrong. Andreas, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I feel the same. Lands will excel against decks that play longer games in a fair fashion, so its engines like Loam Wasteland, Loam Saga can take over. But here we're going to actually be looking at some key cards like the Sphere of Resistance. Actually, it reminds me a little bit of our win-in match where Thalia was the key card. We will be hoping to shut down the opponent's run for glory, and if we manage to do that, we then need to close the game before the opponent gets back into it. So yes, lands. The deck is stacked against lands here, so a little bit of a David versus Goliath.
All right, let's dive into the game and see what's up. If you were playing, Andreas, what would you be playing?
Ooh, for this tournament, straight out of the gates, I would probably be working on Fantastic Car and just assume that paper moves a little bit slower than online. So I would probably be looking at some unfair deck with the Fantastic Car in it. I think there's a lot of free wins to be gained by playing a strategy like that early into the format, especially at paper tournaments where things generally move a little bit slower. You know, you have your from the new sets available. So yeah, that would be my. What about yourself? Are you trying to make Infect work, or are you trying to be controlling mage?
Well, excellent question, because recently with Tron being a tier 1 deck, I've been farming Tron. I've been playing 4 Force of Vigors and 4 Consigns, and that has been great. So I was kind of hoping that deck would stay tier 1 for a longer while, so I've been grinding that, but right now I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what I will be doing. Meanwhile, these players...
With exploration.
Exactly.
Also note that the Doomsday player played first, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, the Doomsday player is playing first, but leads on Ponder. I like the decision to force will here, because if we force will here, there's no Saga coming, there's no Wasteland coming, and we get to slow things down a little bit. Now, if we cannot capitalize, we'll have our hands full with the Sphere of Resistance in Alex's hand, though.
Ooh, did you catch that? I did see a Pittel in Manuel's hand. I didn't quite catch the rest, but the fact that we are not playing this means we are keeping it in case we have the Fantastic Car, right?
Exactly. When you play the Fantastic Car, you have to ration with your spells. But when you play against taxing effects, that's exactly where the game can be hard. Because if you slow roll it, you might get punished. But if you play it out, you might not be able to execute your game plan. So very, very cool new dynamic that players have to live with. I will also say that this brainstorm, we could have cast that on our own turn, because if we find Ritual Fantastic Car and a 0, we would be in business, right? So sometimes you're going to hold your brainstorm to be more consistent, or are you going to cast your Brainstorm and shoot for the stars? Another dilemma for 2026 Magic players.
Yeah, exactly. And what I love about it is that the thing we just discussed, while we were discussing it, the opponent does play the Sphere of Resistance indeed. So now, not having played
The pedal.
the pedal exactly is a bit of an issue. So we'll see what we have next.
Yeah,
Don't
and
see
it
it
will
here.
be an issue exactly in this scenario where you have to tap out to cast a Thoughtseize. You still can cast a pedal, and you're going to get wastelanded on the next turn cycle.
Ooh, and we do have Life from the Loam, so potentially we could see a Wasteland lock
Oh, yeah,
soon if
kidding.
we are going to keep on doing this.
Worth noting is Loam also costs 3 mana. Otherwise, we would have seen a Dredge here.
Makes sense.
So
So I imagine we
think
just always Wasteland.
we do, because the opponent just missed their land drop. So this is just perfect. The lands player. Oh, this is actually a sweet play. Cycle Edge of Autumn in response here to get a little bit
Ooh.
of a feel better. I mean, we just got to cycle a card. That's the payoff. It's not something major. But what I wanted to say here is Alex can choose between stopping his opponent from playing Magic or trying to present his own game plan. And I really love his decision of firing Wasteland rather than playing out Dark Depths.
We do have to pay now for playing the Lotus Petal, so we do that, but still missing a land drop. So now, if you are in Alex's shoes, do we just play a land and go for the Wasteland game plan?
The thing is, he now has to choose. If he brings back Loam, he would need to play a land that actually taps for mana in order to cast a 3-mana Loam on the Wasteland, and then commence the Wastelanding next turn. The alternative is to not dredge and then build towards the 2020, thanks to how Thespian Stage and Dark Depths work. So he's chosen the latter, and he's saying, I do nothing this turn. Next turn, I present a 2020. The following turn, I'm winning. So the clock is ticking.
All right, and it looks like we are just playing another Thespian Stage. Is there a follow-up? We're thinking, is there a thought process going in Alex's head where perhaps they do have another Boseiju right now? But if we do that, the Wasteland does lose its value. So what are we thinking here?
Yeah, so I think once we pass the turn, Boseiju loses its value. We should have done it on our own turn so that the Underground Sea would turn into an island, and Manuel would have no place because of Sphere Resistance. Like, if they instant Brainstorm, they lose the pedal, so they're not going to do that. But I think I would have done that. I would have said, hey, you only have blue mana now. I don't want you to have black mana, aside from the pedal, I guess. But
And
you're
this
right.
Brainstorm does signal to me that our hand is not that great, right? Because having to use the pedal to do that is not a good sign.
No, you're right. If you're using your pedal to cantrip, especially under Sphere Resistance, that is a sign of desperation. Because now, with Sphere Resistance in play and the 2020 coming on the next turn, you know that because you Thoughtseize your opponent earlier. Yeah, this is desperation, and I feel like the clock is running out for Manuel here. I don't see how he overcomes the Sphere in the time frame that he's offered here, thanks to the Merit Leech.
Yeah, I was about to ask that, is there a way out for Manuel to potentially beat the Sphere of Resistance? The difference is huge, where last time we saw like a hate piece doing almost nothing against the Doomsday deck, but now really proving its worth.
Yeah, I'm just going to consult the list here, and I don't think there's anything like Brazen Borrower and what have you. So, yeah, I think that's going to be very hard. Okay, it looks like Alex is saying, I don't want Catastrophe to strike, so I'm actually going to... No, I'm not going to Wasteland. Oh, because it got forced.
Yeah, exactly. So Alex played
man. So this
the
is Manuel's chance. Alex just decided, rather than make a 2020 and try and win the game, I want to keep Wastelanding. The only problem is that actually gives Manuel more time to work with, and he's making land drops in the meantime. So there's a chance here.
Did get a forced here, playing the land, now playing the Lion's Eye Diamond. Now we do play the land to get the 2020.
That's exactly what we need to do. We need to have Dark Depths Thespian Stage online now and stop fooling around with Wastelands here. I will say I don't exactly see how Manuel can get out of this, because Count of Souls does not cast Doomsday, and we have to pay for Sphere Resistance, and we have to break into the pile. I think we're in a lot of trouble here from the Doomsday side of things.
Getting an Undercity Sewers. Let's see if the card on top can potentially save us here. But what are we looking for? What do we need?
I actually can't see it because we're losing next turn, and we don't have any way to. Even if we can Ritual Doomsday, we're still losing to the 2020, and that's exactly what Manuel realizes here.
Mm-hmm. If even Fantastic Card doesn't save you, I don't know what can, right?
No, no. Yeah, that's it. That's it. The Zero Assistant's doing work here, and I think the most interesting thing about that game we just saw was the Lance player having to choose between developing their own game plan or stopping the opponent. So, for my liking, I think Alex went a little bit too deep in disrupting the opponent. But yeah, Magic is a hard game. Pressure's on top 4. You know that Sam Dams is commentating your game. Like that's the nerves are through the roof here for the players.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. And keep in mind, these players have been playing all day, right? Especially since it's also the Nationals, so it's invite only. You know, you are playing against the best of the best that Spain has to offer. And also, I saw some other people, not only from Spain, competing. So I imagine that the stress may get there. And sometimes you just make decisions based on, I can see, imagine if we are able to waste none a couple of times, that works too. So sure, they did have the force will, but if they have it sometimes. So it's sometimes about making certain decisions.
It is hard. And also, if you're not completely in tune with what is in the opponent's deck list, of course, we're working with open deck lists. I look at Magic deck lists every day, so I will know that deck list in my sleep. Not necessarily the case for this player. So, and wastelanding somebody who has missed their land drop a couple of times, that is pretty juicy, right? So I'm not, can't say anything bad about it. But Lance winning game 1, I just have to reiterate here that this is exactly what we want as let's say impartial spectator, because this gives a higher chance of this match going to 3, because the Lance deck can struggle with Doomsday, the Doomsday strategy at times. So perfect for the broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about, game 1, we were not sure if Lance was able to compete with Doomsday. And again, we proved us wrong. We always have to play games, because even if you have a horrible matchup that's like 70-30, that means you can still win 30% of those games. So we should always play it out. And now I'm curious, because do you think if we do go to game 3, that means that Lance is on the play against Doomsday? Does that make a significant difference here?
It
or
really
is that
does.
not that big of a difference?
It's huge, because it's a difference like the energy dynamic where you get to whether you get to turn 1 Deafening Silence, or in this case turn 1 Sphere of Resistance, is huge. So absolutely, it does a lot. You can also win more quote unquote normal games. Let's say you turbo out the Merid Lage combo, or you have a fast Saga draw, or you get to pop your Saga, look for whatever trinket you have available just a turn before you would have otherwise. So play draw is huge, as we saw in the Eldrazi versus Energy. It's going to be huge here as well. So breaking serve there versus Doomsday, that's the dream for the Lance pilot.
All right. Well, I suggest we take a look at some deck lists. I think we have that at the ready for you, and see what these people have to offer and what they can potentially do. Because I think sideboarding here in this matchup, I'm not sure if it's going to be an easy thing to do or if it's going to be straightforward. So let's see what we are looking at for Doomsday first. Let's look at the deck list in a whole. What cards do you think are just not that great against Lance?
Yeah, so against Lance, it's a lot about how long do you think the game is going to go. Are you going to play into your strengths as an explosive Dark Ritual combo deck? Or do you actually think that it's going to go a lot of turns? So if the game goes longer, the card Daze gets worse. If the game is super short, a card like Flow State is inconsequential. So those will tell us a lot about the strategy that the Doomsday player is trying to apply here. And now keep in mind, Daze is also a synergy card in your deck, because you go Dark Ritual Fantastic Car. Now you play out a Mishra's Bauble or a Lotus Petal. You can Daze your own spell, and there you go. That's 4 spells, and the opponent is in trouble under attack from the 4 tokens. So Daze is better than it previously was out of decks like this. The grind from Flow State, you can argue, you mainly need against decks with discard spells and counters. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Daze for Daze to go out. But looking at the sideboard, we don't have that much juicy stuff here. I mean, we know our opponent is a Sphere Resistance deck, and we play first, so we probably want the Consigns, maybe we want the Negations. But I think that's more or less what we're looking at here. If we start to bring in Voidwalkers and Murktide, I just think we're playing at average length of a game that we're not that interested in. So on the play, I think we should say anything you can do, I can do better. And I'm a ritual combo deck.
I'm just curious because I haven't seen Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, in the
Right.
sideboard whole lot, right?
Yeah. That card
So-
beats cards like Disruptor Flute on Oracle. It beats cards like Dress Down on Oracle, Consign on Oracle. It bypasses a lot of the hate cards for Doomsday. So this is an adjustment for the opponent's adjustment in the format as a whole.
I like that. That's always cool. Looking at the lands deck here. So what are we looking at cards that you really don't like when you're playing lands against Doomsday?
Right. So when you play against Doomsday, cards like Pithing Needle is not good. You can look at your mana base and you're like, wait a minute. Tabernacle, Maze of Ith, Blast Zone. Funnily enough, Blast Zone enters with 1 counter, and that is a drawback here. If it didn't enter with any counters, we could actually blow up constructs, but that's not the case for that card. Like, we just have a lot of inconsequential lands and cards in our trinket toolbox for Saga. So I think it's very easy to find cuts from this deck between. I mean, we could probably cut 10 cards from this deck, maybe 8. So I would assume the sideboard is set up to handle combo, because usually you want to play against fair when you play lands. So how you should generally construct your sideboard is to fill in the gaps. So I'm pretty curious to see what Alex brought to the table here when it comes to sideboarding.
Andreas, there's one question I could like to ask you because I have no idea why it's in there. It's the card Walk-in Closet / Forgotten Cellar.
Yeah.
Why do we play this?
Yeah, Walk-in Closet is essentially just a Crucible of Worlds that pitches to some of your sideboard cards. So you play those when you think the game is going to go super long and you need to replay Urza's Saga or Wastelands over and over, or your combo. Let's imagine you play against a white control deck, right? You plow, they make a Merit Lage, you plow it, but then you can kind of slowly build up and just keep making Merit Lages. So that's a grindy card, is the short answer.
Okay, makes
Let's
sense.
look at the sideboard
move to
here.
the sideboard.
Yeah, because you're playing against a Doomsday deck where you're interested in naming that with Disruptor Flute. You're also interested in blowing up Fantastic Horror with Force of Vigor. And you're also interested in responding to Thassa's Oracle with Endurance to refill the opponent's library, make the Thassa's Oracle trigger non-lethal. So I expect all of those cards to come in. You might even bring in the Engineered Explosives because this is a completely new way of thinking that if you're taking 16 from Fantastic Horror and Friends, you actually, cards that prevent you from taking the second hit are actually up in value. So that could be Engineered Explosives, that could be Wrath of the Skies, that could be Meltdown. Cards like that prevent you from taking the second hit are actually at somewhat of a premium. So adding that card to your deck in your Urza Saga deck, I think that's pretty good, especially because you have some lackluster cards in the main deck. So yeah, I would expect a lot of sideboarding here and some green pitch cards to play a role in the next game.
All right, thank you very much, Andreas, for that. I think we are ready to move into game number 2. I'm also being told that right now Alex is a no-tempo player. He's usually a blue-red master. So it's interesting that we shift towards lands because I think the strategies are so different. I would imagine it's not easy to shift from an aggro deck to a lands deck.
No, I'm terrified just by casting the lands deck. It's very, very complicated. It's a completely different way of thinking about the game, as you alluded to. But if you can use your format knowledge from a tempo perspective to now become a surgical lands player, that's a movie I would watch.
What deck at that point could you not play, right?
Oh yeah, like once you have that in your arsenal, you're going to be doing just fine in the landscape of Magic here. However, we saw a match earlier in this exact matchup, I believe. Yes, we had Tagores versus a Lands Pilot, where the skateboard was sideboarded out. And in that game, the skateboard would have been super good. Tap down the Murktide, attack with some constructs. So I'm actually excited to see what Alex decides when it comes to that. Maybe it even was Alex. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it's one of his friends. They prepared together. In general, I like skateboard when we are trying to kill the opponent fast. So that's usually against a combo deck. Imagine an opener with Mox Diamond, Urza Saga. Turn 2, you make a construct. Turn 3, it pops off, you make another construct. That is a hasted construct. Like, you kill pretty fast with skateboard and the hasted construct. So I like it. I think it's very, very small price to pay in your deck building, but of course you can have enough sideboard cards that it ends up being the sacrificial lamb.
Mm-hmm. One thing that's always astonishing to me is, and I don't know why, but in Paper Magic, it seems to me like lands is a relatively popular deck, even though we don't see it all that often on Magic Online. Do you have any idea why that is? Or maybe you have different
Yeah.
feeling, at least maybe in my meta, lands is played quite often.
Yeah, I think the thing is, once you acquire that tabernacle and those Mox Diamonds, you're somewhat committed, so to speak. So I just think it's a style of deck that has survived many, many printings, then it gets new printings. I just think it's a fan favorite deck that people love to play. And yeah, when they acquire some of those iconic pieces of cardboard, there's no turning back.
Yeah, you just want to play them whenever you can, right?
Mm-hmm.
All
So
right,
funnily enough,
Scalding
we
Tarn
are
here being
seeing
played.
exactly, well, part of that opening. We see Maze of Ith still being in the deck, and this is cool because this is a hedge that the opponent is on Murktide Regents after sideboard.
Yeah, I like that call. And now we do pitch it towards the Mox here. So we do decide that even though we still play it, let's just pitch it. But I mean, we do bring it back immediately. So that works great.
Absolutely. What I'm interested in is whether Alex has a normal land to start activating Saga next turn, because if that's not the case, he could be in trouble.
Okay, brainstorm here. What are we looking for?
Yeah, the ideal is Dark Ritual Fantastic on a 0. That would be Chef's Kiss. But Ritual Doomsday, maybe we get to fire a Thoughtseize on the opponent. We're just looking to be mana efficient. Basically, just checking to see if we won the game, and if not, maybe we can use our mana for something like Ponder or Thoughtseize as, let's say, the default hits here.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you think Alex is going to do with the Life from the Loam? At this point, do you just want to dredge, or would you rather draw a card?
Yeah, this is a big one, Sam, because if you have the mana to start activating Saga, I would just worry about that. And the tiebreaker being you can actually draw 0 mana spells because you have both Force of Vigor and Endurance in your deck, and your draw step could be that card. But if you dredge, you cannot draw those cards. So I think the random draw here is better than grinding with Loam. But hey, this is why Alex says, hey, you're in the booth talking about Magic. I'm playing Magic at Impact Returns, and I'm in the top 4, buddy. And I'm gonna dredge this Life from the Loam.
All right. So no land in there. That is interesting. And I'm not sure if Alex has a land in hand that generates mana immediately. So
Right.
we could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, this is a little bit troublesome, and that's another reason to not dredge the Loam, right? Because you can natural draw land that would be useful. But it looks like he has to slow down here with no lands hit off of Loam. Yeah, that's really not great. So let's see what he picks from Malevolent Rumble here. Thespian Stage, Dark Depths, and Ancient Tomb to pick from. If there was a Sphere of Resistance in hand, that would be the easiest Ancient Tomb of his life, but there's not, I think.
There's just a lot of loam action going on right now. We would love to have something like a wasteland in here. That would also be great.
The question is, maybe he's just happy with the Thespian Stage because now if he wants to, he can make a construct on the way out for the Saga next turn. Also note that the Dredge, the Loam, now functions as the pitch card for Endurance, which is tricky.
Yeah, that's true. All right, looks like we're just passing the turn. I think I saw the hand gesture, but I'm not sure. Ah, yes, indeed. End of turn, fetch. I imagine we're just going to get a Surveyor land, or is there a world where we brainstorm here to try and win as soon as possible with the Fantastic card?
When I'm playing similar decks, I've tried situations where I need my end step brainstorm to come up with. Let's imagine this scenario. It could be coming up with an untapped land so I can cast my Doomsday. That would be a realistic scenario where Surveilling digs one less card than a brainstorm would. But if I have a normal hand, the vast majority of the time I'm getting a Surveil land here, getting a little bit of deck manipulation in, and then hope for a powerful next turn because the clock is ticking a little bit with that Ursa Saga.
That makes sense. And of course, we see a Thespian stage, so we don't know what the rest is of Alex's hand. Potentially, they could make it 2020 very soon, and they also have the skateboard, so it could be scary soon.
He's threatening half of the combo, which will prompt Manuel to not mess around here.
Wonder, I see a force in there. Didn't quite catch the other cards. Not sure if there's a Doomsday right now in hand or Fantastic card.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alex is putting on a little bit of pressure, but not a lot of pressure. So a game without sphere resistance, he's really cheering for Doomsday to be the avenue that Manuel chooses to try and win the game with, because Endurance can do good work against Doomsday. Once the opponent puts the Thassa's Oracle on the stack, you can send a lot of cards back into the library and thus fizzle the Thassa's Oracle ability.
Okay, let's play a land. I think it's going to be a couple of turns where both players are setting up. That's currently how it feels to me. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe wrong. Guess I could have should have said nothing here. Dark Ritual.
The classic setup here, a virtual Doomsday. That is a pretty good setup, right?
That is a very good setup.
So this is where actually first time I get to talk about this weekend. This is where the body language, where if you're holding Endurance and green card here, I want to put that hand straight down to the table and just say, yep, sure, buddy, you got it. I cannot tip my opponent off here that I'm holding Endurance and green card, because I want my opponent to go all in on a Thassa's Oracle situation and then blow them out with Endurance. If I give them the idea that I have the Endurance, then they might pivot into a Jace line that beats my counterplay. And yeah, I don't want that to happen. So that's something for everybody to think about. Like, I remember I practiced with a friend back in the day. We actually practiced, like, let's say our opponent goes land Cabal Therapy. How do we react if we have Force of Will? How do we react when we don't have Force of Will? Like the latency, like the response time, like how do we react, like to place, misinformation with the opponent and not tip them off. Like stuff like that is a cool thing to study.
Makes sense. And Alex does have the Endurance and green card, of course, in hand. We know that.
Yeah.
So I imagine with Ponder, we saw Manuel, there was a Force Will in there. So my guess is that you just take the Force Will to protect the win here.
So when you're saying take the Force, what do you mean?
So they pondered, and there was a Force Will in the top 3 cards. And if I remember correctly, they did not shuffle. So I imagine you with the Ponder, you draw the Force Will, and then you play the Doomsday to just protect the win.
Right. So this way we're covered from Endurance. So we probably. I wonder if we have to pass the turn. I didn't quite catch Manuel's hand here, but if we have to pass the turn, are we worried about Pithing Needle coming out of the Saga? Are we worried about getting wastelanded? There are some questions here.
That was actually going to be my next question. Do we have to play around anything in particular when you're in Manuel's seat from the Urza Saga getting an artifact?
Yeah, the best one I could think about was Pithing Needle, and then imagine you combine that with a Wasteland, and all of a sudden the Doomsday player's mana doesn't work. But I think with Force Blue card, that's the dream, because that shuts down Endurance, and realistically, you're not going to be facing double Endurance. I wonder how much you know. You know about the Maze of Ith in Alex's hand, but I'm not sure you know anything else.
I don't think so, because the loam did miss. There were no lands in the graveyard, so I don't think we know about anything else.
Yeah, Doomsday is a complicated card. I can say I played it at Eternal Weekend 2023 in Prague in Vintage, and I had to call Judge on myself because I was like, I think I'm taking too long to resolve this card. This can't be true. My opponent was a gentleman who was too nice and didn't want to call the Judge, but I was like, this can't be true. So I've certainly been in this spot before.
What did the Judge say when you called upon yourself? I'm slow playing.
Yeah, it's the thing is, when I utilize a Judge at a tournament, I'm just making sure the game is played to uphold integrity, right? So it doesn't matter if I'm playing slow or my opponent is playing slow. I'll say the same thing. I'll be like, hey, can you watch this and make sure it's played at a proper pace? And then sure, he was a little surprised when he learned it was myself, right? But that should be the goal, no matter who's doing it, right? And so when I play online, speaking about Magic Online, I can just take 8 minutes to resolve my Doomsday. Like, that's up to me, right? But in paper, it has to be, you have to be progressing what you're doing here. So, yeah,
Did the Judge call you out?
The Judge agreed that I was slow, and then he just let me know when it was time to make a decision.
All right. Well, very nice of you to do that. It's always cool. I haven't had a lot of situations when my opponent calls a Judge upon themselves. Doesn't happen very often.
But that could be them having a sideboard card in their opening hand. It could be a lot of things, right? It's not that uncommon. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
I knew
true.
I was slow, and my opponent was too nice, and that was not in the competitive spirit of the game. That I had infinite time to resolve my Doomsday.
All right. Meanwhile, taking a look together with Alex in the sideboard, if I can quite catch which sideboard cards Manuel has decided to bring in, but it looks like very light sideboarding.
Yeah,
Didn't quite.
we are seeing days, and I'm not sure we spotted any Murktides. So trusting his own game plan with sideboarding makes a ton of sense while being on the play. Alex knows what he's looking for here. Oh, there's
Force
also Force of
negation.
Negation.
That's I think that's the only card I saw.
Right.
But it,
Yeah.
it did go fast, so potentially I'm wrong about that.
Yeah,
But I like catching it, trying to catch what people bring in and why.
Oh yeah, so does Alex, because he knows that might be a game 3, and that information could be huge.
Hmm. And if I'm correct, we only saw one force negation while skimming through the list. So if that's correct, we know that Manuel is playing 2, so potentially there's another one in hand.
Right. If that is indeed true, I didn't pay that much attention or have Hawkeyes.
I could be wrong as well. Okay, let's see. Now it's up to Alex.
Yeah,
What
we're
is he
on the
going
up.
to do?
Probably draw step here. He's thinking about dredging Loam. I don't expect this game, unless he thinks his only chance in the world is to dredge Loam, hit Wasteland, get to pop his Saga, go get a needle to hope that Manuel is sleeping on the job, shut down the Delta, Wasteland, and leave the opponent in the dirt. Maybe he has a cunning plan here. He does look like a James Bond villain here, Alex, the guy on the right.
Yeah, really thinking it through.
Oh yeah, no, he has some cruel plans here, and I really love this. Like this is where he can shine as a Lance player if he can pull off a heist here.
He doesn't have anything else going on, right? So you might as well try because you have one random draw step. But I could see a reasoning to do one of either situations.
Right. He seemingly also doesn't have a lot to lose. The opponent just resolved the Doomsday. So now with the Saga ticking up to 3 and the search trigger being on the stack, it's time to make a decision.
Oh, and we did find crop rotation, so we have a sneaky wasteland here potentially.
Yeah, we can actually get rid of the Saga here if we want to. Oh, look at this. This is exactly the needle scenario I talked about. Also, note that Alex is not even tapping the Saga for mana. So this is super tricky. He's saying, I'm not going to do anything before it pops. Are you going to do it? So he's daring Manuel to call the needle bluff here. Because
what I also like here is that now, of course, you have to shuffle when you're Manuel. Does that not mess up your pile, or can you make a pile in such a way that it really doesn't matter? All these 5 cards are going to win me the game, whatever.
You can in theory have 3 cyclers and Thassa's Oracle down there, and then the problem is, if you draw the Oracle, a cantrip in hand would solve it. But yeah, you're right. There's potentially something with shuffling the deck here that is somewhat of a fail rate. And Alex has to think about this. Is this a situation where my opponent potentially breaks themselves for a turn, and I can get over the finish line with this Saga construct with 2 attacks?
I kind of like trying to go for crop rotation in Wasteland here. Maybe it's just I'm just overthinking this. I don't know. I think would be cool. I imagine if you can do it on the other Saga, that's good.
Yeah, let's see how this works. So, okay, he floats mana and searches. So
Okay,
the crop rotation is not going to be now. Let's see what he can actually tutor up here that makes a difference in this game. Because you are allowed to needle Street Wraith. You are allowed, because let's imagine Alex just saw Manuel's Exile had 0 copies of Street Wraith, right?
Ooh, right.
Which I didn't pay attention to, but it is a possible situation. Explosives here would shock me. Explosives on 0 would shock me. That I don't think that does a whole lot. We know about the Maze of Ith in hand, so Mox Diamond has some value.
Perhaps we boarded out the needle.
Also very possible, because it's really not that potent. But that's why you saw the situation before where he was like, I'm not even going to tap for mana. I'm just going to point at my Saga and say, hey, are you going to just leave that fetch line there, buddy? I think he got some free equity there by simply just being a baller at the table.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that
Because you
Alex
got
is?
your Doomsday opponent to shuffle their deck for free, right? But just
Yeah.
saying, hey, are you sure I can pop the Saga, buddy? I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. And I do think that Alex is not sure himself what he should get. Or maybe it's just fake body language and he knows perfectly what he should get, but he's that's the
Yeah.
signal that he's giving. So maybe he's doing it well if that's the case.
So Mazavith probably hits the bin here. That is the second time that it gets discarded to Mox Diamond.
Also didn't catch the skateboard, so I imagine we boarded that out as well.
With having no hasty attacker, attacker in play, it doesn't do a whole lot. So let's imagine we have some Saga tokens, then we would be interested in the card, but now it doesn't really do anything. I think the big decision in this game was dredging Loam on turn 2. That was big. And then the timing of this crop rotation that is about to come. Those are the key decisions this game.
Exactly, because I'm still curious. If we do not crop rotate for Wasteland, what other hit is useful for us?
Yeah, that is very, very relevant. Also note that we have a colorless floating that it seems like we're forgetting about. Yeah, we're forgetting about
Yes,
the colorless
indeed.
floating from the tapped Saga. That is actually really unfortunate. So now Alex
Did
sacrificed
Alex
this.
forget to tap?
I actually saw he tapped it.
Okay.
He ended up tapping it, but not marking the mana floating.
Right.
So now we end up losing an Eldrazi spawn and losing out on a mana. Oh, man, this could be brutal.
We are playing the low.
And Alex will, of course, have announced targets that we are not familiar with right now.
I think we are looking at a Saga, an Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
And I can't
Maybe
make
Dark
out
Depths.
the third one. Ah, yeah, that could be.
Negation is awesome against Loam here, right?
Ooh,
Exiling
so
the dredge spell. So maybe this is not the game.
looks like
where
my eagle eye did catch that correctly. Only one force negation in the deck.
Boom. So let's imagine a perfect world of Alex knowing that 2 force negation is stock, but only
this is
spotting
scary
one.
because remember that I my guess was that with the Ponder we took Force Will, and I think we only have 2 cards in hand, so that means we do need to have Force Blue card to be able to stop Endurance that Alex has, if we do decide to force negation this.
Absolutely, you nailed it here. So if that
Oh, I pitched a Force.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So Loam is exiled, which is not the end of the world. The thing is, Alex can get this game to a little bit of a stall, but he also has to finish the job. It's this end step brainstorm. So now it would be hilarious if the last card down is Oracle. So Manuel doesn't get to see it here and then maybe can get in trouble. Also note that the graveyard is building here. So the endurance gets more and more juicy.
Yeah, I agree. What would be the thoughts process of Manuel here to decide to force negation the Life from the Loam?
I think it comes down to the fail rate of the fact that his library was shuffled. So if he has a bad order that prolongs the game, then maybe that's the window that Alex needs to win with either Saga tokens or the Merit Lage. So I think he's just minimizing some fail rate with that play.
All right, nice. Yeah, I'm curious because now with the brainstorm, I would feel, I guess if you're Manuel, you've played against lands, so you are worried about endurance. So I would be looking towards some protection for that. But I mean, what's the odds we've put that into the remaining 5 cards?
It's tough, but it is possible to have a card like Consign to Memory to counter the ETB. It is also possible to try and win with a card like Jace that gets around endurance entirely. But it looks like all we can do is slam the Oracle here.
Right, important turn here. I'm very curious. You nailed it. Wow, Consign to Memory. That's such a good call. My God, that's so cool. That is so cool.
And just imagine in the top 4, when I say top 4, remaining 4, that brainstorm does not see the Oracle. That brainstorm does not see the Consign, right? That is pretty big fail rate, that if either of those cards are in the exact bottom card, then we just have to, either slam a naked Oracle or be left wanting. So yeah, perfect run out here for the Doomsday player, and perfect run for us because it lines up Decider.
Yeah, I think that was a good commentary by us catching a lot of things here nicely as they played. Because I was wondering, like, force negation here, pitching the force will is so scary, but then the consigned memory, and I can only imagine that the opponent was thinking the same. Yeah, they played force. What could they have left to stop me from having the endurance here? And it did happen. This was some really high stakes legacy magic, and I loved it to bits. This is what it's all about.
Oh yeah, coming down to the very last detail and then the clutch consign to memory. Bring in one consign so you can maybe put it in a pile when you have the manpower or the resources to put it in there and the luxury, and then you can cover endurance that you expect your opponent to be bringing in because you just study the format. So yeah, high level legacy. I wouldn't expect anything less from these players.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Okay, this is so cool. I really loved everything about this. We are excited because, of course, we have a game 3 going forward. I imagine this shifts quite a bit because now as lands we are on the play. So what would we be looking for? Are we going to be mulliganing aggressively as the lands player, or do we don't want to do that because when you have a lot of cards? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we have a much wider range of opening hands that are acceptable. So now we can have fast saga hands that simply just put on pressure. That would be acceptable. Then we have a waste lock coming up with loam. Then we have the decks that, hands that cover the Fantastic card with Vigor, decks that cover Fast Doomsday with Endurance, and of course the 4 copies of Sphere Resistance. So we actually have a pretty wide range of keeps now when we get to play first, and we have to rely less on the cheap spells, and we actually just have spells that cost mana, and we can play them even ahead of schedule thanks to Mox Time and an Ancient Tomb.
Okay, makes sense. And then from Doomsday Player, what are we looking for? Because I imagine we know about all these hate pieces. We're going to be in trouble if we don't have an answer, right?
Yeah, so as the Doomsday Player, we are the card Force of Will has more value. So and Force of Negation. So it's basically just we still have our proactive plan, but we also have powerful tools that prevent the opponent from playing. Also note this is ice in Alex's veins. He's not playing a proactive flute, because if you do that, of course you beat cards like Daze, but he's actually waiting for his opponent to expend the first Dark Ritual. Man, that is really, really tough. So imagine Manuel now goes Underground Sea Dark Ritual. What are you going to do with the Disruptor Flute? Are you going to play out a flute named Doomsday in the dark? Are you going to play out a flute naming Fantastic Car in the dark? Man, that is ice in the veins. That's a tough one. It actually makes flute a lot worse that there are 2 payoff cards in that Doomsday deck. I wonder if you're just supposed to name Dark Ritual in this spot. Just turn 1, Disruptor Flute, name Dark Ritual. Man, that's a tough one.
Yeah, if you do that and they just have the Fantastic Car, you'd feel silly, I would guess. But now what?
Yeah, now what? Now Doomsday has resolved, and this is where the Disruptor Flute. First of all, we need to slow roll here. We need to let this resolve, and then worry about Flute later. And then we need to look at the pile and probably name Oracle, because 5 mana Oracle is very, very tough.
What pile do we want to make? Do you want to try and win as soon as possible?
Yeah. Now the thing is, when you have, I believe, Force Blue card in hand, you should be thinking about next turn trying to win. So it's tough because I see Manuel reaching for Lion Side Diamond, which is not exactly a combo with Force of Will, because you kind of have to commit before the Endurance would strike, in the case of Endurance. So that is a little bit of a non-bow. I wonder if you're just supposed to make a slow pile here with lands and Oracle. Sometimes fetch lands are very good in Doomsday piles, because let's imagine you put 2 duels and 2 fetches with an Oracle, right? You draw a fetch, then you draw another fetch, and then you can kind of, thin the deck the old-fashioned way rather than power through it with spells. But yeah, this is tough because we are too low resource to rely on Jace. Jace is an awesome card against cards like Flute and Endurance, but we're too low resourced, and there's too great of a risk of getting wastelanded in the meantime. This is going to be super rough. I'm going to leave this to the expert.
I was about to say, if our opponent has a wasteland now, man, it's going to be difficult to come back from that. Especially since we also have the flute.
Yeah, ice in the veins here with the flute is actually crazy. Also now Alex can do a little bit of peeking through the exile to see if his Besaju in hand is a free roll instant speed wasteland, I guess you can call it. So you can just see, is the basic island missing? Are there any underground seas missing? If they're all there, we can fire it off. If some of them is missing, we probably shouldn't fire it off. But man, yeah, this is getting down to the wire here. And
What I
now,
really loved about this is that it may seem like this is, I think, the games were won relatively in turns, that is quickly, but there was so much decisions to be made along the way, and we have been talking about decisions all throughout this round. Even though you might say that this is just a turn one, but even then, this is still, there's so much things you have to consider. This is not easy.
this is everything but easy. So Manuel will be taking his time here to make this pile. He knows that this is for the marbles.
I didn't quite catch what was in Alex's hand left. I only saw the flute.
Yeah, the flute, and I think a copy of Besaju. Man, ice in the veins here with the flute. I cannot get around that. That was crazy.
And you can see Manuel really considering what to be putting into the pile. Because you have to worry about so many things: wasteland, endurance. What if our opponent now just plays Sphere of Resistance? What are we going to do then? There's so many cards we have to try and play around.
There's and the thing is, there's some of these cards that we can semi rule out. If they had Sphere of Resistance, they would have played it. So we're just playing around the top of the deck at that point, right?
Uh-huh.
If they had Wasteland, they could easily have it still in hand, and that's the nasty part. Are they good enough, or well, that is up for interpretation. Are they good enough to slow roll the Super Flute in this spot? Well, maybe. Like, there's a lot of stuff that only the players at the table can get a sense of by sitting across from each other. That's part of what makes Paper Magic so special. That this body language, everything's on the line here. Man, that's the dream for these players to be in this spot.
Exactly. They are playing for a shot in the final. So I imagine take your time. This is untimed, which is really nice. For both decks, I think. Doomsday player can just take the time they need to construct a perfect pile. And Land doesn't have to worry about, potentially going to time, because Land does take a lot of time. So I imagine this is comfortable for both players.
Oh yeah, in a spot like this, when we're doing a broadcast as well, we would rather have the right play than a fast play, right? So
Yeah, indeed, for sure.
let's see what-
Sometimes that's something that you have to do if you're like 1-1 and there's like 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm not gonna win unless I do this, so I'm just gonna go for it, even though it's a suboptimal play. Sometimes you just have to do that.
Absolutely. And here comes the scanning glasses of Alex here, trying to figure out, what did you put in that pile, buddy? Because I did check out your deck in the previous game, and I also did my homework. So now let me put all of that together to try and understand what I'm fighting here in these 5 cards. It's pretty cool they can do parallel work here. So while you figure out the order, I'll be making mental notes of what is not in your pile.
Very important here. And I do think we see the same situation again, where we only have brought in the force negations, but I did see both. So at least that's something we can be aware of. So I imagine two force negations, so we can counter force wheels. So at least we can rule out potential force wheel effects.
Yeah.
Because now I think the main thing you'd be wondering as Alex is, my opponent's definitely going to be playing 4 force wheels, but how many force negations are they playing? That's something that we do not know.
Okay. That's also good timing here on the flute, because you saw that Consign Memory was missing in the deck, so you don't want your opponent to untap. Oh,
yeah, this is...
that draw is insane. And now
that is good.
Passes Oracle, and that's going to do it.
Just concede. Wow. Okay. And we knew there was something up, because Alex knew perfectly what was in Manuel's hand after looking, and there was no way where they would play the flute and just not have anything else going on, right? So I think this was a sign on the wall once it happened, and the opponents did know exactly what was going on. So this was a really, really cool game again.
Crazy. Double flute against Doomsday to punch your ticket to the finals. Alex is living his best life, and we have a front row seat here. I'm excited, Sam.
Yeah, exactly. All right. What we can say is we have one lands deck into the finals. I'm going to be honest, not something that I was expecting. I don't know about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, no, not at all. I would expect the Lance deck to say, "Hey, I don't have Force Will in my deck, so I'm going to be in trouble against a slew of combo decks." But turns out Sphere Resistance and Smart Play is exactly what the Doctor ordered. And Alex, yeah, wow, what a masterclass!
All right, nice. So I think we have another match here at the ready. So let's just quickly dive in and see what we have remaining. So we had a very curious top 8 here, 8 different decks. So we know that it's going to be all unique from here. So that's always nice to see.
Energy versus Tempo, right?
Oh, yes, indeed. Boros versus Tempo, we're right off to the races. So that's nice. Immediately going to start out with a turn 1 threat here. Who do you think's favored? Because I'm honestly not sure.
So I usually am scared to face energy unless I play 2 sweepers in my sideboard. So it all has to do with if Ricardo thinks that Massacre, Toxic Deluge, cards like that are worth it to bring to this tournament or not. If he brought 0 of those, I like the energy side of the table, and if he brought a couple of those, I edge slightly towards the tempo side.
All right, I do want to point out this is the second semifinals, so just something to be aware of. Days here, okay. That's a
Also,
good start.
yeah, it's not your ideal way to deal with Voice of Victory, but it's still not bad, right? Here's a thought seize. I was about to say if there's a Wasteland follow-up, there's potential here.
Okay.
But the hand is actually somewhat land heavy.
Yes, indeed. Only 1 threat, so that's scary. That's not good for the Boros player here. Just 1 removal spell and
Yeah.
2 lands. Yikes.
Ricardo
Out of
loves
gas now.
this. If you can cast Thoughtseize without being under pressure, that automatically means you're getting into the mid game, and that's when you're casting flow states. That's when you're casting Murktide Regents, and that's where the opponent can draw some less impactful cards. So when you can pick apart the Boros Energy deck, that's a good start for the tempo player.
Yeah, for sure. Because I imagine at this state, I would think that the tempo deck, the blue-black tempo deck, is favored because, well, we've pretty much gotten rid of everything our opponent has tried to present at us and has nothing left. So I feel pretty good in this situation.
Yeah, me too. But I also know that all it takes is an Ajani or a good Raptor hit off the top of the opponent's deck, and we're right back. So, I'm not too fast to jump the gun here. Looks like we had a good spell on top, even with Parlor. So, yeah, this is certainly not over.
Nope, that's for sure. And
Especially with a bad land drop here. The Wasteland is not a good land drop. Wastelanding somebody who has a ton of mana. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in that Wasteland decision. Maybe you have a second copy of Daze, and that's why you did it.
Ooh, we are drawing hot here from the Boros deck.
Look at this. This is just high level. I want to. We're cracking our Sunbaked Canyon before the opponent has Orcish Bowmaster mana. That's just somebody who thinks a lot about Legacy.
Mm-hmm. And here we have Flow State. First time we've seen this when we are casting. Talk to me about this one, because this card has a huge impact on Legacy.
Flow State is awesome here, right? Because you wanted to Fatal Push the creature anyway. You wanted to Thoughtseize the opponent anyway. And then you just automatically enabled... It reminds me when the Delve spells got printed first, and I was like, hey, Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time. So wait a minute, did I get this right? These cards are just rewarding me for playing stuff I would do anyway? Okay, I'll take it. So yeah, Flow State slots in nicely into blue-black because you have Thoughtseize as the natural sorcery that you're running, aside from Ponder, of course. But yeah, blue-black with Flow State, that's a match made in heaven.
Mm-hmm. If I am correct, there was they only took 1 card because I think there was not an instant in there.
Guide of Souls got Fatal Push earlier in this game.
Right, or maybe not a sorcery.
Thoughtseize took out Raptor.
All right, so then they did take 2 cards, missed that. So thank you, Andreas, for pointing that out. And that's good because that does mean we get some advantage going. But we still need to take control of this game by getting rid of these threats because we've just found Guide of Souls here, Ocelot Pride, perfect combination. So yeah, these will kill us very quickly.
Are really good because whether you attack with Ocelot Pride or you get the ETB trigger and gain a life, you're going to get another token end of turn that's going to do the same. So all of a sudden, you're banking energy, you're building your board. This is, awesome synergy.
All right, so blue-black, what are we looking for right now?
The thing is, we know our opponent has Static Prison, so my first answer was going to be Murktide Regent, but maybe that's a card that Ricardo already has, but he knows he has to play through the Static Prison first. Also, here we see some awesome cards here. So Snuff Out is good, but Kaito's really iffy against energy because you're so frequently the player who's defending rather than attacking. Knockout also has a little bit of an expiration date on it, thanks to the life loss against an aggressive matchup. But I think it's going to be awesome here to pick apart those two Beavis and Butthead there on the side of the energy players table.
Yeah, that's Ponder finding one very good one and two mediocre cards in this situation,
Yes.
but I guess it's too good to get rid of. Maybe we have a fetch land, and that will be there we go.
Right.
Never didn't have it.
If we can make that into a, let's call it mini impulse, take the best one, get rid of the two others, that's ideal.
All right. Also finding Tamio, that's good. Being able to box on a
Tamio's, when I think Tamio has the most value in a game, aside from, of course, taking over the game, is when it's a diversion, meaning if that card dies to Static Prison, which then means you stick an 8/8 Murktide Regent, Tamio has done its job and then some.
I think I saw Days in there as well in the hand from Ricardo.
Right, second copy of Days, which is probably going to be terrible.
Bit too late now. Moving in with everything.
Killing the Pride is... yeah, it's a tough decision. So let me put it this way. If you expected to be able to flip Tamio, then you wouldn't care about Pride, because Tamio plus stops any number of 1/1s. So this is because you know about Static Prison that you kind of rely on flip Tamio here. So I like the decision here. Ricardo also likes the fact that no more creatures were added to the board.
Is this the only card in hand for Markel, the Static Prison?
Yes.
Okay. So both of these players playing very lightly with resources, but I think I spotted a Murktide.
Yes, there's a Murktide in hand, but Ricardo is trying to give Markel a reason to fire the Static Prison on something else. That plan didn't work. It looks like we're on the end step. And now Ricardo has to choose whether drawing that land that he left on top is better than surveilling.
I'm just wondering, are you unhappy as Ricardo that it was not used on the Tamio, because it does draw you a lot of cards? So I guess it's
yeah, it's a little bit iffy. I think I'm pretty happy now. This decision is tough because his top two cards are Kaito and Land. But if there's a chance that he messed up that order and he draws the Kaito, that is unacceptable. I couldn't tell you if he ended up doubting himself there, or it was simply just super tough to determine whether Land was a good enough draw over, a random card. Pretty tough decision, because let's imagine you draw the land, you play the land. We still have an eye staring contest with Tamio versus the small creatures. They don't Static Prison our Tamio. Then in theory, we could get Kaito going in this game.
I think that was a Fatal Push Dawn.
Nice.
That's a good one. That's perfect. Because if we Fatal Push here, I don't think we're very afraid of a 1/1 cat.
No, we're not scared of the token. We are interested in making sure that we have enough life total to play around with, that the Murktide Regent can take over the game later. Also, we can argue, depending on the energy count, of course, that the Static Prison will run out of steam eventually. Now, the thing is, if that card gets back, it's just going to be a 3/3 Murktide, which is unexciting, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I guess better than nothing. Is it worth just playing the 3/3 or just waiting and then hopefully drawing a bunch of cards with this Tamio?
It looks like Ricardo was pretty certain that Static Prison would take care of the Tamio eventually. Now, what I dislike here is we could have had one more land rather than a random card. Like, I would just really hate to get Thoughtseize and Wasteland into this spot. But nonetheless, Ricardo arrives at the spot that he was hoping for, draw out the prison without dying, and then playing the Murktide Regent to stabilize. Oh, never mind, cancel. He's trying to make land drop here, I guess.
We did find a land, but it is one that goes into play tapped, so maybe not ideal, but not the end of the world.
I think this is actually a very, very good flow state, because you get the land, which makes you sustainable to Wasteland, and you get a Force of Will, which turns on your Days as a pitch card on a board that you are not scared about.
Okay, interesting to see what follow-up is. I think now it comes down to, can Markel find more threats? Because otherwise this is going to be slowly turning towards Ricardo.
Yeah, I mean, Hexing Squelcher would be the best draw. Well, that's not a Hexing Squelcher, because Hexing Squelcher would bypass Force of Will. Now we just force the Raptor and slam a Murktide. And then the energy player has a lot of work to do.
All right. Then the question is, can the energy player find removal? Because if so, we still have a game, but otherwise it's going to be over pretty quickly. Murktide, I guess at this point is going to be an 8/8.
Yes, it's absolutely going to be an 8/8.
There we go.
Wastelining my energy opponent here, I'm not too sure about. I think the energy deck has exactly 0 cards that require 3 mana, unless we're thinking about the quarry that brings back creatures. But then, yeah, I just think if I'm playing a flow state deck that is also looking to maybe hardcast a Kaito next turn, I just want to keep my wasteland around here for mana. But let's see if there's a grand plan with that.
Okay, slamming in first, of course. Why not?
Yeah,
Is
that's the
that
thing.
2 energy left for the Boros player? I'm just wondering
Yes.
when Tamiya would come back.
That sounds about right. Good call. There's a static prison ticking here.
Slamming in for 1. Okay, makes sense. But we will win that race when we are playing blue-black tempo, so we don't mind about that. And Bowmasters too, pretty good.
Bowmasters now does not change the clock, but still makes, let's say, Markel draws a source of plowshares. Then we're still close to the finish line thanks to the orcs here.
Generally, I think Bowmasters is it a good card for the blue-black tempo deck against Boros Energy overall?
Not really. The thing is, the games where it's really good is when you're on the plane, you get to kill Ocelot Pride, then you're living your best life. Then sometimes you find some good mid-game situations where you kill your opponent's Raptor and you can either shrink their board and pressure their Ajani, stuff like that. But I mean, it's not terrible, but I'm not excited about it.
Yeah, makes sense. In this situation, it was fine, of course, because the board was empty, but otherwise doesn't do all that much. Let's see.
And then my argument would be, then that's because the situation is good to begin with, rather than, oh, wow, look at Bowmasters.
All right, indeed. And that was it for game number 1. Let's move to sideboarding and see what's up for these players here. I think we've covered this before, where in this matchup, it's all about removal spells. And I imagine that the decks already have a couple of removal spells in the sideboard, both of them. But is there anything else we are looking for when we are bringing stuff in?
Yeah, so for the blue black side, it's a lot about how many of my counter spells can I get rid of, because Daze runs out of steam quickly. Force of Will, I'm not excited to Force of Will anything out of a Boros energy deck. So the more of those I can upgrade, the better. So whether that's copies of Baragoyf, whether that's some copies of Hydroblast, whether that's explosives or Toxic Deluge, or Massacre is a card that I've played a lot online when energy has been trending a lot. So it's all about making these upgrades for my situational disruption cards that are in the deck because of combo decks, not because of aggro decks.
Okay, makes sense. Maybe we should quickly explain Massacre for people who don't know what it does. So if your opponent controls the plains and you control a swamp, you may play Massacre without paying its mana cost, and then all creatures get -2/-2. Very good against Boros Energy, of course.
Yeah. Imagine some of these boards with, Ajani, Raptor, Ocelot Pride, then, really bad things can happen for the energy opponent. But let's see what's actually in these players' lists, and we're kicking things off with the Boros energy deck. Let's have a look at the sideboard here. The main deck, fairly stock. We've covered it a few times during today's broadcast. Straightforward aggro deck with a ton of synergy between the different cards, backed up by white removal and wasteland. What's not to like?
They're cards you just obviously always board out against blue-black here.
I don't think so, but I'm not too excited about Thalia into the Bowmasters deck. I think that would be a card I'm looking to upgrade. But other than that, I like especially the Sand Scout package. Sand Scout tutoring up the Lassoterp Quarry is this end game advantage that lets you compete with stuff like Kaito and Flow State. All of a sudden, you can bring back your creatures as 4/4s. That's pretty cool. Of course, flip the Johnny with Bombardment is scary.
Otherwise, I think the only thing in the sideboard here for energy was maybe Price of Progress or Pyroblast. Don't think there's anything else worth it.
Right, Pyroblast is a good shout. I like that against any Tamiyo Flow State Murktide deck. Let's have a look here. We are showing up without Sweep Burst, but we do have the 4th copy of Fatal Push. We have a couple of Sheldred's Edict, and we have a couple of Hydroblasts and a couple of Baragoyfs even. So I expect a combination of those cards to come in instead of Daze and Force of Will, and you might even trim something like a Thoughtseize. That card seems a little bit iffy to draw multiple copies of. But other than that, yeah, we're gonna have to take them down the old-fashioned way with, no easy ways out with sweepers.
How do you like the Baraglyphs?
Paragraph is pretty solid. It imagine Tameo takes some focus when it comes to removal. So does Baraglyph. Maybe that's what means your Murktide lives, or vice versa. So it's more just about overloading the white removal. I think it's totally fine, but it does set up situations where you need to build stable mana to get to. Also, I can see that Ricardo cut Swamp from his deck to support the Mystic Sanctuary package. So Baraglyph is actually a little worse out of his version than traditional versions featuring basic Swamp.
All right, that makes sense. Let's dive into game 2 here and see who takes the lead. Starting off with a Caracas for another Ocelot Pride. Always a good start. Caracas being played main deck occasionally now these days. Could you tell us a bit more about why would we want to play Caracas main?
Yeah, Caracas is a really, really sweet one where if you can free roll it into your deck, it just adds so much flexibility. All of a sudden, you can beat Show and Tell Emrakul. All of a sudden, you just bounce Tameo. There's just a bunch of legends in the format, and the cost of playing let's call it a Plains that can be wastelanded, is very, very small, at least the first couple of copies out of Boros Energy. So whenever I can free roll that into my deck, I'm loving life.
Nice. And speak of the devil, we do just play the Tameo into the Caracas because, if nothing else, at least our opponent has 1 mana less to work with if they do want to bounce the Tameo. I do think that Force of Willing the Ocelot Pride was aggressive, right? Does that signal maybe a bit of weakness?
It does, because if you have Fatal Push, you don't care. If you have Bowmasters, you don't care. But you don't, so that's why we need to stem the bleeding. Also, this Tameo play it looks unexciting, but as you alluded to, it keeps your opponent from casting 2-drops, which is pretty darn cool.
I do think there's a 1-drop in there, so that's something. But we do decide to go for the 2-drop, so
wow.
not bouncing the Tameo.
Letting Tameo live. Also, there's some cool interaction here to talk about between Flip Tameo plussing and Voice of Victory. The tokens from Voice of Victory, they enter attacking. They don't enter and then attack, so they're actually not affected by the minus from the Tameo plus.
Ooh, I like that. That's a good call. Nice. And now
I've
I wonder...
seen a couple of players who imagine you have a Tameo in play and I have a Voice of Victory, then they don't bother attacking because they don't know about the interaction, right? They just assume they're going to get minus everybody. So yeah, very important to know about if you're thinking about just leaving up Boros Energy.
And perhaps that's what Markel is doing here. Perhaps he is hoping that they brainstorm, thinking that maybe they hope that Ricardo doesn't know about that interaction. It's very possible.
Yeah, it's a little... it looks a little bit weird here, letting your opponent have Tameo. So you're basically saying, if they flip Tameo, that's okay. If they draw a card from a clue, that's certainly okay, because my payoff is now counterspells are off, and I'm off to the races. It was a tough decision to make here. It looks like Markel got away with it in a sense. Nothing too bad happened.
But I think it's possible, if I see this hand correctly, that maybe Markel is just 4 lands. Oh no, there was an Amped Raptor in those. So I think 3 lands and an Amped Raptor, so not great. So maybe he's just saying that, like, my hand is so bad that I just have to let this Tameo resolve and hope to try and win as soon as possible, because I'm just going to lose the end game.
Yeah, it's very true. Something we talked a little bit about earlier is the balance between grinding with Tameo and Flow State, and then the flip side of that is the opponent can actually run you over. So Markel's point of view here is essentially that I want to make it very, very costful for you to sit there and crack clues and not affect the board. And I know that since you had to force will my Ocelot Pride, your hand is not full of removal. I think aggro is how I win this game. And he's right about it.
Now we do have a Daze check here. Doesn't look like Ricardo has
Voice
it.
Victory says no to Daze. Daze and Force are off.
Good call. Forgot about that for a second. So
you're not the first, especially.
That's
I've
for
been
sure.
covering a lot of tournaments where a lot of stuff has been attempted under a Voice of Victory.
What would we like to hit here if we could get to choose?
Oof, good question. I don't know. What about a Johnny? Even Goblin Bombardment is nasty because you have those 1/1s lying around that are going to die anyway.
Nice, I like that.
Another voice is not bad, especially because we know Ricardo has 0 sweepers. So all of these, like imagine the opponent had Toxic Deluge in their deck, then Voice of Victory is not the most exciting hit. But here, man, this is going to get out of hand.
Yeah, you can see them counting. This is going to be very quickly.
So that is an extra energy for the, and then it's 2 extra energy. So it's 1 Guide of Souls activation. And I was about to say, I think you're supposed to, not put your eggs in one basket. So you should put counters on. I wonder, did he play Guide this turn? Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, there's only one realistic target, and that is to turn the Voice of Victory into a 3/5 with flying. This is a good way to think about it. Like you want to, separate your threats so that if Ricardo draws a Fatal Push, if they want to kill the quote-unquote best creature in play, that's Guide of Souls. So that's why you spent the counters on the next best creature in play.
Yeah, makes sense. And now it's up to Ricardo to finish this, or at least get rid of some of these threats, because sure, I mean, it only took Markel 2 threats deployed to just completely take control again of the aggro position.
Yeah,
so
and we have to talk about the mastery here, because he could have just bounced the Tamiyo and slowed things down, but he said, you know what? I didn't came here to play control. I played Burrow's aggro. I don't play Burrow's control. So here's my creature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is where the 2 mana flow state into 1 card is just so unimpressive. So just to recap here, Ricardo has spent 5 mana this game, 1 to cast Tamiyo, 2 to crack a clue, and 2 to cast functionally another cycler. That's simply not going to cut it against an aggro deck that goes 1, 2, 3, you're dead.
Yeah, I think this is really cool because Markel's decision of not bouncing the Tamiyo is probably something that most of, well, I'll talk for myself. I would probably not figure out, because I'm like, yeah, it's such a good card. I'm just always going to bounce it, but it's paying off.
Oh yeah, you nailed it here. And you even called this earlier. You said, "Oh wow, Markel is super flooded." Is he saying, "I'm going to lose the long game, so I'm going to get busy here"? And I think that's exactly the analysis he was running. Also, maybe combined with the fact that Voice of Victory is somewhat decent against Flip Tamiyo, like at least it's not embarrassing. Yeah, this is cool.
Now, and the Thoughtseize picking up nothing, just play a card, lose 2 life for nothing, and now we can still bounce the Tamiyo. So, yeah, it's going to be scary for Ricardo.
Is this enough damage? Let's see. We're getting 4 creatures. That's 1 activation. So let's see. 3, 4, 5 plus 4 plus 2. Yeah, we have exactly 11 here. If my math is correct, and we can just bounce the Tamiyo and get it over with. We are protected by Voice of Victory, so nothing can happen.
Wow, that would be quite a showing. I'm not going to lie. That would be perfect.
Milling over that one. He neglects to bounce the Tamiyo.
Doesn't even care.
For the win here. That is cool. So the game goes on here because we can actually block a creature.
Mm-hmm. Is there a reason not to do this, or is just maybe it's getting late? Maybe Markel forgot about being able to bounce the time. Is that a thing, or is there a strategic plan here, or maybe it doesn't matter?
I think it's been a very long day.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best answer to that question. It would be incredibly funny that we are praising Markel for surgical play with not bouncing it earlier that led to the win and all of the aggression. If it just came down to he didn't connect the dots, like that would be hilarious.
Or maybe it was just enough. They just went, or Ricardo's like, yeah, I can survive a turn, but how am I getting back from this?
I think so. Let's imagine we are really, really, really just trying to squeeze every ounce of value out of this. We're supposed to go to 2 here, or whatever life total will be for Ricardo, draw, and then concede. You need to leave the opponent with the impression we actually have a sweeper in our deck. Like that we actually have an out, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, game 3. Here, Sam.
Indeed, Ponder. Let's see, I caught a couple of cards. I think there was a Daze in there, always nice to have, but not happy with this Ponder, so I'm going to shuffle here quickly when I'm playing as Ricardo.
Smells as Ricardo's mana light and couldn't take medium spells in a Wasteland matchup there, but let's see if I'm right about that one.
Let's see what's a Bowmaster's
Brainstorm. I think we solved the case. He didn't have any lands and couldn't keep mediocre spells, and then drew a land after the Ponder shuffle, so that's nice.
Okay, job well done, I guess.
That's what the card does, right? It lets you do that. So if you know what's important, you get a free roll at it rather than settle for the mediocre cards.
Markel's hand looking pretty good. I see some removal, I see some threats, bunch of lands, 1-drops, 2-drops. So yeah, and now I think the question now is, what are we going to play first? What do we want to use the swords for? So it's going to be interesting.
One of the things we talked about a little bit earlier in the matchup is how Orcish Bowmasters lines up nicely when you're on the play against the Ocelot Pride. So that might come to fruition here.
And this is so cool because we are deciding not to play a 1-drop, so playing around potentially Daze or playing around a Bowmaster, so deciding not to deploy a threat turn 1. That's interesting. Talk to me about this, Andreas.
Yeah, so Markel can be saying, okay, so if I play out this land, then maybe I can have a 1-2 punch turn later where I get the bonus from the Ocelot Pride before it dies to Bowmaster. Maybe I can get my opponent to play out Bowmaster proactively, and then I can Ocelot Pride. Milling over this Source of Plowshares is a little bit peculiar. If I'm the Temple player, I'm thinking my opponent is Landlight. Just like the Shuffle on the Ponder was a hint for Markel, I think milling over the Swords to a Surveil is a hint for Ricardo. Neither player can pounce on those clues, but it's cool that they're leaving small breadcrumbs in the woods here.
Okay, nice. We also have 1 sword already, so maybe we just want to have threats as soon as possible because, as we saw, I think Markel, what they want to do is they want to win as quickly as possible. So maybe his idea was, I'm just going to get rid of anything that's not a threat.
Right, and we've seen that Markel is perfectly capable of saying, I have a plan here, and that is to aggro you out. I'm not a Boros control deck, so that would be the second time that he opts for such a line.
Now we are playing Ayani here, so if this does get dazed, that will be fine, where the 1-drops would not. We do not want them to be dazed, so that's an interesting choice. So preferring to... Is this a bait, or potentially is it just like... yeah, what else could this be?
Well, we kind of have to get busy eventually casting stuff. I don't consider the play turn 1 a play around Daze. I consider the play turn 1 a play around Bowmaster to find... Because imagine Ajani's in play and you play Ocelot Pride, right? Then if Ocelot Pride gets killed, you flip your Ajani. Like there are better spots for that Ocelot Pride to get killed later, essentially.
Makes sense. What card is that? I didn't recognize the artwork.
I would imagine it's Sheldred's Edict, taking care of the Ajani here, making the opponent sacrifice a non-token creature. Also, what's cool about that card is even later in the game, if Ajani was flipped, it could also take care of a Planeswalker. So that's just like one of these Swiss Army knife cards, handles Merid Lage, handles Kappa Cannoneer, handles Kaito in the mirror, just does a lot of stuff.
All right, really nice. And we do see the Bowmaster in Ricardo's hand. So Markel calling it out in his head perfectly that I would need to play around Bowmasters and doing exactly that. But of course...
He gave the opponent a reason to Bowmaster something else, and then he has Ocelot Pride for later. So pretty cool run out. Also, if Ricardo decides to not Wasteland here, interestingly enough, that should tell Markel that something is cooking, and it's probably a Baragoyf, because once you start not Wastelanding your opponent, there's a reason to. So let's see what actually happens here.
Don't catch a Baragoyf in there. I think it's double Fiddler Push, if I saw that correctly.
That makes sense. So that's also why Ricardo is more motivated to fire this Wasteland, maybe even turning on his... Oh, the Daze was... Never mind. The Daze was not in hand. The Daze was on a previous Ponder.
So I think it's Flow State, 2 Fatal Push, and then 1 extra card. I think this Daze is going to be... sorry, there is no Daze. I think these Fatal Pushes are going to be great, and just Ricardo maybe now trying to be the aggro player and just hope to kill off a bunch of threats here and there, potentially slam down a Baragoyf.
Yeah, exactly. When you can turn the game, when you can get into spots where you're currently not losing on board, and then you can 1-for-1 your opponent and leave them with their weakest creature, that's the spot where you're beating Boros Energy. If they get ahead, flip a Johnny or Guide plus Pride, etc., then you can be in big trouble.
Yeah, you really need to have sweepers to do that. And now, so this is Markel has set this up perfectly. Now that the Bowmaster's gone, this is the time I will be playing the Ocelot Prides, and I have 2 of them, so there we go. Like we said, double Fiddler Push. I was prepared. So scary. And now we have double Brainstorm and a Flow State in Ricardo's hand.
Note that both players' mana base are on a knife's edge here. They're just 1 Wasteland away from being in the dirt. And that
let's see if Markel.
Let's
see if Markel has more threats. I do think I spot another Ocelot Pride in there, so that's a good start.
Also note that there's Sand Scout. Sand Scout is a weird card where if you're behind on lands, you got to tutor a desert. So I have had spots where when I have similar spots as Ricardo here, where I draw my third land, but I don't play it out because I don't want to turn on that Sand Scout tutor ability.
That's nice. Sand Scout is not a card that's always included in Boros Energy, right?
No, it's a package with the quarry that lets you grind a little bit better, basically build in some durability, some endurance to the deck. Just like when some versions are running, Giganta as a companion, somewhat of a similar thought pattern of saying sometimes games go long against tempo or control, and I need just that little bit extra built-in card advantage.
I really like the combination with Wasteland as well. Playing the Scout and then the Wasteland, immediately triggering it to get a 1/1. That's also nice.
Yep, no doubt. And it combos with Fetch Lands, it combos with Horizon Land, the Sunbaked Canyon. And then the 1/1s are even red for a Johnny. So lots of small synergies there on a 2/2 for 2. Bowmasters keeps chipping in here, as you alluded to. Maybe the plan is just to push creatures and keep attacking for 2. I will say that is very unlikely to get there. And now we could see a genius play here. Ricardo, in theory, could say, hey, do you know what, buddy? I'm going to crack my fetch and I'm not going to tutor and thus fizzle the ETB. Let's see if he has that play in his arsenal.
Do you think that's something that Ricardo should do? Or is that just a bit too cute?
If my hand does not have a 3-drop, I would just not be interested in my opponent getting that desert, because that desert can bring back a 4/4 Ocelot Pride if Markel draws another land. That is a path to a reanimation on a small creature.
That would be really sweet. I really like, and I think Ricardo, he is reading the card, so he's probably considering, is this the play to make? But at the same time, you have to wonder, like, okay, if I do that, and then next turn I'm gonna draw Baragorf, maybe I feel a bit sad, but yeah, it's a difficult choice.
That's exactly what the play is about. This is why we love this game, right? Because you have these razor-thin decisions between my own potential or shutting down some of my opponent's potential. Looks like he is saying game on.
All right. Maybe not yet. Okay, there we go. So we will fetch up the desert. There we go.
The quarry has been tutored. With one more land, we can bring back a 1-drop as a 4/4. So that would be Ocelot Pride as a 4/4, which is super scary. So, and then afterwards comes the land drop, something that is very cool. So while Markel put the Sand Scout on the stack, he was behind on lands, but he actually had the land all along.
Yeah, well set up there.
Because part of Ricardo's plan there could be, well, he also needs a land number 4 to even do it. And I play Wasteland, and I play Barago. If you could have all of those thoughts, and then boom, the land drop comes after, and then Ricardo knows, oh man, okay, I'm going to be facing a 4/4 Ocelot Pride from the graveyard next turn.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. I'm curious now, because if you're in Ricardo's seat, you have double Brainstorm and Flow State. Are you worried? Or do you think, no, I've got this. I have cantrips, I will find what I need.
I'm a little bit worried because I already cast 3 Fatal Pushes this game. Sure, Flow State and Brainstorm could be anything, but I also know that 4/4 Ocelot Pride, like, I'm really worried about that right now. Also note that it comes back as a black creature, so Snuff Out is not an out.
Oh, I like that. That's a good catch. Another Brainstorm. Okay, not ideal. I think we need to find some threats.
Yeah, lots of churning here. I wonder if we have a sorcery. Yeah, we started off the game on Ponder, so this is a fully grown Flow State.
2 lands and a Ponder.
Not more just churning cards. We talked a little bit about it in game 1 where I highlighted, or I'm sorry, game 2, I believe, where all Ricardo did was play Tamiyo, crack Clue, play Flow State, and scoop up his cards.
And we may see that happen again here, of course. Ricardo will try everything that he has, and I think, was that an Hydroblast found
that was
too?
a copy of Hydroblast, which lines up nicely against Amped Raptor, Goblin Bombardment, but not exactly against 4/4 Ocelot Pride.
Okay, deciding to play a fetch land before brainstorming, also interesting. Maybe we want to get to Mystic Sanctuary to just return a Fatal Push and then find it with a brainstorm.
That makes sense. And I wonder if we're supposed to make that play now. But it looks like he wants Fatal Push just in his hand available. That is a very good answer to the Ocelot Pride, I will say that.
So do we brainstorm for this right away?
It looks like it because or ponder into
Or
it, right?
ponder?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we do it now because we don't want to get, broken off by, let's say, Pyroblast on the opponent's turn. So getting this done now is just good mana usage, right? Then you get to Fatal Push before you untap, and then you have a full turn of mana the following turn.
We did find another Murktide, that's good. Also Daze, that's pretty bad at this point, but at least the Murktide is nice.
Right. So Ricardo keeps this chip damage might add up, right? So I know I brushed it off a little bit in the beginning, but it's starting to be relevant for Fatal Push being cast until now, and then next turn we're looking at Murktide Region, and you're forcing your opponent to have a hard removal.
And I imagine this Murktide, if this comes down, that puts the pressure on Markel heavily, right? To either have removal or just have something else going on.
It really does. Also, by the way, we Fatal Pushed the Sand Scout, but now we have this 4/4 Ocelot Pride on our hands, actually. So I didn't connect the dots there. We actually spent our removal on the Sand Scout.
Okay, this is now a 4/4 black, as you mentioned, so no need to worry about Snuff Out. I mean, I guess we just have to slam down the Murktide, I guess? Is there a reason not to?
Murktide Regent is a card that blanks Ocelot Pride, but the thing is, this game has gone on for a while, and he knows his opponent at least has 6 removal spells for the Murktide between 4 Plows and 2 Prisons, but there might even be more with sideboarded Pyroblast on top.
Yeah, we do see Swords and Prison in hand for Markel, and I think the third one was a land, so I think, yeah, it's going to be scary. Reading the card again.
Oh yeah, because when they use the actual card for token, the color is not exactly visible. Let's hope that doesn't cause any confusion here.
I guess technically you probably should use a token, and you can't actually use the real magic card. Is that correct? I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, that would be technically correct here, because that card is exiled, the physical card. So let's imagine it gets bounced by a Brazen Borrower, then you can get into some trouble.
Oh, right. Yeah, good catch. But we have the 8/8, so let's see if this is good enough, or Ricardo has something like a Force Will to protect it once we see a Sword. But we know there are 2 removal spells in here, so Ricardo could be in trouble if this Murktide is gone, because the next draw will just be a Daze.
Yeah, that's the thing, that you need when you don't have removal, you need to stabilize with a big creature, but the big creature can die to an opposing removal. So sometimes a big creature as a roadblock is good, as the same as removal, and sometimes it's a lot worse. And look at this one, Hexing Squelcher getting cast first, saying, if you
Nice.
have Force Will blue card, I don't want that to ruin my day here when I'm trying to kill the Murktide.
That's so good. Yeah, well done.
Ooh, let's see if there's a cool situation here. Okay, we're checking things out with Brainstorm. So we're doing this in case we hit a Snuff Out here underneath, because then we can snuff out the Squelcher in response and then Daze the Plow once the Squelcher is gone.
That's cool. Let's see if it works. Yes, indeed.
Oh, we even forgot about the Hydroblast. So same thing, right? Take 2 from the ward, clear that card, and then handle the Plow on the stack here. Masterful.
Indeed. Yeah, that was really well set up. Now we know that Markel still has another removal spell, but the fact that Murktide is going to be able to swing in once, could that be enough?
And it stops the attack from Ocelot Pride. So yeah. Let's say Ricardo can find the second Murktide. He flies in for lethal here.
Yikes.
Growing the
I would
first
be scared.
Murktide to a 12. Yeah. Maybe he threaded the needle here. There's also some cool lines here where Ricardo can chump block and then kill his own creature to prevent the life gain. Imagine he has a second Bowmaster. He can block with 1 Bowmaster, then ping it before damage.
I think both of these players have been playing excellently this game. I can't emphasize enough. I think this has been a masterclass of both players.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, wait a minute. Murktide grew because of what?
Mm,
Oh, Sanctuary, because of instant leaving the graveyard. He put a card
ooh,
on
right.
top here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a cool one in the Murktide mirror. If you have an
They
8
picked it
in
up with the
hand,
days, of course. Yeah. Makes
Yep,
sense.
got dazed back earlier. Static Prison, awesome card to resolve here.
But I think Ricardo decided not to attack. Is that correct?
He decided not to attack, saying, if I attack for, that would be 9, then my opponent's at 3, and then they attack with Pride. They're back up to 7. I think the non-attack was expecting the Murktide to die, but if you expect the Murktide to die, maybe you should attack. I'm not sure about that. No attack. Ooh, another Sand Scout, because there's 2 copies of the Quarry in the deck, and man, that's another 4/4 Ocelot Pride.
Getting so
Threatening
much life
Ricardo.
too. It's so scary.
Yep,
I'm curious. How much energy did Markel have? Just 2
good
from the
question.
prison?
I don't think there's been any other. Have we raptored this game into something?
Don't think so.
I don't think so either.
So that means the Murktide's not gone forever, but we have time. We have time.
Yeah. The thing is, when it might be whatever happens in the meantime between the Murktide getting killed and the Murktide coming back could be catastrophic catastrophe for Ricardo.
Yeah. All right. I'm just not sure who's going to take this game. I'm going to be honest. This has been such a swingy. Every single one of these games. Sometimes we had situations where, like, yeah, the game is locked now, and then it did turn around again. So this is
Right.
pretty cool.
It looks like right now the energy player is in the driver's seat, but of course that fatal push stops things a little bit. But there's another one coming. That's the thing. Now Ricardo has to check the graveyard. There's another Quarry. So maybe another 4/4 Ocelot Pride is going to enter next turn. Let's see.
Okay,
What
well
Mark
done
comes
here by
from.
Michael, putting the Ocelot Pride in the exile pile, indeed. So not forgetting the potential
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that we discussed where, yeah, it gets fatal pushed, it dies, and you forget that it's a token, put it into the graveyard again. So nice that we didn't have to worry about that.
No doubt about that. Let's see. Is it time for another one?
I think so. Is there a better target? Maybe a Yanni. It's also possible.
Yeah, Ajani would be very good now, especially in combination with Caracas. So let's say the game comes to a stall, you can just keep bouncing your Ajani and keep replaying it.
But does that work? Because I guess it's also a token.
Oh, you're right. It's a token. Yes, doesn't work. That would be very, very bad to bounce that Ajani token.
So
You
I
got
guess
it.
we just always go for the Pride.
Pride seems good. There's also Hexing Squelcher if you want to turn off like removal encounters for the duration of the game.
Yeah, I can see that. And I think Markel is thinking the same. Like, what is the best threat to take back here? I'm not sure if there's anything else in the hand. I guess it's another Squelcher I see.
Certainly between those two.
And it's fine. Just take the time because, as we said before, semifinals, you can take the time to think and really try and figure out the best play. I think I feel so silly if I now I'm like a given point, like, yeah, whatever, I'll just do this in the semifinals and then lose because of it. I would not forgive myself.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you come up with the right play here. You give it enough thought and you know what the most likely path to victory looks like.
All right, looks like we are going to go for making a token. And my guess is Pride. We'll find out soon. Or do we just value the Ajani too much? Nope, there we go. I think the live gain is just important in this matchup.
It is because you're just undoing everything the opponent has been working on with the Arc Army and Bowmasters. And you're also in a situation where the opponent has cast 3 or 4 fatal pushes. I think it's 3 that's been in rotation. So you know a lot of their remaining removal is snuff out. So if you can keep presenting this black must-kill threat, you like your situation.
All right. And we can just safely attack here. Or maybe not.
Oh, it looks like we're counting the city's blessing and then deciding not to attack because we needed to get to 10 permanents so we can actually Yeah, because now we're going to get an extra token from the scout and an extra token from ooh, wait a minute. We're responding here to make sure that we get below 10 here. Nice play.
Okay, I like that. Another bit. Is that the last card in hand for Ricardo? Think so. So what do we want to draw here at this state if you're in Ricardo's
Yeah.
seat?
The thing is, he probably has to draw something like Baragoyf. Baragoyf would be
Wasteland.
Baragoyf or Murktide. I guess the fourth Fatal Push would be awesome. Wastelanding here. Oh, you get a token with the Sand Scout, if you remember.
Looks like we are forgetting. Well, it doesn't really matter because I think it only triggers once and they were going to fetch. So
Yeah, sure,
maybe
sure.
that's what they were thinking about.
That's
Yeah.
that's fair. Fetching end of turn here, basically just to thin the deck.
Mhm.
And now on the next attack, that's when things start to get nasty because we're getting the City's Blessing, we're getting more tokens, and yeah, time is running out for Ricardo here.
Exactly. But we have not regained energy, I think. So I think this is the last turn we are able to keep the... There we go, indeed. Keep the Murktide. So ideally we'd find some more energy here.
Right, there's an expiration date, of course, on Static Prison. And then as we talked about a few times, ooh, this is a Bombardment. That looks like a devilish draw if you're a fan of Ricardo and Blue-Black Tempo here, because now that's one extra token for the land. That's one extra token from Ocelot Pride. And then from there, it gets very tricky because then any creature is representing a 1 damage ping thanks to Goblin Bombardment.
It's such a scary card. It is ridiculous. It really is in this deck. So many 1/1s.
Yeah, it's a synergy card, right? So on its own, it doesn't do anything, but it does in the grand scheme of things. Similar to, cards out of Affinity, right? On its own, not too scary, but in combination with the rest of the deck, pretty darn scary.
If I'm correct, the Murktide does return just as a 3/3, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, all the counters are reset, so
not that scary for Markel. Just a 3/3 flying. We are gaining 4 life, so it's fine.
Yep, certainly not doing a good job of racing. And not defending either because of how First Strike works on the Ocelot Pride.
All right. So currently Markel seems a bit ahead. We'll see if Ricardo's able to recover from this, but 0 cards in hand is scary. And like you said, maybe you're looking for something like a Baragoyf.
Yeah.
Apart from that, maybe another Flow State to get some advantage going, but I'm not sure about that.
Flow State is a good one if you can find like removal and another relevant card. But yeah, the City's Blessing is taking over, it looks like, and it's time now for Ricardo.
Yeah. Do we just blow up the board here, or are we like, yeah, you can keep these creatures, I don't really care?
All right. Ponder could be anything, right?
Ponder. See, Wasteland, Murktide, and what's the last card?
Yeah, it's a Wasteland, right? And a Fetch land. It looks like one of these Ponders.
Waste, Fetch, and Murktide.
You draw a good card, sure. But then you have to draw a bad card the following turn.
So do you shuffle here? Do you just keep... I mean, it's just a blind card, so that's iffy.
It's super tough at this point what to do. He decides to keep the Murktide. At this point, you're saying this Murktide, if that can hold the fort and you brick for a lot of turns, then there's a chance but if you keep drawing good cards, yeah, then he's in trouble. The thing is, once you have the Scout in play, even a Fetch land or a Sunbaked Canyon is a decent draw, or a Wasteland. That wouldn't usually be a bad draw.
We do get back the other Murktide, that's something. So we are able to continue blocking for a while.
And as long as the big Murktide is in play, then that should have the Ocelot Pride in check. That's basically the situation we're rooting for here.
I'm not sure. Even if we find a Baragoyf, is that strong enough to really swing back the game in our favor?
Well, the thing is, the moment the opponent finds, oh, I forgot about the Bombardment. Never mind. I briefly forgot about the Bombardment in the meantime. So, yeah, I'm a little bit scared that this is just lethal, right? What if we block? I guess it's not exact. It's one from lethal because 3 creatures will be unblocked. Oh, look at this! Ricardo slow rolled his Murktide. Now this is game over, just straight up game over. But I want to talk about a big play here before we wrap things up.
Yeah, go
If
ahead.
if Ricardo slow rolled the Murktide so that it would give bonuses to the Murktide that came back on like from the prison. So that's why he slow rolled it, so that when he exiles a ton of cards, it grows the one in play as well.
And indeed, that was game. It's just a combination with the bombardment. It's too strong. There's nothing you can do about that. And wow, okay, what a game! What a round in general here. This was sweet. Another great legacy action game here. I really enjoyed this one, Andreas.
Oh yeah, no, that was awesome to see. I think it painted quite the picture here that the blue-black tempo deck had 0 sweepers to draw to. So once things get out of hand, it's over, right? So sure, casting 5 fatal pushes, that's nice and all, but the energy deck kept on going, and then it looked like the key decision was not cracking your Misty in response to the first Sand Scout. I think that could have done a lot for this game. But yeah, that's why it's easier to be us up here rather than the players down there being sweaty in the feature match area.
It's always easier to watch and comment than actually playing it, that's for sure. I suggest we dive into the bracket and see what the situation is right now, because we do have both of these games up. So now we're going to be seeing here Markel versus Alex. But I should explain here a bit, because we have a situation where the finals will not be played. Apparently 2 friends playing against each other, and they decided they would just go for dinner together. So
oh man,
kudos to them. I mean, that's just cool, you know, 2 buddies hanging out, and they're like, yeah, let me go grab something to eat. So that is pretty cool. So yeah, I think it's we did see a lot of great games here, so that's pretty exciting. Don't worry, because we still have some legacy and modern action left for you this weekend. So maybe we can get the schedule here on screen for the remainder of the weekend, but I'll talk you through this already. So tomorrow on Saturday we will have some more legacy action for you, and Andreas and myself will be starting out. We will be starting the stream at 12 o'clock at GMT +2, so tune in for that. And afterwards we have Julian and Kai taking over again, so that's going to be great. And on Sunday we have modern going forward, so another great thing to be looking forward to. Andreas, anything you want to add to that?
No, I just wanted to highlight again that every time I cast Legacy, every time I play Legacy, every time I research Legacy or think about Legacy, I'm having a great time. No matter what kind of strategy you like, turning creatures sideways, counting to 10, or 4, I guess, these days, waste-staining the opponent into oblivion, or simply just attacking with red and white creatures and taking down the whole thing. Legacy is the place. So there's a little bit of something for everyone, and I'm just excited to see it getting proven over and over. And I also enjoyed a lot hanging out with you, Sam. And as you alluded to, we have much more action coming you guys' way for the remainder of the weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. I enjoy it as always. And yeah, oh, it looks like we've got the schedule here, Sam.
There we go. So Friday, Spanish Legacy National, that has just happened. Saturday, Legacy Main. Sunday, Modern main event. So tune in for both of those. And as I said, tomorrow, Andreas and myself will be doing Legacy. So tune in at 12 GMT +2. We'll be having a lot of Legacy action. So hope to see you all there. Again, as last time, we will be streaming on Twitch and on YouTube Live. So check it out. And we hope to see you tomorrow. And indeed, Andreas, I had a lot of fun with you doing this again. We will be back tomorrow, and we saw, remember, in the top 8 different decks. So I think that's just the great place for Legacy to be in. I want to thank everyone who has been joining the cast here today, and I also want to thank the great production team as well, and I hope to see you all tomorrow for another great day of Legacy. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.